the last time I talked to someone that claimed to have be having activity down here, it was 2007, and it's a doctor that owns property along St. Peter's Church, which is going to run. We're going to cut over to it in a minute, but okay. They were having sightings regularly. They lived on a fairly large horse ranch. They owned horses and had a ranch, and the activity was so frequent that she told us that they would wake up in the morning for breakfast and these things would be in their backyard.
My name is Seth Breedlove. In 2005, I became interested in the unexplained when I began investigating a series of bizarre animal mutilations taking place near the small town in which I'd grown up.
What happened is I talked to that doctor who claimed to have seen something back here, and I started kind of trying to figure out what the history of the area was. Mm-hmm. And the first thing I thought was, if there's someone having a sighting back here, there's got to be other people having sightings. So I started driving these roads just because I was just getting into it. I'd never interviewed anyone. I didn't know how that stuff worked. Mm-hmm. I didn't have contacts. So I would just drive the roads. And this one time I was driving down here and there was an elderly couple that was walking along here. And I asked them, I saw them, I pulled over and I asked them if they'd ever encountered anything. And they started telling me about all these dead animals they had been finding on their property, like deer ripped in half, stuffed up in trees, the hides ripped out. And what was really
As a documentary filmmaker, my primary task is to remain objective, to remove myself from the stories I'm telling and let the subjects themselves carry the film. But there's a part of me that is always curiously seeking the answer to the mysteries at the heart of my films. Do upright walking giants exist? Despite covering a multitude of topics in the films I've made, this is the question to which I always return. So I've decided to set out on a journey for myself. One that isn't solely based around documenting fascinating local legends, but also in getting to the bottom of the reality behind those legends.
Bigfoot into the whole phenomenon took place right here.
You can see why it would be. You said, it's rugged, the ravines are really deep. It's not what you think of when you say Northeast Ohio, that's for sure.
Mark Matsky is one of the most knowledgeable people I've ever met on the Bigfoot topic. Mark is a Lutheran minister who has a skeptical, level-headed approach to the subject and an encyclopedic knowledge of events and figures that form the foundation of the phenomenon.
Okay. The history of Bigfoot reports in newspapers going back to the 1800s has morphed over time. At first, they were described largely in terms of the wild man. But that started to change over time. Part of that, I think, had to do with the introduction of the discovery of the gorilla. Much of the time, the language of like a gorilla or like an ape started to replace the language of the wild man.
Maybe there's no better person to explain the centuries of history related to undiscovered creatures than Lauren Coleman. Lauren runs a museum dedicated to the subject of cryptozoology in Portland, Maine. Cryptozoology is, of course, the study of unknown animals, of which there are said to be many. But Lauren himself was once just an answer seeker. His investigations into the unexplained led him to write numerous books on the paranormal, and his vast array of knowledge on these subjects opens a door into just how long people have been seeing shadowy beings in the forests behind their homes.
Before the Bigfoot word was used, newspaper reporters, eyewitnesses, everybody involved with this phenomena, including native peoples, had to use other words. Those words included things like wild man. A lot of newspaper reports from the 1920s back to the 1860s talk about wild men. Some of the 1924 newspaper reports talk about forest giants or forest devils. So everybody used different words to try to capture something that today we know entirely as Bigfoot. Bigfoot is a word that's used in Canada, Russia, China, everywhere, and has become the global word to deal with hairy hominids.
While Loren Coleman has made cryptozoology his career, David Floyd has observed the subject as a hobby, while maintaining a distinguished academic career as a professor with a specialty in English literature at Charleston Southern University. For David, the pursuit is less about proof of the existence of an unknown animal, and more about the quest to further understand humankind's own obsession with things that go bump in the night.
So the interesting thing to me about the whole Bigfoot legend is that typically you've got mythology that explains nature and human nature, and their story is to sort of explain why things work the way they do. Or you've got folklore that's more of like cautionary tales to tell kids not to wander out into the forest and all. Bigfoot doesn't seem to really serve a purpose culturally. Our culture doesn't really need it. I don't think psychologically we necessarily need the idea of an ape figure walking in the woods.
As a former newspaper reporter myself, when I first became interested in the Bigfoot subject, it was the very early newspaper articles that talked of hairy wild men living in forests around the country that piqued my interest.
The figures being described in terms of just long-haired humans, in some cases even wearing clothing, living off almost in a hermit-like fashion. The ones that I think researchers are more interested in are ones where there's actually less of a sensational nature, where the figure is just searching for food, the figure is just coming close to shelters and homes, either for opportunistic finding of food or just trying to find some easy shelter for the night.
Gallipolis, Ohio is excited over a wild man who is reported to haunt the woods near that city. He goes naked, is covered with hair, is gigantic in height, and his eyes start from the sockets. He attacked a carriage containing a man and his daughter a few days ago. He is said to have bounded at the father, catching him in a grip like that of a vice, and hurling him upon the earth, falling upon him and endeavoring to bite and scratch him like a wild animal. Just as he was about to become exhausted from exertion, the daughter, taking courage of the imminent danger of her parent, snatched up a rock and, hurling at the head of her father's would-be murderer, was fortunate enough to put an end to the struggle by striking him somewhere about the ear. Following it, other reports spring up around the state of Ohio, as well as other newspapers across the United States.
So I guess if we think about the wild man reports of the 1800s, maybe in the newspapers, those probably didn't hurt in selling newspapers, and that was probably something that people looked forward to reading, as well as maybe addressed a fear that pioneers might have had going out into this unknown wilderness.
I think one of the things that you have to take into account when you're talking about these early reports is the fact that, like today, newspapers were in the business of selling papers, and so they would find themselves on a low news day having to, at the very least, embellish some reports that may have come in about a strange sighting of a weird figure in the woods.
Even in terms of English language newspapers, that's where you have the Wildman reports. 1869 in Kansas, you had groups of Wildman reports. You had in Whaling River, New York, you have accounts in the 1930s of ape-like creatures in the woods there. In Illinois and Indiana and Ohio, you have very early reports of some of these creatures, especially around the Ohio River and then down into the south.
The consistency of reports is one alarming aspect of the Bigfoot phenomena that needs to be examined closely. It isn't just that there are common physical characteristics of what is being seen, but also behavioral characteristics as well. While this doesn't immediately lead one to the conclusion that an undiscovered animal exists, it does make one at least question the possibilities. But what is being seen? While there are height and weight descriptions that tend to deviate, for the most part, people are seeing a bipedal, ape-like being with an attitude that can shift from elusive to playful to curious at a moment's notice. But more on that later. As with any subject, Bigfoot history has its fair share of key moments, reports that are repeated over and over again as cornerstones of the phenomena. Another of those key moments is a tale that began in the 1920s in the state of Washington, and its biographer is Mark Mersell.
We are in Southwest Washington. We are approximately, I'm going to guess, about 60 or 70 miles north of the Columbia River, and we're inland from the Pacific coast, well over probably 100 miles or so, and we're on Mount St. Helens, the one that blew up in 1980 in the southwest corner of Washington.
So in the 1920s, you've got John W. Burns working with the Chehalis Indians and finding out about these hairy man legends. And of course, that's where we get the term Sasquatch from. In 1924, you've got the Ape Canyon Incident with I think they called them devil apes or ape devils.
The Ape Canyon story is one that, if you're at all interested in the Bigfoot field, you have to come across at some point.
In 1918, a group of miners headed by a guy named Marion Smith, along with mostly family members, started prospecting for gold up along the Lewis River here on the south side of the mountain. And in 1922 had made their way up off of the Lewis River and up to a location of what's now called Ape Canyon. They were up here not very long. They started hearing strange noises from ridgetop to ridgetop. They would hear high-pitched whistling, screeching noises from a ridgetop in the middle of the night.
Mark has filled in details of the Ape Canyon incident that have perplexed investigators for decades. He's even managed to uncover the actual location of the original cabin itself. In addition to the physical remains of the cabin, he's also pieced together a series of events leading up to the Ape Canyon attack that weren't widely publicized. While I was aware of the Ape Canyon attack, what I had never learned before was that there were multiple incidents involving Fred Beck, Marion Smith, and Leroy Smith that involved not just encounters and sightings of the apes, but at least 3 incidents in which the miners took shots at them, including an incident that occurred the same day as the famed attack.
Again, at dusk, Leroy is outside. The creature comes out from the bushes. Leroy takes one shot, but all the rest of the miners are inside the cabin, and they start boiling out of there, fully armed, start shooting at this creature. Marion estimated that there were about 16 to 17 rounds that went into this creature within 50 to 75 feet that seemingly didn't affect it one bit. On the last shot, the creature is standing very close to the precipice, which drops down 200 feet down into the bottom of Ape Canyon. And the last shot, apparently Fred took it, the creature either crouches down and climbs down or falls over into the canyon. That was shortly before dusk. They're just bedding down, and something ends up hitting the cabin really dang hard, like a truck had come barreling down the mountain. Whatever hit the cabin, these guys look out, and it was a full moon, they reported, plenty of light, and they can see 5 or 6 or 7 of these creatures dancing around in the moonlight. And they start throwing boulders on top of the cabin, rocks. They start trying to pound their way in. They start trying to bust down the door. The guys start ripping apart their beds and using the fir boughs to blockade the door. Something is trying to pound their way in. Something is actually digging underneath the cabin to try to dig their way through underneath to get inside. The roof wasn't very formidable, so they start shooting through the roof and screaming and yelling, "Please leave us alone. We're gonna leave, go away." This happens all night long for, say, about 4 or 5 hours. Perhaps 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and all's quiet. They tear apart all their blockade, open the door, nothing's out there. But all around there are these very, very large, seemingly huge human footprints, rocks scattered everywhere. They had a loose pile of roofing shakes piled up, and someone had used that as a step stool to get up on top of the roof, and those are scattered everywhere, right? Grab the tobacco, grab their guns, and hit the trail.
We were very fortunate to have the opportunity to be very close to the site of the Ape Canyon incident just this past year with Mark Merzel. And there's something really about having set foot on that site that gives you new insight into the possibility of creatures living out in that area.
What most people don't seem to realize is that the Bigfoot story wasn't born in the 1950s. It's been a part of our culture since the first settlers began making their way into the undiscovered recesses of our nation. The terminology for what people have been seeing has changed, but many of the basics of the phenomena remain the same. When discussing these basics, one of the most reliable sources for them comes in the form of Native American cultural history and legends. Kathy Strain works for the Forest Service as a tribal relations manager and historian in the Stanislaus National Forest in California, and has spent decades collecting historical accounts of Bigfoot-type creatures that date back centuries.
One of the main reasons I believe that Bigfoot is real, outside the fact that I'm a witness, is just like every other animal in nature, coyote, condor, eagle, rabbit, they are all within traditional stories of Native American tribes. Bigfoot should be represented in those stories, and he is. But each tribe has a different name, like Hairy Man or Stone Giant, or all these different names, and they always describe this giant. He doesn't wear clothes, he's got big feet.
So as far as the Native American hairy man stuff, they seem to fall into two categories. One is sort of this nurturing guardian of the forest that kind of oversees the different tribes. And you've got the Dakota tribe, they have the Shiatanka, which means like elder brother. But then others are these sort of violent cannibals that come down and kidnap children and women. And the Bella Kula tribe has the Bok, or the Skookum, that means evil genie. The Iroquois has the stone man that evidently was human at one time but was cursed to be this sort of forest dweller.
What are some of your favorite sort of historical accounts of Bigfoot type creatures?
Well, a lot of those are Native American type stories that I think are some of my most favorite, but more of the more recent kind of historical accounts, the Osman account I found very intriguing. And at first it's so outlandish because it's a man who was out trapping in the remote areas of British Columbia in Canada. He had noticed something sniffing around his camp, and he decided one night that he was going to stuff some food, some tobacco, and his gun into his pack with him. And sometime along that night, he gets picked up by something thrown over its shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and he rode for hours in this very uncomfortable position with his knees up.
He was dumped out on the ground, and he noticed that he was in a canyon. But he also started noticing that the individual that had carried him was an old male hairy forest giant. He also started looking around and saw that there was an old female. Off in the bushes, he noticed there was a young female and also a young male.
What are these things? What are they doing? They're chit-chatting to each other in the language he doesn't understand. But it was very, very clear that anytime he tried to make a move to leave the area, he was being stopped either by the male figure he considered the father or the female that he considered the mother.
So for 3 days, he stayed in the canyon, and he started interacting with the old male.
And it's an opening for him to escape. So he grabs his gun, what is left of the rations that he had brought with him, and he makes a mad dash for it. He didn't tell the story to anybody for many years. He kept it to himself because he figured everybody would think he was crazy, until finally John Green got him to tell him the story and had him sign an affidavit that everything that he had said was true.
Accounts like the Ostman encounter or Ape Canyon are important because, like so many early tales, details cited by witnesses from years gone by are recounted often in modern-day sightings as well. The rock throwing, bizarre vocalizations, and general physical descriptions have been noted by dozens of other eyewitnesses of Bigfoot even up to today. While discovering the body of an ape at the actual location of the Ape Canyon incident is unlikely, simply learning if there was a cabin in that location would help corroborate some details and cement the story's place in history.
I brought my file with me. It's about 3 inches thick of interviews with these miners that were done at the time. And at the time, directly after the attack, all the miners did say, "I don't care how much gold is up there, I'm never going back." One thing about mining law at the time is that in order to continue proofing your claim, you had to file what was known as a proof of labor and file it with the county. And they filed one in Skamania County. And it was done in September, about 2 months after the incident. In that proof of labor, They said that all work was completed on July the 10th, 1924. July the 10th, 1924 was the night of the attack. And they never went back.
In addition to mountains of paperwork, in recent years, Mark has managed to discover the actual location of where the Ape Canyon cabin itself once stood. But what else can we learn from these historical reports? Just how widespread were they, and how can we possibly corroborate the veracity of the events in question? With the entire subject of cryptozoology being looked at as little more than a simple diversion, or worse, a laughingstock, what good does it do to ask questions of the past while seeking answers in the present? The real takeaway from looking into these historical reports seems to be that the people who claimed an encounter that has since become just another legend went to their grave without ever seeing the mystery solved.
I like the subject of Yeti and Bigfoot studies because it's a mystery. It's about animals, and it's just that we haven't discovered these primates. And the other big thing to me is that it's a way in which something that's almost human but not human is just barely beyond our consciousness.
The documents are still there waiting in the file, in courthouses and libraries and historical societies, and these stories need to be researched again.
There is an animal out here, nobody seems to know what it is. How do we study that and make it a reality? But it was also the folklore part of it, of every part of this country has a different story and a different name. Native Americans had traditional beliefs. It wasn't something that just popped up in the 1950s when Jerry Crew found those first footprints. It was something that's always been out there.
The appeal to me of the Bigfoot topic is the consistency of accounts of it throughout legends and folklore and literature and that type of thing, even previous to any photographic evidence of it. Just that idea of a consistent theme throughout is interesting to me.
If you went down and talked to farmers on that road today, they're probably similar to what people are reporting in that area today. Like, you've got the consistency of like this animal that wants to stay hidden, that people see trying to stay hidden, that occasionally will commit some sort of terrifying, like the Gallipolis sighting from the 1800s where it attacks someone. Mm-hmm. And then you've got the rock throwing and things like that we see popping up in reports like the Minerva case from the 70s. There's a lot of similarities in these reports, and those consistencies are something I've always found interesting. Yeah, and that makes you wonder how many of these reports are going on in places where there's a historical sort of a pattern of these sightings taking place. How many of them go unreported and therefore never reach any kind of not mainstream, but like any kind of recognition?
People just don't want the attention in their own backyard.
Yep.
Northern America is full of folktales, lore, and legends. Few of these resonate with us still today in the way that Bigfoot does. Sightings still occur in the vast wilderness of the nation's forests, in wooded areas behind suburban homes, and in farmers' fields. Fittingly, for a subject that has only grown in stature over the centuries, these modern-day encounters bear startling similarities to those from years past. Perhaps the reason is simply a cultural manifestation of our own memories of stories we heard as children, or maybe, lurking in the darkness, there does exist something real, something unseen that wishes to remain that way. The last great mystery.
I talked to someone the other day and I said, what are some of the things in your family history that was passed down to you? Whistling. We never go in the woods and whistle. I wasn't allowed to. And then she said, we always closed our window blinds because we didn't want the boogeyman to come in.
So there are some local native traditions that connect with the modern idea of a relict hominoid or Sasquatch.
But we do have a lot of our elders that believe Bigfoot, he's our protector.
I think if you're talking about what the Smokies would be most known for, it would be the disappearances.
When I went through the report database, there was an inordinate amount of sightings in this area compared to almost any other area in Appalachia.
We drove up. I stopped because there were two of them. I always felt like it was a mom and a kid.
We were driving by. She goes, "Hey, did you see that?" I go, "What?" And again, I'm going to say it's Bigfoot. Jumped from the embankment up to the road and stood there and started watching us.
He was absolutely massive. I felt very intimidated by that one.
If you were going to take somebody out, but the easiest explanation would be that you're hungry.
The real research happens on the backside of that camera, up in the mountains and in these areas. And one of the key things to this research I found is staying in one area for a lengthy period of time, because too many people, back, when the research kind of started, it was, and Derek could tell you better than I can, but it was, okay, here's an encounter, let's go there. Here's an encounter, let's go there. Here's an encounter, here's the story. I don't think people really appreciate, how hard this research is and how difficult it is. And when you get out there, you're looking for something, or at least researching something that's obviously highly intelligent, a master of its environment, and probably really doesn't want to be found. I think they can stay fairly isolated without any human contact, especially in areas like this. I mean, out here between Northern California and BC, there's 56 missing planes, which are stationary and people can't find them. Imagine a moving needle in a haystack. Good luck.
Growing up, when I heard the word Bigfoot, I thought of the Pacific Northwest. It wasn't until my late teens that I heard about sightings taking place on the East Coast, and I distinctly remember finding the entire idea vaguely ridiculous. It wasn't that the idea of the creature existing was itself ridiculous. I just couldn't comprehend how something said to be as large as a Sasquatch could remain undetected in the forests of states like Ohio or New York. But the PNW, well, that made sense. Pinned in by mountains and sea, the Pacific Northwest is a corridor extending through the states of Northern California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon, eventually coming to an unofficial border somewhere in British Columbia. It's an area brimming with wildlife, water sources, dense vegetation, and seemingly endless acres of unexplored forests. Oh, and few people, making it all the more appealing to an animal said to be fiercely antisocial. In 2018, I made my way out to the Pacific Coast. I spent 3 days traveling the states of Washington and Oregon, seeing everything I could from the Cascades to the Olympics. What struck me most was that at first blush, it was just like forested, mountainous areas I've visited on the other side of the country, only bigger. So much bigger. In the Olympic National Forest, I met up with Shane Corson and Derek Randalls of the Olympic Project.
Just tell me, starting with you, just tell me your names and what you do and a little bit about the organization.
My name is Derek Randalls. I'm the co-founder of the Olympic Project. The Olympic Project was started about 10 years ago, and it started as a pretty comprehensive camera trap program. And what we did is we would take predatory travel routes, ridge lines, elk calving areas, things of that nature, and we would camera trap them.
My name's Shane Corson, one of the core members of the Olympic Project, and basically, like as Derek said here, we're just trying to gather as much data as we can. This phenomenon, this Bigfoot phenomenon, I think requires that approach, and we got a really good group of biologists, scientists, laymen, trackers, hunters, and we all get along great. And it's it's a blast doing this type of research.
Completely dead on the other side's misty, it's creepy, and it's just literally you can step over into it.
People misconstrue what we're trying to do. We're not trying to prove Bigfoot's real. Everybody in the Olympic Project pretty much has had an experience or a sighting, and we're kind of in the knowing camp. We're trying to do as much documentation as we can of evidence, and what we're trying to do is develop patterns. And it's a long shot, but if we can get enough patterns developed over time, then we might start being able to work towards predictability, which is like how, Jane Goodall and Diane Fossey has had as much success as they had.
One of my goals is to make this less taboo and get more science involved. And by doing that is we got tons of stories, anecdotal stories out there. You got to document. You got to present stuff to science that they'll accept. And right now, that's what we've been working on for years. And we got a great body of data and evidence. So I would like to make it less taboo and get science to look at this a little more serious as a whole.
Where we focus our research is the northern part of the Olympics. One of the reasons I think that this makes such perfect Bigfoot habitat is you can step 10 feet off the highway and you're gone. You're not going to be seen if you don't want to be seen. So the geography here just plays into being able to house a creature like this very easily.
There's an abundance of food, whether you want to fish or hunt or eat berries. There's just a ton of food out here. And so it'd be easy for us to survive out here. And something such as a Sasquatch could thrive out here and never be seen year round.
Investigators such as Derek and Shane aren't simply picking a random spot on a map to conduct their research. They're doing it directly in Bigfoot's own backyard, a place as inseparable from the lore as the tracks the creature is said to leave behind. Speaking of those tracks, it's perhaps due to the popularity of another large hairy creature making footprints that the Bigfoot subject would grow to such prominence in the 1950s.
A small band of men on a perilous search for the man-beast of Tibet. The abominable snowman of the Himalayas. You've heard of him, haven't you?
The word abominable snowman came about in 1921 in Nepal through an Indian newspaper reporter who mistranslated a word from that area of the Himalayas where these reports were coming out of. Here you have the merging of the old reports of wild men and Sasquatch and different things like that occurring in America, where some people will start using the word abominable snowman of America.
While the Yeti was leaving footprints in the snow across the Himalayas, road crews in Northern California began discovering tracks of their own. Accompanying these print finds were stories from skittish loggers and construction workers of encounters with huge hairy beings in the uninhabited sectors currently being cleared as part of a logging boom. In 1957, a man named Jerry Crew would unwittingly create a media frenzy around the unknown track maker that would soon be dubbed Bigfoot.
The story of Jerry Crew is, in almost every way, the story of the birth of Bigfoot as we know it, because of how his story hit the news, sort of the images that were associated with the search ever since.
The Six Rivers National Forest was one of the last of those forests to open itself up to logging. Jerry Crew was working on a contract to build some of those logging roads into the forest to begin that process. He would work and then leave his equipment, and the next day he kept finding these large footprints around his equipment. So finally he decides he's going to cast one of the most beautiful footprints there are, and it gets into the national press and the term Bigfoot gets coined.
With the term Bigfoot slowly overtaking the Yeti in the pop cultural lexicon, reports of encounters with man-like apes in the forested regions of the Pacific Northwest began to increase. While sightings of these creatures had been taking place for decades, they had never been treated with any degree of legitimacy, and certainly no one had ever bothered to put any effort into actually attempting to scientifically approach the search. Today, groups like the Olympic Project can find private donors or raise funding through its growing base of researchers, but at a time when there was no acceptance for even the possibility of Bigfoot's existence in the public eye, funds were non-existent. Until Tom Slick.
One of the things that was missing from some of the early searches for the Yeti was good funding. Along comes Texas oil and beef millionaire Tom Slick saw that it would be a lot easier if he could conduct these research and these expeditions in the Americas, so he transferred the whole operation over to California and British Columbia in the beginning of the 60s.
The early days of Sasquatch research were dominated by 4 men, individuals who, over time, became inextricably linked to the subject and did more to further it and help us understand it than nearly anyone. John Green, Grover Krantz, Rene DeHinden, and Peter Byrne. In 1999, filmmaker Peter von Puttkamer set out to make a film documenting the search for Bigfoot, and in so doing, he created a valuable look at the 4 horsemen and how they interacted with and viewed one another.
So Rene DeHinden, obviously they all had great personalities, really interesting. Rene DeHinden was kind of the gadfly of the group. He was the one who came out and he was critical, but he always took him with a grain of salt. And he had a great sense of humor and he was quick with the wisecracks. And basically people really loved him. He was the irascible guy in the Bigfoot circuit.
Rene DeHinden had one goal in mind, and that was to find the answer, to find the creature itself. And if he had to befriend these other researchers in order to do that, that was fine, but not necessary.
John Green was very much he was a newspaper man, and he wanted just the facts. He was one of the first people that ever published anything. And most people, the introduction to Bigfoot is John Green's initial books from Washington, Oregon, British Columbia.
You know, Peter Byrne, of course, and Peter was an amazing raconteur and true adventurer and an actual hunting guide and true tracker hunter.
He was a big game hunter from Nepal and had quite the stellar reputation.
I think his importance stems from the fact that he was out there leading the charge. You know, he very much had that persona of the wilderness hunter.
And Dr. Grover Krantz is the only academic to really throw his hat in at the ring at the time.
What Krantz was able to do is utilize the resources that were at his disposal and some of the connections that he had in order to take an anthropological and biological look at the things that he could get his hands on.
He always fought, you know, the academics, you know, who just thought it was ludicrous that he was studying this at all.
During the 60s and 70s, the 4 horsemen would offer more to the burgeoning field of unknown primates in North America than nearly anyone, taking part in massive and smaller scale expeditions and investigations across the Pacific Northwest. Krantz, Green, DeHinden, and Byrne would cast tracks, take sighting reports, and stalk their unseen prey in hopes of solving the Bigfoot riddle once and for all. Ironically, none of them would ever claim a sighting of the creature they spent their lives in pursuit of, and over time, their relationships with one another would fall apart.
John Green said that how could all of these egos fit in one room? And they all had to have enormous egos to keep on the hunt, to really have all those distractors and skeptics, you know, at bay all the time. The relationship between all of them was tenuous.
Tenuous at best. That's part of what intrigued me about the story, is that you had 4 men that had spent a lifetime looking for a monster in the woods, and yet most of their time was spent arguing with each other.
So John Green and Rene DeHinden were very close for a long time, and then Rene, who became a very crusty sort of individual, kind of pushed John away. Peter Byrne and John Green never liked each other, and then Grover Krantz got angry at all of them. Rene DeHinden very famously criticized Grover Krantz for being, you know, a stick in the mud and all of this.
Rene thought most of the scientific stuff was blown out of proportion, and, you know, he hadn't done the field work that Rene had done. He hadn't lived in tents out in the forest, and it was all academic and in his mind.
Now it's 2018. 3 of them are dead, and Peter Byrne is outliving everyone. And those that outlive all of the emperors get to write the history. And it's kind of intriguing to watch what's going on.
The early days of investigation into the subject aren't all that different from today. For the most part, the few researchers that did actively take part in the search for answers merely responded to sightings by arriving at the location where they'd taken place and trying to collect any evidence that might remain, occasionally spending a few days in the field hoping for a sighting of their own. In the decade following the Jerry Crew track find, only the Patterson-Gimlin film would, in any meaningful way, help propel the hunt forward. Yet even the PGF would offer little more than a fascinating document of a purported creature. Shot in 1967, the Patterson-Gimlin film is as debated today as it was when it was first shown. From the Jerry Crew discovery until the early 1970s, Bigfoot remains solely a product of the West Coast, with numerous discoveries, expeditions, and sightings occurring in the PNW.
Bigfoot are mainly seen from northern California to southern Alaska. That's the concentration, the Pacific Northwest.
The Pacific Northwest would seem to be the perfect place for an undiscovered large primate to hide. There's a variety of reasons for that, beginning with the terrain itself. You have mountain ranges, some of them extremely rugged, occupying hundreds upon hundreds of square miles.
We had folks, early researchers like John Green and Roger Patterson and Renee DeHinden chasing down all of these reports. A lot of them came from the Pacific Northwest. There were quite a few where regular campers, to a report I have up on the Olympic Peninsula of a deputy sheriff running across one.
Bob Strain is a retired firefighter-paramedic who teaches an EMT class. He lives with his wife Kathy in Northern California and has spent more time outdoors in the mountainous terrains that Bigfoot is said to call home than nearly anyone I've come across.
Can you tell me about that?
Sure. Well, the first experience that I had with what we call Bigfoot was in 1975. I just graduated high school. And I went on a elk hunting trip with my dad, and we had been hunting for a couple of days, and I was up on a ridge. My dad was supposed to be coming up an opposing ridge, and we were going to try to kick up some game to each other, and I saw something black come out into the open. It's probably 300-400 yard distance that I'm looking at, but it was unobstructed view. First I thought it was a bear, and it came across the hillside and was hiding behind some trees and some rocks. I had a clear shot, and I had a deer rifle, and I was watching it through my scope, and it was on all fours, like I said. Got up to this flat area, and I was just about to take the shot. It was in my crosshairs, and it stood up on two legs. It kind of freaked me out a little bit. Well, it confused me as to exactly what it was I was looking at. And I walked off on two legs. The hunched over, cross-country skier type walking motion, and I watched it walk away. So the entire sighting in 2 or 3 minutes. And then I'm looking through my binoculars. My dad had finally come out from the forest where this thing had emerged from, but I could see him looking for me, and he got on his walkie-talkie. "Who's over there with you?" "There's some big, huge guy with you." I said, "Son, there's nobody over here but me." And I said, "Well, there is some big dude all dressed in black right above you."
August 2011, I was remote backpacking Mount Hood Wilderness with 2 friends of mine, work buddies, and we had made camp at this remote lake. Around 1:32 in the morning, I'm awoken. I wake up to what sounds like 2 rocks being smashed together, and it's from a distance, and it's getting closer and closer. My buddy Mitch, who was next to me, asked me, "Hey, do you hear that?" And I said, "Yeah, I hear that." He said, "What is that?" I said, "I don't know." And we hear something moving up on this little bit of a hillside. It sounded bipedal, but I couldn't tell. And to be honest, I didn't really want to look. And all of a sudden, whack, whack, 5 times. They're so hard to explain. The most powerful knocks I've ever heard or felt in my life, because you could feel them in your tent. They literally shook the ground. So whatever it was close. And it got silent. And then through the trees, we hear something coming through high above us through the trees. You hear it hitting branches, thud. Land sinks my buddy Mitch's tent. And he goes, "You know what that was, right?" I said, "That was a rock." I unzip the tent, I'm looking around, and out of the corner of my eye, I see something swing from behind a tree. And it looks like it's looking directly at our camp. And it's just swaying. And I can see a hand on the front of this large pine, and it's just doing this back and forth. And I can make out the arm and the shoulder and the head, and I could tell it was massive. But it eventually took off, and we peeled out. As soon as it was daylight, we packed up and got out of there. And we were going to do 4 days, and we ended up doing 2.
I was an investigator with the BFRO for several years as well, and I talked to a lot of different people, and I have friends that are, who you would call very credible people, law enforcement officers. Being from California, I've talked to several California Highway Patrol who have had visual sightings, and they identified it specifically as the only thing it could be is a Bigfoot.
A really typical report is, hey, I was driving to work 4 o'clock in the morning between Port Angeles and Forks, and this 8-foot tall creature on 2 legs ran in front of the car. That's super typical.
Well, the majority of reports are roadside crossings. Well, at any given moment, there's more people driving than are out camping and hiking, and you're observant when you're driving. When you're out camping and stuff, you're usually into yourself, into what you're doing. I think Sasquatch could be around you and you would never know because you're very predictable and they just want to skirt around you and avoid you.
Over 60 years have passed since Jerry Crew came across a strangely huge footprint in the dirt in Northern California. During that time, the field of Sasquatch study has seen its fair share of new faces, and additional evidence has come in by the truckload, much of it from findings in the Pacific Northwest. And while the world has changed dramatically, the farthest reaches of the West Coast remain essentially the same as they were in the 1960s. And while Grover Krantz, John Green, and Renee DeHinden didn't have a sighting of their own, the creature they searched for continues to be seen, and investigators like Derek and Shane follow in their footsteps, occasionally walking the same ground that the pioneers of the subject once walked themselves, though for different reasons than the cantankerous Four Horsemen.
Is because it keeps me in the woods. It's the ultimate hunt, and I'm a hunter. And even though we're not hunting with rifles, we're hunting for answers. And these answers are answers that everybody's looking for. And it's not that we want to be first with the answers, just want the answers.
I love it because I just love to be in the woods. I know Sasquatch exists. It's not even it's a non-issue for me. Some people come out here to find themselves. Some people come out here to lose themselves. I come out here for answers and to be in nature, and I can escape this guy because the mountain's right there and I'm a little bit faster than him. So I can go, bye-bye. No, but.
I didn't make the trek to Washington with the expectation that I would find proof of the existence of undiscovered ape men, and in that regard, my approach was the right one. But I did leave with a greater understanding of the area that we now consider the birthplace of Bigfoot, an expanse so large in scale that it's difficult to describe through words. I came away from the Pacific Northwest with a sense of just how much the quest to find the creature has impacted the lives of those who take part in the search. And now, months after I last set foot somewhere within the murky boundaries of America's last frontier, I find myself wondering if maybe the search for Sasquatch is motivated as much by a desire to explore the wilds as it is to find the answers to a centuries-old question. Don't go out in the woods after dark or the Minerva monster will get you. I heard it 1,000 times as a kid, but never understood what it meant. Minerva was a small town that was a 20-minute drive from my own small town. My dad and mom used to take us there for dinner when I was little. Why on earth did such a normal place have such a weird mascot? Years would pass before I learned the story behind the Minerva monster legend. How it centered around one small family living just off the Lincoln Highway outside of town, who were stalked by a mysterious creature in the forest behind their home during the summer of 1978. It was another handful of years before I would set out to document that story for my first film, Minerva Monster. The person I contacted when I began researching the Minerva Monster case was Barbara Galloway. Barbara was a beat reporter who was tasked with covering the monster story when it was first reported.
When you first got tasked with covering the Minerva monster story, what were you told about the story going into it?
Oh, it was simply a correspondent had picked up this police report at the sheriff's department, and I needed to go check it out because it was quite bizarre. and it sounded to them like they had seen this new creature.
That's what I was curious about. Is like, was Bigfoot even in?
It wasn't even a word.
Were there Bigfoot reports taking place here, or was this kind of like, in your opinion, was this one of the first ones to kind of catapult it into the
one of the
East
first,
Coast? Okay.
Yeah, in the East Coast, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
All we knew about Bigfoot is that there was this video from the West, from Washington State or somewhere.
Yeah.
And the name Bigfoot had just gotten started, wasn't even a thing yet. I did it as a legitimate story, and
you didn't refer to it as Bigfoot.
No, and they never did.
Yeah.
They never did, and they referred to it as the hairy creature or the large creature or something like that.
There's a real evolution in the media interest. In the 1950s, it was all about flying saucers and strange phenomena to do with UFOs. And then you see in the late 60s, after the Patterson-Gimlin film and around the time of the Boggy Creek movie, that the thrill of monsters came to the newspaper headlines. And a lot of newspaper editors wanted to sell papers, wanted people to pick up their newspapers, so it was monster this and monster that.
After the Jerry Crew stories hit the papers, there was a growing sense that various locations had their own histories of Sasquatch and Bigfoot reports, where all of a sudden stories were coming out of the general Midwest, coming out of the South, and even the East Coast and the extreme Northeast part of the United States.
If Patterson-Gimlin film is in 1967, you're at the end of a very tumultuous decade where there's lots of sort of cultural upheaval and all that. And you go into the 70s, that is kind of trying to reconcile all of that chaos that came before it. And I think the popularity of something like Bigfoot seems to play into this cultural interest in people's darker nature.
Minerva was a microcosm for the United States as a whole. Suddenly, a phenomenon that was supposed to be taking place solely in the Pacific Northwest had made a home in our own backyards. Literally. Stories about the Minerva monster and the Big Muddy Monster were grabbing attention not just because of the headlines associated with them, but also because various elements of them seemed ripped from the pages of a dime store horror novel. Tales of marauding creatures annihilating household pets and terrifying teenagers in parked cars were now all the rage. The Fouke Monster, the Missouri Monster, Monroe Monster, Big Head, the Enfield Horror, and more began appearing in local papers across the U.S., in many ways mirroring tales of encounters with wild men and apes seen in some of the very same publications a century earlier. With the spread of Bigfoot reports, the number of people interested in finding the creature began to grow as well. In New York, investigators like Bill Brand began looking into the subject with great interest, while in Ohio, Don Keating started taking reports from locals of what he began to call the Buckeye Bigfoot.
Was Bigfoot even a thing, or was that kind of like when it was just first starting to come into the public eye? When did it really come into the public eye?
Bigfoot in Ohio is like a roller coaster ride. Sometimes you would hear a lot about it, and other times you'd go for months or years without hearing anything at all. And so you had Minerva and MacArthur taking place in the late 70s, but nothing had taken place up until the mid 80s when I happened to come across this information.
As a kid, I was always aware of Keating. As one of the first Ohio Bigfoot investigators, he'd had a hand in looking into infamous cases like the Rome, Ohio Flap, and of course, the Minerva Monster case. Though the Minerva Monster sightings took place prior to his time as an investigator, his research into it pointed towards some of the commonalities that ran across many Bigfoot encounters in the northeast part of the U.S.
Yeah, on the average, I would say what I came across was between 6.5 to 8 foot tall, the brown or the black.
In the east, the Minerva Monster, Momo, the Sister Lakes Creature, a lot of those creatures have hair all over their face, and it's almost as if the eastern Bigfoot is a little farther away, is a little more invisible to the eyewitnesses than the western.
Yeah, geographical differences in what the creature was actually being reported as did seem to have sort of a regional cast to them. It seemed like a lot of the Midwest reports seem to be 7 to 8 feet tall and very, very hairy, to the degree that often the face would be obscured by the hair that was growing over it.
I had one report that stood out from Guernsey County, Ohio, not too far from Kimbolton, of some fellows who were back in the woods that were clear cutting an area. They happened to run across one of these things that was dark brown or black in color, but the entire stomach and chest area was white. That wasn't unusual enough. They just seen it and they said, that's it, we're out of here. You know, because they ran across something that they didn't think existed and scared them, frankly.
Well, what's interesting about a country as big as the United States is you seem to have these different species or variants of what Bigfoot is. You know, in the Northwest, it seems to be this kind of docile creature, just kind of wanders about. Whereas in Florida, you've got the skunk ape that seems particularly aggressive. There are accounts, I think, in the Northeast of white-haired Bigfoot.
In September of '85, outside of New Cumberstown, just south of the Tuscarawas-Guernsey County line on County Road 33, as you head toward a tiny little dot on the map called Guernsey, we had been out there investigating repeated sightings, screams, and the glowing eye incidents. There were 4 of us out there. We had been playing recorded sounds of what allegedly a Sasquatch sounds like. The guy who was over by the old barn didn't tell, of course, we didn't know this until later, but he had heard noises coming off the hillside, like heavy walking, heavy footfalls. And a short time later, as we found out, is when I seen something walking towards a chicken pen. It stopped for a split second and then walked away, straight away from me, twice as fast as it had come down toward the chicken pen. And what I could tell with what ambient light that I had was that it was a light-colored individual, easily twice as tall as what the goldenrod was, because it appeared as if the waist was above the goldenrod weeds.
Pacific Northwest, you have a lot of people that compare Bigfoot to the mountain gorilla, and that very much is in contrast to the eastern Bigfoot, really starting from the 60s, where there was violent interactions.
And it seems like a lot of these Northeast reports had sort of an aggressive nature to them, that the sightings or the things that were being reported were not something that you would want to see coming close to you. Often there's a sense of, a war or a violation of space that was taking place.
But the major difference that a lot of people always can see is that the eastern Bigfoot tend to attack dogs, and dogs become the victims of Bigfoot in a lot of these stories, not in the West, but certainly in the East.
When we interviewed a family, they'd had 6 dogs taken from there. Some of them were pit bulls, ripped, the chains are ripped. I mean, it's not, I've done films with cougar attacks and coyote attacks, and wild dogs in general will just tear an animal apart, but we're talking about something that has torn a heavy chain with the dog. There've also been decapitations. You try and put a human in the yard, you're not gonna get close to that dog. So what's doing it? It's not indicative of any animal, and they're disappearing at, a regular rate.
As far as differentials in behavior, the one down in the Bulgy Creek area, Falk, Arkansas, seemed to be more aggressive. There have been maybe a handful of reports in Pennsylvania that indicate it could be a little more aggressive over in that part of the state. Eric Altman and Stan Gordon would have a lot more info on that. Ohio is just, what I know, it's just a mainly passive, non-aggressive creature roaming the woods.
The aggressiveness of the Minerva monster was downplayed by the Catons, who, despite the suspected killing of their dog, believed it to be a passive creature. Something echoed by many Ohio investigators when it came to Bigfoot behavior as reported by the majority of witnesses. Maybe it was simply the more dramatic encounters that tended to make the news which painted the creatures into a violent corner. Regardless, the direction the phenomenon would take next would make the destruction of pets and livestock by creatures across the Midwest and Northeast look relatively normal by comparison.
The Rome, Ohio incidents in 1981. That was a totally bizarre set of circumstances. Apparent three-toed tracks all over the place, and alleged UFO Bigfoot connections, which my own opinion is you have to show it to me to convince me that it actually is connected. But they allegedly were having an awful lot of reports up there of UFOs and Bigfoot connected, and that was in 1981, just a few years before I got into it.
It was Pennsylvania researcher Stan Gordon who first brought to the public's attention the correlation between UFOs and Bigfoot in the state. I documented a very small part of Stan's work in the Bigfoot and UFO fields in my 2017 film Invasion on Chestnut Ridge, which was also when I first became aware of just how many cases he's investigated in his 60-plus years of paranormal research. While Stan was primarily a UFO investigator at the start, over time he would become intricately tied to the Bigfoot subject, and to furthering the idea of a nationwide phenomena that stretched far beyond the Pacific Northwest.
What were people reporting, seeing, or encountering?
Bigfoot is really nothing new to Pennsylvania. And there have been reports that apparently are associated with the Native Americans going back many, many years. And there are numerous newspaper accounts from across the state of Pennsylvania that talk about sightings of Bigfoot and strange footprints were found throughout the state. Back in 1973 and 74, all through this area, we experienced first the biggest UFO outbreak and then the biggest Bigfoot outbreak in history that began the summer of 1973, continued in early 1974, with multitudes of Bigfoot sightings, daylight as well as at night. That's when I had my first research teams, mainly scientists, engineers, and research people. And we were on the scene many times within minutes to hours after the incidents occurred.
There was a time in the 70s where UFOs and Bigfoot reports merged. They merged in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, in some of these locations. You would get a lot of eyewitnesses saying that UFOs were involved in some of the craft sightings, and that then all of a sudden a Bigfoot would appear.
So we were there when we could see the reaction of the witnesses, see their emotion, see the animal reaction in some cases, see the physical evidence at the scene. We made casts of some of the footprints, and it was just an amazing time to live through. It was a case that occurred up in Fayette County, along the ridge, up near Ohio Pile in February 6 of 1974. That was a case that convinced me that there's a lot more to the Bigfoot phenomenon than any of us realized. This woman was sitting in a little cabin home deep up in the mountains. She began to hear this commotion on her front porch. She loads her shotgun. She makes her way over to the wall, turns on the switch to turn on the porch light. She makes her way to the front door, opens up the front door, steps outside, and to her surprise, there's no dogs. But only a few feet in front of her, she describes this huge, hairy covered creature with his arms straight up over its head, just standing there right in front of her. What does she do? She fires her shotgun right at the creature, right into it. She said there's this bright flash of light, like a flash from a camera, and it physically disappears right in front of her. That's not the end of the story though, because her in-laws lived only about 100 feet away. They heard the gunshot, and they called and asked her what he was shooting at, and she tried to describe it to him. Her son-in-law at that point grabs his pistol and starts walking up that dark road towards her cabin. He saw a figure running up the road, but as he gets closer, he said he's surrounded by 4 or 5 hairy people with eyes like coals of fire. And he runs into the cabin home, and it was around that time period that they see this large object. They said like a big Christmas ornament with luminous different lights on it that was hovering over the trees at the same time. They were very frightened. That's when they called the state police. By the time the state police, some of those National Guardsmen found the property way up in the mountain, whatever was there was gone.
Within the Bigfoot field and the UFO field, it's kind of a norm to talk about 80% of the cases are misidentifications, mistakes, 1% are hoaxes. Now, if you take those two bodies of reports and you look at the circle that overlaps, you have an even smaller percentage that include UFO reports and Bigfoot reports.
While Pennsylvania would eventually become inextricably linked to high strangeness cases connected with Bigfoot, the predominant number of reports were still of seemingly flesh and blood creatures moving through the densely forested sections of the state, or occasionally glimpsed seen crossing a back road late at night. Despite the muddying of the waters brought on by the occasional paranormal Bigfoot case, the mundane sightings and encounters continued to occur weekly, with reports coming to Gordon's UFO hotline with greater frequency.
A lot of these creatures generally range from 6 to about 9 feet tall, even though some smaller ones have been reported. Generally sometimes very broad-shouldered, very long arms, sometimes extending down beyond the knees, almost to the ground in some cases. And many of the Bigfoot reports are in daylight. It seems that some people are of the opinion that Bigfoot is a nocturnal animal, that it's only seen at night. But actually, many of the better sightings here in Pennsylvania are occurring here in daylight. And many have been at very, very close range.
From the hills of Ohio to the ridges of Pennsylvania to the Adirondacks of New York, Bigfoot was sweeping the nation, coast to coast. Local legends had begun making some sense when viewed within the phenomena as a whole, perfectly exemplified in tales of a creature said to lurk in the depths of southern swamps. The southern Sasquatch gained further notoriety in the early 70s when it was brought to the silver screen in The Legend of Boggy Creek, a docudrama which focused on an outbreak of Bigfoot sightings in the bogs of Arkansas. Unlike most films connected to the subject, Boggy Creek was based on true events and did more to cement the idea of a living, undiscovered creature wandering the forest than nearly anything in pop culture up to that time.
One of the major films for those people that grew up in the 1960s was Legend of Boggy Creek, which came out in 1972. And it really burst on the scene in such a big way, and drive-in theaters, was so accessible to people, and then had a whole TV career too, that a lot of individuals that are researchers today really point to that one film.
Robert Robinson is an author and adventurer. He currently researches Bigfoot and skunk apes along with other local legends near his home in Florida.
The skunk ape, which I always tell everybody, is the cousin to Bigfoot. My research has shown this is basically, seems to be the same animal. This animal stands about 8 foot tall. The light brown in hair, and I would say it does seem to have no fear of going into the water.
Generally speaking, those creatures were sighted in and around swamps or inland lakes. So even the nomenclature there of skunk ape suggests a very ape-like appearance, and almost a great ape or a gorilla shape and size to what was being seen down in the swamps.
Reports in South Carolina are not as prevalent as some other places, but there is a consistency to them in that they tend to be this sort of orange-ish color. They tend to have really long arms, and really the descriptions are consistently like an orangutan.
The term skunk ape got used in 1971 when an amateur archaeologist, H.C. Osborne, saw it out in the Big Cypress Swamp down in the Everglades. Seems like right after that, every newspaper article right after that referred to it as a Florida skunk ape.
I'm one of those individuals that tend to think there's a different kind of hairy creature in the South that's more chimpanzees-like. In Florida, it's called the skunk ape, the Honey Island swamp monster, boogers, all kinds of different names in the South. Those are not traditional Bigfoot.
One of the oldest sightings of the Florida skunk ape took place in 1941. It was by a 5-year-old little boy. And he came in and he told his mom that there was a big hairy monster out there watching it. And he said that that thing was just watching him, and then when he got up and ran inside, it took off walking. And this took place in the in the Green Swamp located out north of Lakeland, Florida.
It is the skunk ape, but there are equal number of sightings in Louisiana, in Mississippi, in Oklahoma, Texas, Southeast Texas. There's places called Monster Central along the border of Louisiana and East Texas where there's constant sightings.
They do seem to be a little aggressive here, whether it's screaming at the person that saw them or maybe throwing something. But just like in Florida, the skunk ape tends to be somewhat aggressive and sort of nasty. It seems like the ones in South Carolina seem to be too.
We had a sighting with a hunter, 2012 Thanksgiving. He was in a tree stand when he saw the animal, as I call it, come walking out into a big, huge palmetto field, and he took out his cell phone and started filming. The thing looked up at him, and he said he felt a chill go down his spine when he realized it wasn't like a guy in a suit or a hunter in a ghillie suit, that it was an animal. He just kind of just didn't know what to do because the thing was looking at him, he was looking at it, and then he didn't know if he should go for his gun or just keep filming. And then the thing just quickly just took off running. He said he couldn't believe how fast it was running. He immediately got on his cell phone and called his dad and his son to come over, and he was too scared to get out of the tree stand. He wouldn't. In fact, they said they had to coax him to come out of it. He was so scared.
Between the 70s and the present day, sightings have continued across the country. There might be more reports coming in now than at any point in history. From the deepest southern bogs to the rolling cornfields of the Midwest to the farthest reaches of the East Coast, hair-covered giant creatures are spotted by average people in ordinary places. While the creature's popularity continues to ascend as films, television shows, books, and podcasts propagate the subject, the being at the center of it remains ever elusive.
I think the prevalence of these things in practically every state is compelling, as opposed to them being isolated to one particular area. But because they seem to be everywhere, in stories, not just in the United States, but all over the world, that there's some form of this thing practically everywhere.
If you look at the global picture of hairy creatures, there's all kinds of different things. Bigfoot, Sasquatch are the same thing, but in the southern United States, they're more hunched over, they're not as tall, they're more aggressive, different things like that behaviorally that show us there's something else going on down in the south than there is in the Pacific Northwest and some of the more forested areas of the United States.
I mean, obviously we both feel the same. I know this for a fact. We both feel the same way about this story as local history. It should be preserved. It's very important to Minerva. It's important to Stark County, Carroll County. Do you think there's an importance, though? I mean, don't you feel in a way like this is the story that kind of put Bigfoot on the East Coast map?
I do. I really do. In retrospect, yeah. And as I said, it wasn't even a thing then, but it certainly became a thing later on. And yeah, this was probably the biggest East Coast or Midwest episode at the time. Yeah, definitely.
If I had my own misgivings on the subject, they might actually relate to Bigfoot's ability to exist in every state in the Union. After all, there aren't many creatures on this earth said to reside nearly everywhere. How does a 7 to 10 foot tall, 300 to 600 pound animal manage to stay as hidden in the cornfields of Illinois as it does in the darkened forests of Washington? I've been across the country on my journey to find the truth about the creature's existence, and I'm left with the simple fact that the only chance I might have of finding out if Bigfoot exists is to seek it out in the place it's most likely to live. What is Bigfoot? Once you get past the initial idea propagated by decades of pop culture of the creature as a singular being who somehow manages to be in almost every state in the US, you start to ask questions like this. If it does exist, then it should fit within the parameters of what we know about the natural world. It walks upright like a man, but it remains far removed from other Homo sapiens. It could best be described as a primate, a giant 8-foot-tall primate that has somehow remained hidden for centuries while roaming lands often frequented by people. Then you have the weird stuff, the cases of Bigfoot tracks found in fields where they abruptly end or vanish, as if the track maker itself was whisked away, or maybe stepped right out of our dimension. Places like the Chestnut Ridge are rife with reports that seem to merge the seemingly mundane idea of an undiscovered animal with the utterly bizarre. It's a weird place to come looking for answers, but it illustrates better than nearly anywhere just how much of a rabbit hole the search for Sasquatch is. The more answers you seek, the more questions you'll find. One of those answer seekers is Eric Altman, a Pennsylvania native and Bigfoot investigator who has been involved in the subject of Sasquatch for over 2 decades. He's also my guide along the ridge, along with a few of his local investigative team.
This area that we're in, from Irish Town, the road that we came in on, it goes, the gas line goes that way. There have been multiple sightings, footprint discoveries, strange sounds heard and reported. The Hardy Hill that we came up, I was telling Ricky about a girl and her girlfriend were having a slumber party, and they were in their bedroom, and they heard something outside, and they felt like they were being watched. So they both turned their attention to the bedroom window and saw one of these things looking into the bedroom window.
I'm only here for a few hours, so my goal isn't so much to actually find a Bigfoot as it is to learn more about what Eric has experienced here and where it's left him in his own thinking about just what the origins of the creature might be.
Yeah, just now. Stop, stop, stop.
Sound like it came from down there. I'm gonna give a yell and see if I can answer that.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, in 1985, I was 20 years old, and I was on a off-trail hike in the Olympics up out of Staircase, which would be the eastern side of the Olympics, myself and 2 other people. So it was one of these trips where we were going to go up and do some cross-country and exploring off-trail. So I'd just taken my backpack off and I started cutting some hemlock boughs, and Jim and Mike were unrolling their bedrolls, and we were getting ready to go to bed, and we hear this crash, and it's coming quartered up to the left of us, and we're 8 miles up a trail and almost a quarter mile off trail, and something is throwing rocks at us in the Olympic National Park. And so we're just standing there dumbfounded, and then another rock comes, and it lands very close to the first one. And everybody started reaching down and grabbing their stuff up off the ground, and then rocks started coming to the right of us. And they're different sizes, but they're rocks, and they're being thrown in our direction, but we're grabbing our stuff up off the ground, and Jim and Mike take off down the ridge, and I take off right behind them, and I get about 10 paces and come to a skid, and remember I had a gun in my backpack. So I reached into my backpack real quick and just real quickly looked back behind me, and one had stepped out into the clearing and was staring at me from about 60 feet. And reality froze. I was like, no way. And I was terrified. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And I turned and swiftly hauled ass down the mountain And so, in a nutshell, that was my first experience, but it wasn't a lot of gray area. I saw what I saw, and it diverted my life into research, pretty much. I went into research about 2 days later. And that was 33 years ago.
It's impossible to begin asking questions about the origin of this animal until you learn a thing or two about its behavior. You can go about this any number of ways, from the historical reports of wild man and apes in North America to interviewing eyewitnesses or talking to investigators. Anyone who's spent any length of time in the field is going to have their own opinions on the subject, especially someone like Shannon LeGros. Shannon has hosted a podcast titled Into the Fray for 3 years and considers herself a collector of stories. She's skilled at talking to people and collecting data that others might overlook, and in her years of studying the paranormal field as well as taking part in field investigations into various phenomena, she's come to some conclusions of her own.
Common theories are great ape, human being, or a human hybrid, or that Bigfoot is of a paranormal nature, or it has some sort of extra paranormal abilities, and that's why we haven't been able to secure any proof that they're out there.
Like Shannon, Adam Dugan has found a place for himself within the Bigfoot world as a questioning voice. Adam is a level-headed skeptic who runs a Bigfoot-centric blog titled Search the Woods, and like many investigators, his time in the field as well as speaking with witnesses has led him toward his own theories regarding the creature.
Using common sense, I'm a big kind of believer in kind of the notion of Occam's razor. Like normally, the simplest answer is probably the correct one. I've always kind of held to the notion that it is fascinating enough that there could be an 8-foot tall, undiscovered North American ape wandering around the vastness of the Pacific Northwest or kind of Middle America, Oklahoma or Ohio or whatever.
There is a wide variety of theories that try to get at what is this creature really. One theory that I think is very much in vogue at this time is the idea of the creature being a simple flesh and blood, undiscovered primate. You know, I think the things going for that theory are the fact that there are tracks that are made, which are probably still to this day the best source of evidence for the creature, is the fact that something is making, for the most part, 5-toed, flat footprints out in the wilderness where people don't usually go.
Track casts are extremely fascinating to me. It's one of the things that I think is our best avenue for evidence for this, to fight that they are out there. We've actually have posterior casts, a glute cast. We have knee cast, knuckles, and of course the feet, which is the coup de grace of the whole thing.
Bigfoot tracks tend to be 5 toes, and like the human track in overall appearance, that tend to be 14 to 20 inches long. The track of the southern ape-like creatures are like your hand. They look like a chimpanzee-like footprint.
According to who you speak to, and of course we go off the anecdotal reports, there are different types of Bigfoot. There's different colors, different sizes, and of course the faces look different. You've got the more gorilla-looking type, and then you have the more human-looking type, which I personally would never want to see.
Well, we believe that they're apes because of their behaviors. We have very good, well-documented behaviors of what chimpanzees, orangutans, gorillas all can do and what they're capable of, what their mannerisms are. That the fact that Bigfoot is large isn't necessarily the issue, but more or less that it's bipedal. It has apparently probably has opposable thumbs. Those are in the ape family.
I think that Bigfoot is an ape. What makes me believe it is an ape is the eyewitness testimony that I've found to be credible, for what that's worth, seems to indicate an ape, from vocalizations to the track casts. I think look similar, some more so than others than ape. I think the reported behavior when someone does witness this animal, whether that's hunting or trying to hide, and you hear these stories of them looking around trees and trying to remain hidden, and I think that sounds ape to me.
As far as behavior goes, Bigfoot, we are guessing. You know, we all have ideas, and we're all working on hypothesis towards that end. There's a misconception, I think, throughout a lot of public that there is one Bigfoot. When you talk about Bigfoot, people say, "Well, there's more than one." Well, obviously, there's got to be a viable breeding population to have anything exist, any species exist. So, speaking to behavior, that's kind of a slippery slope because it is just opinion.
The undiscovered ape theory wasn't just born overnight. It's based on centuries of reports relating to behavior that we now understand to be that of many species of primate from around the world. From the vocalizations recorded in North American forests that sound like something out of deepest Africa, to tree-knocking, faux speech, and rock throws, the behavior recorded by eyewitnesses over the years has helped further the ape hypothesis more than any other. You'd think that with decades of searching for the creature, behavioral patterns would begin to emerge. Researchers of apes, bears, and any number of cataloged animals have managed to gain a greater understanding of them by documenting their food and water habits, the way they treat their young, and through radio tagging are able to track migratory routes and habits. As a natural animal, there must be a breeding population. Going back to the Albert Ostman incident, there have been sightings of what some would term juvenile Bigfoots, and in the modern day, one of my personal favorite accounts of a young Bigfoot comes from Kathy Strain. In 2011, Kathy had a sighting in southeastern Oklahoma that would change the course of her research and help push her line of thinking even further into the undiscovered ape camp.
I've had 3 sightings of 4 individuals, one being a small infant, juvenile, that was very small. And we're sitting around a fire ring, no fire around it because it's, like maybe 6:30, 7 o'clock in the evening. It's May, but there's still plenty of light. And we hear this scuffling noise, kind of thing. And we're just like, what in the world? Who's this? Something's making a racket. And so I can see down the bottleneck, and there they are. There's 2 animals, a big one and a little one, kind of doing this scurry kind of thing where this one's running ahead and then this one tries to catch up, and it looks like they're trying to get behind a shed or at least get close to us. And it's very clear, even though they're doing this, they don't know we're here. They can't see us. And so I jump up and I go, there they are. And I ran toward them. And then they bolt up this hillside, it was like this, like it was nothing. It looked like somebody had let loose a bungee and they just went whoosh, to the top of that. Like, at first I was like, those are ghosts. And then I turned to Bob and I was like, we can't win this. We're just not physically capable.
According to the reports, there is a breeding population. We see reports of what one would consider from their sighting to be the female, along with the juvenile, and then almost never, at least I haven't really heard very many reports where it's the Harry and the Henderson situation, where it's the entire family walking away. It seems like it would be the mother-son or the father-son, something of that nature, and there's always a sentry situation. It seems very tactical. If these guys are out, they've always got others around them, keeping an eye on their family members.
People, I think that there's a misconception that Sasquatch is a night mover, purely nocturnal. I don't believe that at all. Most of the sightings, I think, have been in the daytime. Most of the sightings actually have been from the road. So I don't think that they're that nocturnal.
As far as migratory goes, I think they're more transitory, where they can move from elevation down to the floor. You can go from peak to ocean almost right here. The Olympics is special because it's got an abundance of food. It's very temperate in a lot of ways. Like I said, you can go from snow cap to a much warmer environment, and this is very much the rainforest out here. So there's no real reason to migrate thousands of miles when you could go 10, 15, 20, 30 miles and completely change your environment.
There can be a level to migration as well. Here in the Olympics, a lot of the elk, not all of the elk, but a lot of the elk will follow the snow line up the ridge in the spring and summer. And we're pretty sure that the Sasquatch follow them because you can find tracks in April, May in between 2,000 and 3,000 feet.
To me, that all just screams big monkey. And I've said it several times, but Occam's razor, really, the simplest thing to explain these sightings is, someone says, I saw this thing that looked like a giant monkey in the woods. Well, Okay, let's leave it there then until something tells us more than that. I think a giant monkey in the woods is fascinating, and I think it's believable, and I think it's plausible.
So from a scientific standpoint, it simply makes sense because the whole scientific method is rooted in evaluating evidence. Evidence in the form of hair, imprints made in the ground are just about all that we have to go on.
It's an undiscovered animal, physical flesh and blood, walks upright like a human. That's about it. I mean, it's fairly simple and clear cut. There have been a lot more opinions that have come out in the past 10 to 15 years from people who claim it could be otherwise.
If there is an undiscovered ape lurking in our forests, is it really any easier to believe than any of the other theories that have been posited? The reason it appeals to me the most is that I can go in search of an undiscovered ape and maybe even have some sort of interaction with it. If the origins of Bigfoot are supernatural or paranormal, then I'd be seeking to solve one mystery with another mystery. With so much of the time given to seeking Sasquatch spent in frustrating silence, I'm not even sure I want to consider the possibility that it's something alien.
Then you get into some of the more outlandish theories about Sasquatch or Bigfoot. There certainly is the extraterrestrial hypothesis, which suggests, based on some sightings that have evidently taken place, where a craft of some sort or ship descends from the skies, and what emerges from that craft is a Bigfoot. And the theory goes that they're the occupant of these vehicles or in some way are being used as a scout.
So there is a belief amongst some people that there is a paranormal side to these creatures. Other cases where people feel like Bigfoot and UFOs are tied in together. And I believe in one of the cases, it was literally a situation where the person saw a Bigfoot get on a ship.
The time of high strangeness occurred in the 1970s when researchers from both the Bigfoot field and the UFO field tended to overlap in some of the investigations.
You know, when I started in this many, many years ago, I was always open to the possibility that Bigfoot, if it was real, and apparently some of these reports appear to be legitimate, that people were seeing as some type of unknown primate, an unknown type of animal. Then we began to realize that there may be a lot more of the Bigfoot phenomena than just the theory that it's an unknown type of animal.
That has the pro of being an awesome story. That has the con of there being almost absolutely no evidence to support it in any way.
We began to see this strange pattern where we'd have a UFO sighting in a particular area, and a short time later, we're talking minutes to hours to days later, we'd have a Bigfoot sighting, or vice versa. And then as time went on, we had those very interesting cases with Bigfoot and UFOs seen together at the same time and place. And there have been many, many other strange aspects of the Bigfoot phenomenon that continues to come to light even in recent weeks, which is suggesting that we're dealing with something that's much stranger than unknown primate.
There is the theory of Bigfoot as sort of a paranormal sojourner coming in and out of different realities through wormholes or, through portals, if you will, and that they're able to travel through dimensions that we are typically not able to travel through.
Several months ago, a family from North Huntington, PA contacted me. They provided me a very clear color video of a series of very strange footprints in their yard. They had awakened in January of 2018 to see this unusual series of large 15-inch long footprints, approximately about 70 feet of them, with about a 4 to 5 foot stride between the tracks. And what was so interesting to them was, here's a series of tracks going through their yard. It goes over to the children's play area, and they suddenly stop and vanish. There's no more tracks. But also, when they went back to look where the tracks started at, there was no beginning. The tracks didn't just come across the road and come to their yard. They just started out of nowhere, began in the yard, continued for a distance, and disappeared.
There are actually, shockingly, quite credible witnesses that have said this. And a lot of times it's a hunter out in the middle of the woods, they're completely by themselves. So unfortunately there is no corroboration that we can do. There was a witness that had a portal open up in front of him, very close. I think it was in 15 feet. And a Bigfoot walks out of said portal. The portal closes, the Bigfoot walks off silently into the night.
Reluctant as I am to say it, the evidence more and more is, for a lack of a better term, we may be dealing with something that's interdimensional, that has a physical and a non-physical component to it. That under certain conditions, these creatures come into our physical reality. They can look physically solid at times, even though some cases they aren't. They can leave physical traces and then they're gone.
The hardest part of being an investigator might just be knowing where to draw the line. For some, there is no line. No limit to the outlandishness of a report that causes them to write it off. Stan Gordon has pursued the unusual in a location known for its endlessly escalating high strangeness, and at the end of the day, all he's doing is writing down what witnesses say rather than writing them off. As something of a skeptic myself, I see the inherent difficulties caused by trying to integrate the paranormal with a flesh and blood hypothesis, especially if the goal is to attract the attention of the scientific community. If an investigator's job is to thoroughly examine reports from vetted eyewitnesses, then how do you decide when enough is enough?
Ivan Sanderson said to me once, never explain one unknown with another unknown. And UFOs being projected into the Bigfoot field tended to be an easy out for individuals that were not too strict about their investigation or their critical thinking. You could have some people that would say, a psychic answer that because the UFO occupants were teleporting information into their brain about seeing a Bigfoot and it really wasn't real. In other words, it was such a jumble of explanations, it had made no sense. And you would keep hoping that there was some kind of evidence of one or the other being together, but it never would happen.
Were there specific incidents that seemed to connect UFOs and Bigfoot that were occurring, and did they happen only during a certain time frame, or was it kind of an ongoing thing? How many cases do you think you actually took that connected them to?
Oh, that I actually investigated that were turned into Maine? None. I mean, I didn't know. I can't think of any offhand that were, if there were, I would have probably remembered them real quickly. But, and then if there were, I probably would have quit.
I'm not suggesting that Bigfoot is a passenger riding around in a spaceship from another planet, because we don't know what we're dealing with. We don't know for sure what the UFOs represent. I think we're dealing with something that, as of right now, is beyond our present scientific understanding. That someday we may have the technology and the instrumentation to detect this phenomena and learn more about it. But right now, we're just beginning to look in these areas. And I think someday we'll have some answers. But I think more and more that much of the Bigfoot phenomena is something much stranger than people realize.
In a field so rife with viciously defended theories and warring schools of thought over the origins of a creature not yet proven to even exist, perhaps the most evident takeaway is that the subject is a puzzle. I don't know that the puzzle being assembled by hundreds of factions spread out across the US will ever manage to put the pieces together. When you're dealing with something as frustratingly complex as the Sasquatch enigma, it's no surprise that people do eventually start turning to the supernatural for explanations. Bigfoot has been seen for centuries, yet we have no body, no definitive proof that it exists. People are seeing something, and if it's not an unknown animal that moves unusually fast through the densest of woods, then they begin to entertain other ideas. But that's the investigators. What are the witnesses? While they are rare, there are unbelievably bizarre reports of hairy creatures that seem to meld the world of the paranormal with the study of cryptozoology. For some, like Eric Altman, all that is left is to follow the trail wherever it leads, no matter how strange the path becomes.
How many years have you been into all this?
Gosh, I've been looking into the phenomenon for probably 38 years now, but I've been active in the field, going out and talking to witnesses in the woods, hiking and researching for just over 21 now.
Essentially, guys like you that take these reports and do their best to like look into it and investigate it in any way are pretty much just taking what people tell them and then trying to, find the answers behind what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, why is there such a hesitancy to even examine like the paranormal side of things?
I wish I could answer that. I really don't know why some people are so closed-minded about the possibility of this thing maybe having some kind of attributes that we don't understand. When I started doing things with Stan, I started reading about these possibly related UFO cases and working with him more closely these last couple of years. I've seen a lot more of these cases come to light through him. And we've gone and we talked to some what I feel are credible people, and they don't seem like they're nuts, or trying to gain anything from it. They had a terrifying experience and they want answers. So that's what we're trying to do. I started out flesh and blood. That's what I thought this thing was. It was, it had to be a relic hominid. It had to be some kind of giant ape that just hasn't been discovered. But the longer I'm in this, it's like a rabbit hole. Once you start down that rabbit hole, you don't know where it's going to lead you. And it's taken some pretty interesting twists and turns.
In 2013, I first became aware of the North American Wood Ape Conservancy. Formerly known as the Texas Bigfoot Research Conservancy, the group was based in the Lone Star State, but had members all over the country. I'd learned about the group through a podcast called The Bigfoot Show, which was hosted by a member of the NAWAC named Brian Brown. I liked Brian's level-headed, often skeptical approach to the subject, so when he began filling episodes with stories about unusual activity taking place in a location known as Area X, it piqued my interest. Over the next few years, I and the podcast's myriad listeners followed Brian as he went from skeptic to ardent defender of the existence of Bigfoot. I began emailing Brian questions about X and wood apes in general, and soon we were exchanging phone calls and texts relating to our interest in the subject and, more importantly, my interest in X. Over the years, my fascination with the subject had never waned, but I'd recently been finding myself growing more and more skeptical of the actual physical reality of such a creature. It wasn't that I hadn't spoken to dozens of believable witnesses or experienced some strange occurrences for myself, but in the 4 years I'd been making movies, I came to find that I had more questions than answers. Maybe I'd find those answers in Area X.
Yeah.
Those are eyes, dude.
It's gone. Huh? It's gone.
Yeah, we're here in Area X, which is located in the Ouachita mountain range here in southeastern Oklahoma.
Can you talk about the genesis of this place? How did you guys find it? Who decided this was
sure thing.
where to go?
Alton originally found this place by just doing some basic old-fashioned field research. He opened up a map and he looked and he tried to figure out, if I was an elusive wild animal that didn't want to hang around people, where would I go? And he basically drew a circle and started driving around that circle trying to find a place to try to see if there were apes present. And there was a bit of they sort of lucked into it. He met a guy who knew a guy, basically, who told him about this place, because they had stories. They've had cabins in here for years. And so there were stories from that family. They've been coming in here for quite a long time, hunting and things like that. I mean, they didn't spend a lot of time in here, but they'd had vocalizations. There had been a sighting of what looked like a chimpanzee up in a tree. One of them was hunting and saw it swinging around up in a tree. So there's just a series of stories from them. And of course, in this region, this part of the country, there's stories going back 150 years or more of people experiencing encounters with what appear to be large bipedal apes.
My reason for making the trek to Oklahoma was twofold. I wanted to see or experience something for myself, something that might persuade me these creatures exist. It was Brian's stories of almost constant activity involving wood apes that had made me want to make the trip in the first place. From direct sightings of the creature to remarkable vocalizations, rock throwing from unknown assailants, and wood knocks, the group had been documenting occurrences on a scale unlike any other Bigfoot group of which I was aware. I also wanted to document the day-to-day operations and get a feel for how the activity that did occur was cataloged and examined by the NAWAC, and figure out who these people are that spend so much of their time trying to scientifically prove to the world that Bigfoot exists. Unlike most organizations who search for Bigfoot, these people don't just spend a random few hours wandering the forest looking for evidence. They spend up to 7 days at a time in the woods in 4 to 8 person shifts for over 6 months in a place with documented ape activity. Like Jane Goodall, but the apes are 7 feet tall and walk on 2 huge feet.
I think the biggest differentiation point between the NAWAC and other groups of people that do this, primarily it's discipline. It's a great deal of teamwork. We have a group that is very tightly knit. We have great leadership. We have clear goals, and those are established and communicated every single year. So we're able to put teams into the field all summer long over a period of several months, which is just something that no other group can do that I'm aware of.
What surprised me first about Area X was that it's so isolated. Buried deep in the valley, X is a 2.5 hour drive down an ungodly, rough, dirt gravel road that can only be traveled by 4-wheel drive trucks or all-terrain vehicles. And once you're down in the valley, the overwhelming sense that you are completely alone sets in. The leaf canopy is so thick that in some areas of the forest you can't see 5 feet beyond the path. And in the midst of this jungle-like environment sits base camp.
I think this area is probably the most remote site, the most remote area east of the Rocky Mountains. The actual Ouachita Mountains are about 300 miles across from east to west. From north to south, probably 150 miles. And so it's this nice little pocket that's situated, like I said, along the border of Arkansas and Oklahoma.
I never would have conceived that this environment is possible in Oklahoma. I'm familiar with western Oklahoma, which is plains. And this is, it's like an inland rainforest. They get over 70 inches of rain per year. It all used to be hardwood forests, but not anymore. Unfortunately, that's what's happening throughout America. In the United States, we are losing 6,000 acres per day of open land is being developed, and not just taken away, but changed and fragmented. And this is one of the last vestiges in this area for certain that hasn't.
There are areas that we drove through for years getting here that were thick, multi-species forests that have been clear-cut and replanted with a single species of tree that grows as quickly as possible so they can come back and harvest it again. That's not an environment, that's a farm. And animals depend on a rich ecosystem that don't exist in a cornfield, and that's exactly what those forests are. If there's one kind of tree growing for as far as you can see, that is essentially a cornfield. You're not going to find an ecosystem in a cornfield.
The drive into Area X took us through some of the clear-cut sections of forest that Brian had talked about, and one thing that struck me was the lack of wildlife compared to the valley where I would spend most of my time. While occasional deer or squirrel might wander through the newly planted pine forests, the log sections of these wild lands stand in stark contrast to the natural beauty of the untouched portions of the region. I'd never looked at Bigfoot as an endangered species, and maybe they aren't, but to see the abrupt change from natural growth hardwoods to pine forests brought to the forefront the conservancy aspect of the NAWAC.
The mission of the NAWAC is it's conservancy. We love this animal. We know it exists, and he has the right to exist, but he's not going to be able to exist if there's no trees or resources for him to exist within and from.
The North American Wood Ape Conservancy, or the NAWAC, is just a very diverse group of individuals from across the continent, really, that brings a great amount of knowledge together and forms this pool of resources with a common goal, a common interest, and that is to see this thing brought into the light of the world so that it can be properly recognized by government and science, and so that it can be properly protected as well as its habitat.
We have seen everything there is to see. I mean, I've been on teams where the rock throws, where you're just done. You're just like, okay, we're at 100 rock throws in the last hour, and I'm done.
One of the most interesting and frankly inexplicable examples of that is what we call the rain of rocks, where we had some team members in a cabin not too far from here up the valley. They would hear it sounded like a rain of debris, as if something was outside the cabin throwing whatever could scoop up off the ground into the air and having it fall down on the cabin's roof. Whatever was doing it, whatever was making that happen, whatever animal was conducting this, as soon as there was any indication that we were awake or moving around, it would take off.
Wood knocks, vocalizations, whistling. Slamming the sides of tents and of the cabins. Feeling like you're being watched and always having something. If there's one, there's two. There's two, there's probably three. Because they're always watching us and trying to see what it is that we're doing.
I've had several sightings here, the two that we saw run up the hillside. And then later on that week, I saw a large reddish brown colored one walking through the sunlight. It was clear that it was a live animal, the way that the sun glistened off of its fur.
Well, we believe that they're apes because of their behaviors. We have very good, well-documented behaviors of what chimpanzees, orangutans, gorillas all can do and what they're capable of, what their mannerisms are. That the fact that Bigfoot is large isn't necessarily the issue, but more or less that it's bipedal. It has probably has opposable thumbs. Those are in the ape family.
There's actually a great deal of parallels between observed ape behavior and what we've experienced and what people all across the country have experienced with wood apes, which I think is one of the most sort of compelling pieces of evidence in that this is just another species of apes like the ones we've already identified around the world.
Homo sapiens sapiens are completely different due to brain size, fire use, artifact creation, all those things that go with culture, versus what this likely is probably in the orang family, is what I would guess, somewhere in that realm. And so there's no other category it would fit in.
Our mission here is to establish these animals as scientific fact, and the way that you do that in biology is by producing a specimen. A lot of people find an incongruity in the logic of saying that we're trying to protect this animal by killing one. But the reality is, until we establish these animals as an absolute scientific fact, their environment will not be protected. They will not be an animal that anyone takes seriously. The people who can actually make a difference in their lives, in maintaining habitat for them, will not pay attention.
Why are you trying to kill one instead of taking a really convincing video or photo of them?
Well, science requires a specimen anytime a new species is listed. Anytime a new species is discovered, it has to have a specimen because it has to be independently verified. It has to be poked. It has to be prodded. It has to be tested. You can't do that with a photograph, particularly a species that is unique as this one is.
And so our job is to bring that one specimen scientifically, not for profit, is given to science freely. Science is going to research it, do its DNA, and then give that information to the public for free.
One of the biggest projects mounted by the NAWAC in the last handful of years was compiling all the data they'd collected over their time in X into a document titled the Ouachita Project Monograph. Detailing key events and evidence gathered, the monograph is page after page of fascinating evidence for the existence of an unknown creature roaming the Oklahoma forests. In the monograph, one of the biggest bombshells relates to what the group dubbed Tag 7 and how it might relate to the behavior of a flesh and blood animal has implications for the Bigfoot subject as a whole.
So we have a field biologist in the group who brought to our attention a technology that is used in biology in research, field research, using radio telemetry, radio tags. And then you use radio telemetry to track the motion of these animals, to see where they go, what their ranges are, things like that. We had a member who was able to take the tag technology and integrate it with a system with the string traps, so that if an animal, an ape, walked through these string traps, the tag would affix itself to the animal. Essentially, the animal would self-tag itself. But that's what we did. The string trap was actually very near the cabin we were staying in. It walked through the trap, the tag affixed itself. But over the course of several months, we were able to track that animal for miles around. It had a range. We were picking up signals much further away than we were expecting, and it really helped us establish a working idea of how large the range is for at least that animal that tagged itself.
One of the key ways the NAWAC is looking to prove the existence of the creature is by collecting a body. Kill or no kill is a debate that has raged within the Bigfoot community as far back as Renee DeHinden and Peter Byrne. For decades, investigators have fought it out over whether or not a body of a Bigfoot is needed to prove that the creature exists. It's something that an outsider to the subject or ardent skeptic might never even consider, but should Sasquatch exist, being the one who pulls the trigger to prove it would leave an impression that might never fade.
Originally from Northeast Texas, served the United States Air Force Intelligence, 6 years active duty, 2 years in the reserve, have a degree in history, bachelor's degree. I now work in the financial industry, pays well, allows me to do this sort of thing. That's sort of my background. When I go out into the field to actually try to collect one, I actually prefer to go out by myself. I like to proceed as though I'm hunting conventionally, like a turkey hunter. A turkey hunter generally camos from head to toe, hunts in a concealed blind. The whole time I'm here, really, I am focused on what I have to do, on why I'm here, and that is to collect one of these things, to put one down, to put it on a slab, so that science can look at it and say, and eat its big bowl of crow that I'm going to serve to it, and can say, you were right. And so I'm so totally focused on that while I'm here, and particularly when I'm out in the field.
This is Echo 1. All teams, I just heard a impact sound. My judgment, to the west.
Within the first few hours of arriving inside Area X, we had a startling string of events unfold involving Dermal Collier. Shortly after leaving Daryl at his position in the forest, he began radioing in that he was seeing movement through his scope about 70 meters ahead of him. As this was happening, we had begun to hear movement and what sounded like distant vocalizations somewhere in the direction of the camp. We began working our way back in the direction of the sounds when Daryl's account of what was happening at his location began to intensify.
Oh, his head bulked up just slightly, and it was conical shaped, and it was, I could see the slits for eyes. Did not see the mouth or nose, it was obscured underneath. So I knew that was an MA.
He could see its eyes, he could see its nose, you couldn't really see its mouth through the foliage, but he said he saw the head and shoulders of this ape. And so what we've been doing since then is he's been listening, he's been watching for it, and he hasn't seen it until just now. But we've been hearing some wood knocks. He heard a wood knock. It sounds like there's knocks happening on both sides of him, so towards us. in between he and us, and then on the other side of him, which potentially could be an attempt to get him to move. So we're gonna try going down the trail again, see if we can get something to move or
Take your radio.
displace itself, see what happens.
That noise is big dragon. Those are all
Okay, Daryl, tell me
energy.
what happened. You were still hunting west of the Bass Trail, were you not?
I don't know, how long was I there? Hour and a half, 2 hours?
Something about that.
And then I started hearing a squirrel barking up the mountain behind. You know, I started thinking, okay, squirrels don't bark at nothing. They bark because there's something that is alarming them. There's no way he was barking at me. I was totally still. I was concealed, totally camoed.
You're too far away anyway.
Too far away. There's something up the mountain that he was agitated about. And, you know, I couldn't really see anything at that point. And then I put it to 6, and that's when I saw like the leaves just like slowly moving like this. And it was like they would push back. And that's when chills went up my body, because I could see this white mass just moving. And it must have moved 3 or 4 feet, just kind of just like this. And I still can't see ahead. What I'm seeing, what I perceive that I'm seeing now is like a shoulder. It's like a line of something, and it's just going like this. And then it just kind of pushes back, and I see the vegetation move, and then I could see like, it looks like a head with 2 eyes, and it's like, just like that, and then I can't see it anymore, and then it's completely still.
Have there been incidents where there were actually shots taken at these things?
There have been several shots taken. Daryl, the famous Echo incident, did and hit one probably in the arm, and that's our biggest regret.
It's July 3rd, 2011, and we had been having quite a bit of activity. We were at a cabin making plans for the evening, and we heard a loud bang to the west. I grabbed my weapon, my shotgun, and Travis Lawrence grabbed his rifle. We split up. I went down the main trail. He went down the creek. We wanted to sort of pincer this thing, and I just crept down the trail very quietly. I kept hearing movement ahead of me. But once I stepped around the corner, I saw just a big brown wood ape, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever you want to call it, walking parallel to this fence of this cabin. And I knew instantly what it was. I knew what I was there to do. So I emptied my weapon. And so I instantly started loading again. And the thought occurred to me, oh, shoot, I just emptied the shotgun. I need to load this thing up again. So I'm walking real quickly, I load it, and here comes Alex. He runs up and he joins me, and we walk up to the spot, and there's no animal there. But there is a trail of tracks and a lot of disturbance in the ground.
And we don't want to wound an animal and injure it unnecessarily. And I know that sounds strange. It's difficult to conceive that to save an environment and a species, we have to take one. But it's not our rules. There has been so many other things to happen to try and convince the scientific public that, you know, unfortunately it's going to take a type specimen. So we do take shots, but they're very, very rare.
So, you know, I was pretty frustrated, pretty disappointed. We did find some blood in a creek right there. We sent that to a lab to get it tested, and they never could confirm that it was even blood, even though our tests done by an MD and a geneticist in our own organization had tested 2 of the rocks for blood, and they confirmed it was blood. And we sent the other 2 up there, and I'm not sure what happened.
I think what strikes me and is not what I expected, is not what you read about in the Bigfoot books or in the documentaries, is the apparent interest they have in us. We believe them to be a primate, we believe them to be a great ape, and so they have these really big, powerful brains relative to the animals around them, and they demonstrate just an insatiable curiosity in us.
And it's not, I don't think they're watching us because they're looking for an opportunity to get one of us. They're watching us because they're curious of what we're doing, trying to figure out what we're doing, and then keeping track of where we are and at, because I think there's other stuff that's still happening. You know, I've had 3 sightings of 4 individuals, one being a small infant, juvenile, that was very small. I know Mom was somewhere nearby while that was happening, and so it's kind of, this foliage is so thick, you really don't know what it is that they're probably watching this right now going, what are they doing? Why is she doing this with her hands, kind of thing, you know?
We've become aware of the fact that we were being observed by these animals. We become aware of it in multiple ways. You either see them on thermal, through a thermal imager, you see their eye shine, you hear them, you see the animals themselves, you smell them. They appear to be incredibly curious and interested in observing us when we're in here.
The North American Wood Ape Conservancy has spent years in this place, but for myself and Adam Dugan, who made the trek in with me, this is all new. We're miles from civilization in an area where you'd have to either be suicidal or crazy to attempt to sneak into, and to hoax a group as heavily armed as this one. At night, when the sun sets, all we are left with is a day's worth of stories about giant apes and the events that have occurred in this exact spot. The group doesn't light a fire, instead preferring to sit in complete darkness, only occasionally turning on a flashlight to call blast various screams into the pitch black forest surrounding us. It was on this first night that we saw the eye shine watching us from a nearby hill.
See?
It's hard, yeah, it's hard to see the angle that I am.
It's like 2 eyes.
Yeah.
Those are eyes, dude. 6, 7
It's gone.
years.
Huh?
It's gone.
The glow from the eyes was clearly visible in a place where no available light could have caused a reflection. These, what appeared to be eyes, seemed to be self-illuminated. Something had been watching, but made a quick getaway into the tree cover, and with it went any hope I had of sleeping through the night.
I mean, it wasn't a lightning bug.
I saw that last night.
Fireflies weren't.
Well, no, it was stationary. When I looked at it and you were looking at it, it was stationary. And then you came over.
Well, it did that because I came over, because I saw it, because I had my headlamp on.
Right.
Here, in Area X, I finally found what I'd been searching for since I'd first heard about this place years before. An encounter with something unknown. Something unidentifiable. Adam Dugan was with me for the event, and his account is identical to mine.
This past summer, when I was in Area X with the NAWAC, on the last night that we were there, at about 2:30 in the morning, I don't remember exactly what time, just as I was starting to fall asleep, we heard a loud, what I believe was a rock hitting the roof of what they call their hooch, which is where all of their equipment is stored underneath. It's a large kind of metal, almost like pull-through garage port type thing. A loud rock hit it. I thought it was a gunshot possibly at first. It was that loud enough to wake you up from kind of half sleep state, and then immediately after that it sounded like, the best thing that I can describe is a monkey howling. It was certainly not a wolf or a coyote. I'll tell people, you imagine yourself walking into a monkey exhibit at a zoo, and what you would hear a gibbon howl, except a gibbon that sounded like it was, 600 pounds, enough that you could feel it when it howled, followed by again a monkey laughing. All of this happening within a period of, probably 15 to 20 seconds.
I'd always expected an unexplainable event like the rock throw and screams I'd heard inside X to be something terrifying, an encounter with a monster. But the truth is, what I actually experienced seemed to be a natural occurrence, like hearing any one of the owls, squirrels, or other natural animals we'd encountered in our brief time. I'd come into this place feeling like maybe there was no Bigfoot. One scream, one rock throw had completely moved the needle for me, and in just a couple days inside this place deep in the Ouachita Mountains, I'd come to a greater understanding. Maybe not an understanding of the phenomena I was pursuing, but of others like me who'd become enamored with the creature itself. The North American Wood Ape Conservancy is doing something that has never been done before, pursuing a legend in the most logical way possible. To some, it might seem silly or fanciful to give up weeks of your life to search for Bigfoot, but just consider for a moment that it's real. Consider the greater implications, the impact on humanity, on biology, on ecology, on the logging industry, on the natural world and our understanding of it. The impact on human history.
Do you think we're close to establishing these things?
I do. I feel very close close in geologic time could be the next 50 years and it still be considered close. But yes, I feel like just the work we've already done with Tag 7, with the monograph, is light years beyond what anybody else has produced. Anybody coming out, I would normally say, read this book, read this book, read this book. I might say that as well, but I'm going to also tell somebody, read the monograph and learn what we learned from Tag 7.
Do you have like a personal attachment to this place? How do you feel about this area?
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. It's. I'm here. We're both here because we were invited here. This would not have been on our radar screen at all. We do all of our investigation work in California. Just like the river's drying up and becoming a pond, this is what's happened here. They're caught in a small pond, if you will. And so that's why we're here. We're here because the wood ape is here.
Yeah, I get frustrated with this quite a bit. I get frustrated, I get discouraged quite often because it's extremely difficult. It's not easy at all. When you see one and it's a fleeting glimpse and it's like it's right beyond your fingertips, it just, it's very frustrating. And you get tired of coming in and just coming into this place, and because we do these operations for 130 days, and plus I miss home when I'm here. I love being out here, but at the same time, I love my wife, and I like to be with my wife too. It's just something I have to do. I feel like we have an ethical responsibility to ensure that the world knows that this species exists.
I probably think about Area X and the things that have happened, the things that may happen in here. I probably think about it every single day of my life. It's not the kind of place that you forget or just don't think about. I've had some remarkable experiences in here, things that I never thought I would ever experience. And the reality is, every time I come in here, there's an opportunity for something just as remarkable or more remarkable happening at a moment's notice. So yeah, I even though it's a 800-mile drive for me or thereabouts, I never feel like I'm very far from Area X. It's in my thoughts quite often.
I've spent the last year wandering the country, filming with investigators and historians in search of answers to the Bigfoot riddle. When it all began, if you'd asked me where I was on a scale of belief in the possible existence of this creature, I'd have said I was at 30%. After years of talking to witnesses, spending days and nights in supposedly active Sasquatch locations, and seeing numerous questionable videos of reported creatures, I'd hit a low point. Once you've been into this subject as long as I have, you begin to feel the frustration of the passing years mounting up with no new evidence being offered. Sure, initially the scary stories are fun, but over time you want more. When I got into all this, I kept myself on the outside, content to merely observe the various researchers and investigators and track their progress or lack thereof. After what I witnessed in Oklahoma, I find myself wanting to get out more, partially because I want to document the search, but also because I'm starting to want to be a part of it myself.
About like why you guys do what you do? What is what on a personal level, like what is the reason that you go and do like the investigations you do or try to have interactions, or why do you do it?
Well, basically 12 years ago or so, I thought if Bigfoot was real, it would be all Pacific Northwest. There was a report on Channel 7 one night about a sighting in Ohio, which I thought was BS. But it got me curious. I got online, stumbled into a website, started reading reports, and most of them I laughed. I thought, oh, you're drunk, you're stoned. That was a deer. But a couple of the reports were really creepy. The guy said that he didn't know what was in his backyard, but his 5-year-old male German Shepherd, and I grew up with a German Shepherd, I'm partial to him, came through the door, the glass on the door, outside door, to get back in the house. Ran to the furthest point away in the house, curled up and pissed itself. Them dogs don't do that. And what I found was the more I looked, the more I found. And I thought, you gotta be kidding me. Which eventually led me to this guy. Then we started doing our own thing. But the thing for me is the more I looked, I didn't expect to find anything and this would be done. But the more I looked, I got sucked in because I'm like, hey, what the hell's that? Hey, well, that doesn't make sense. And before you know it.
You guys find your day-to-day life changing a lot as far as everything you do tries to revolve around Bigfoot or going out Bigfooting?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I try not to let that I want to have it, but I love baseball and football, but I want seasons. I want a little bit of a break, but it's just crazy that there's something here, and there is. And it's like you want to know more, you want to understand what's going on.
We are the Ohio Night Stalkers. We are field researchers or investigators, and we are lecturers. You know, we have our audio recorders, and we go out and we just try to interact and see if we can get activity.
On the weekend, we're the weekend warriors. We get together and we hit several spots out here in Adams County and other counties. We go into a promising area and we set that up, and we do some wood knocks, and Mike does some howls and some other stuff, and try to have something interesting happen.
While groups like the NAWAC and the Olympic Project are organized and follow the scientific method, for the most part, Bigfoot investigators are men and women like Mike Feltner, Jeff Byers, and Mike Miller. Individuals who head into the woods whenever their normal, everyday lives allow them to do so, with the equipment they have on hand or are able to afford. Most of the field work revolves around nighttime hikes or driving to an isolated area and call blasting various sounds into the forest and hoping for some sort of response. Frequently, the replies are natural animals like fox, coyote, or owl. Occasionally, it's something else. Something worth getting excited about.
Bigfoot investigators, I would say 98% of them are your normal everyday Joe. They have the 9-to-5 job, and they are, and this is the big thing, they are funding their own research.
What do you guys do for a living?
I work for a school district. I'm a maintenance guy.
I drive for UPS.
How do you fund the research you do?
Well, a lot of times I work an extra job, and we just save up money we do a lot of library talk. So our library funding, we put back for equipment, gas, lodging, stuff like that.
They are in it to either prove it to themselves, or just to see it again.
I mean, of all the research studies that we could be doing, this has got to be one of the harder ones because most of the public doesn't even believe it's real. You know, which that might even drive us or fuel us a little more. You don't get a whole lot of shock value when you're out there and you don't run into Bigfoot. You're basically just studying the area and trying to figure out if this thing lives here, why does it live here, and how does it subsist? How does it get through? Mm-hmm. How does it live? How does it sleep? How does it eat?
Yeah, the real research happens on the backside of that camera, up in the mountains and in these areas. And one of the key things to this research I found is staying in one area for a lengthy period of time. Because too many people, you know, back, you know, when the research kind of started, it was, and Derek could tell you better than I can, but it was, okay, here's an encounter, let's go there. Here's an encounter, let's go there. Here's an encounter, here's the story.
We would get phone calls or letters, and you know, people would contact me, say, hey, I seen something cross the road. Well, I went to pick up Mary Jo at a basketball game. Okay, well, do you mind if I come out and take a look at the area and talk to you about it? If I had somebody else with me, or even if I went by myself, I wanted to talk to them, I wanted to document their story, I wanted to do it on videotape or audio tape. I wanted to photograph the area where the thing was seen, if we could get to the area. And then I look for evidence if it was recent enough.
Can people like directly contact you guys and report a sighting locally? And if so, do you guys go out to their property and investigate, or how does that all play out?
Yes, we have. They can contact us through Facebook. We have our own page. We also have business cards, you know, our email addresses and phone numbers.
And another thing we like to do is I go to like the local police stations and we give them our business cards. So if they do get a contact for somebody, you know, they contact us.
It seems like there was a lot more organized research back years ago. Back in the 70s, the 80s, maybe early 90s. There's a lot more Bigfoot and UFO researchers out there today. There's many, many smaller groups, and they're doing the best they can. But just like myself with the groups I ran years ago with many research people, we did it all out of our own time in our own pocket. And you were still limited what you could do. I'm hoping today, with the advancement of science, however, that we'll be able to find more clues, more evidence for whatever it is that we're dealing with.
I think as long as you have enough of a drive and enough of a passion, I don't even think it matters if you can ever get in the woods or if you can ever go camp in Salt Fork and have something whistle at you. You'll never leave the subject, because I think once it gets under your skin, then you're in it. You're in it for life. You got to go your own way. And it's okay to believe what you believe. You're going to get laughed at. I'm going to get laughed at. We've all been there. But you got to keep pushing forward, because I really do think something is in fact out there.
I think when you look at like kind of your armchair researcher versus your actual your scientist, I do think that it's unfortunate that the scientific community has not explored this more and has left it more up to the armchair researchers, because not by any fault of their own, I don't feel like your weekend warriors have the necessary familiarity with kind of the scientific method, where you actually are going to hypothesize something and then you're going to observe something, or vice versa, and then you're going to do what you can to test certain theories. The armchair researchers love the subject, they love the idea of it, and they almost, when they get out in the woods, I think are kind of like a kid in a candy store. Like everything becomes Bigfoot. There's not really a methodology to what they're doing. There's nothing methodical about it. It's go here and do this, go here and do this, knock on this tree, make a call this direction, and you get potential responses and you get potential evidence, but there's no way to actually vet it.
The vetting of evidence is extremely important, and the scientific method needs to be applied far more in Bigfoot research than it typically is. For organizations like the NAWAC and the Olympic Project, applying rigorous testing to theories and maintaining a level head in the field is top priority. But for Mike and Mike, they're not as interested in proving these creatures exist and wooing the scientific community into taking a look at the subject, as they are in simply having interactions with what they already know lives in the forests of Adams County.
I got a map of Adams County, and I noticed this road that dead-ended into a graveyard, and I thought it would be interesting. So about 9:30 at night, we went out there, and you know, Mike did some howls during the day to see how, you know, the echo would be and everything. So we picked some spots out that we wanted to come back at night, and that's what we did. We basically came in at night and started doing that. The first place we stopped we got what we think is a younger one, like a response, almost sounds like a gibbon monkey in a way. But that's all that happened there. And when nothing else happened, after we stayed maybe 20, 30 minutes, we went down to where the graveyard is. We heard some weird whistles. We heard something approaching us, because Mike's got a bionic ear thing where you can listen. And then out of the blue, they just started screaming. The coyotes went off, and all hell pretty much broke loose.
Yeah, we're sitting there. My son actually woke up from a deep sleep. He's with us in my SUV, and when them coyotes went off, it actually sounded like one was being strangled, and then you can hear the vocalizations over that, and then you actually hear a whoop, whoop, like a whoop sound. I mean, these things was whooping, and it was so intense.
So then we left there. We went up maybe half a mile to a place we called the turnaround. It's the only place on that road that you can turn a vehicle around if you want it.
Yeah, so we get out. My son actually said, "Hey, Dad, why don't you do your vocalization?" So I'm crossing this road off this ridge to the wood line, and to the right, I hear a snap. So I turn to the right, and right by this tree was this massive figure, shoulder, cone head, eyes. I see this thing. I get goosebumps right now telling this, because this thing mimicked my voice, not me talking, but how I screamed earlier in the night. It sounded just like me, like it was cloned, and there it is up on this ridge. I can't see myself. I'm trying to go backwards because I'm about ready to pass out. It scared me to death. But I see this individual creature, whatever you want to call it, up on this hill, and it's staring right at us, mimics me, and we get back in my SUV and we bolt down the road.
During the night trip up into the hills around Adams County, we'd managed to capture an unusual piece of audio. Seemingly from a source close by, the noise came in response to a call that Mike Feltner had done just moments before, but came from further away and across the valley.
And then, but in the back of your mind, you'll be like, what was that?
Unfortunately, due to the distance and the prevalence of other animals such as coyote in the area, we couldn't definitively state what we captured, but the call only helped amplify for me why the Night Stalkers might spend so much time in the woods in this area. While the call did nothing for my own remaining bit of skepticism, it did prove that this is a place where someone can go to experience things that defy easy explanations. For investigators like Mike and Mike, that's all they really need. Outside of a few track casts, some unusual audio, and a few grainy videos, those involved in Bigfoot research have little to point to that can sway skeptics. Maybe that's why, over time, investigators like Don Keating have walked away from the subject, his own search for answers yielding no results.
Are you satisfied that you personally got any answers, or did you come away from it with more questions?
I couldn't tell you today any more certain than what I could back in 1980 that whether or not the thing exists. Even though I may have seen it myself, I still can't tell you. Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, yep, it exists. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays, it does not exist. And on Sundays, I take the day off. Some people have asked me, I've done talks at scout crews, scout groups, and schools, and libraries, and stuff like that, and somebody says, I mean, you could ask me, you could say, well, what advice would you give someone who wants to get into the investigations?
So what advice would you give to
someone?
Want to get...
Don't. Save yourself a lot of headaches, save yourself a lot of money, save yourself a lot of, just don't do it.
In the decades since the Jerry Crew discovery, scientists and academics have found themselves embroiled in the Bigfoot mystery. Often they walk away from it rather quickly, perhaps turned off by the lack of seriousness granted the topic by their peers, or perhaps simply due to frustration at the lack of answers. One comment constantly made by Bigfoot believers to refute skeptics is that they simply can't prove that Bigfoot doesn't exist, as if this in any way bolsters their argument. But how will we go about actually proving they do exist?
As far as the sciences go, the sciences have sort of a hegemony in academia in that if you can't prove it, it doesn't exist. And the argument is, in science at least, things need to be empirically proven.
I think it's getting real close to where we are. Somebody's going to actually prove it, but unfortunately, science isn't going to go off of videos or our castings. They're going to want a body as proof, and inevitably, that's what's going to happen.
I do wildlife films. I do conservation films, environmental films. I'm not someone who believes in randomly killing or trophy animals or anything else. But I'm just saying, to solve this mystery, one might need a specimen as the only thing science would accept. Not to kill it cruelly or not, but just simply because no one will believe it.
I think we've been very close now for a number of years. We've come exceptionally close, unbelievably close, several times over the last 7 years. And so at any time we're out here, it can happen. The right set of circumstances all come together to form this perfect storm. It absolutely, totally can happen.
Obviously, a video or picture is not going to cut it, period. That's my opinion. We are going to need a body or a piece of a body to get the DNA to prove that these things are out there.
You go through these it's almost like mourning somebody when they die. You go through all these different phases. And I love the phase we're in right now. Because Bigfoot research is on my terms today, as far as I'm concerned personally. I don't do any more than I want to do, and I don't feel any pressure from anybody to do anything. I only do what I want to do. And one of the things that Shane touched on, concentrating on this area, is we have compiled a lot of information by concentrating on one area where we're quite sure they exist. That's where our patterns have come from. That's how I can tell you where we're going to find tracks in April and May. Not from chasing sightings all around the globe, but from concentrating in one area and studying that area.
How we solve the mystery? It will have to solve itself. I think that the subject of this mystery is elusive enough to evade us, and it's only when it will allow itself to be known that we'll maybe have an answer.
From Tom Slick to Stan Gordon, the field is filled with memorable personalities. Many of the men and women who have searched for the creature and captured any sort of notoriety did so through a big personality, but for the most part, those who are still actively searching are just people. Average individuals who either had an experience that has left them questioning the world around them, or those who simply want to chase that last great mystery. The subject is full of controversy, infighting, and upheaval, and at first glance is more than a little overwhelming. I found this out for myself when I was first getting into it. So how does one get past all the drama? And is there even a point? After all, we still don't even have an answer as to how we can solve it, let alone who should be the one doing the solving.
I think that there's really something to be said for standing up from your computer and going outside, period. Whether you look for Bigfoot or not. But there's really, taking it all the way to, kind of researching Bigfoot for yourself or investigating Bigfoot for yourself or whatever you want to call it. There are things that happen in the woods when you're away from technology and you're away from people. There are things you see and things that you smell and things that you notice that I don't care how many stories you read online about how dark the woods are at night. I don't care how many stories you read until you go out and you are in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere with no light, can you actually understand that.
I feel like Lewis and Clark when they went across the United States discovering it and, drawings and their findings and all that. I feel like we're in a way like that. And other researchers too, it's like because no one is really taking this serious. So we're the ones out there, beating the bushes down, getting out there.
It's life-changing when you see a myth, when you see what most people would laugh at and joke about when you see it for yourself and you understand that they're real. I count myself as incredibly fortunate that I've had multiple visual encounters with these animals, and every time it's magical. You know, you're in this place, this incredible place, and you're seeing these animals that they just don't exist to most people. But you've been able to insert yourself in a place and with an organization that allows you to come in a place like this and see a myth. It's unbelievable.
I've said this a lot of times, but I think that there's some pretty significant answers going to be coming down the pike here pretty soon. Not just with the stuff that we're studying, but there are some good quality people out here doing this. And I don't think it's an if, I think it's a when. But the thing is, if it never gets answered, I'm totally good with that too, because it's been a fun life.
What he said.
Ditto.
Ditto. Yeah.
As far as solving the mystery, and if it will be done in my lifetime, the easiest answer is, I hope so. It's not will we, it's can we? And I think that we can. It is absolutely possible, because I think they're out there? Yeah, I do. I think they're out there. And I do think that with the right people together, that we can finally prove this beyond a picture, beyond a video, to the world that they are out there. What worries me, though, is what happens to them afterward.
For me, I don't need the Bigfoot mystery to be solved. Moreover, I don't think it will ever be solved conclusively in the way that we want it to. The reason I say that is because we've had a lot of time from an investigative perspective to make that connection, to make some sort of conclusive proof.
I think that finding Bigfoot is like building the pyramids. You have to have patience. It'll eventually be solved, but it's going to take a long time. And it won't happen in the lifetime of most people watching this documentary.
We live in a time that seems devoid of mystery. There are no new places left to discover, no boundaries left to cross, no adventures left in which to play a role. Or so we're told. Despite the stories I've heard by believable witnesses, I'd come to think that maybe there was nothing to this phenomena. But here in the darkened forests of North America, something is not quite as it should be. These creatures that are scoffed at by science and parodied in pop culture are being seen by hundreds of people. Here, on the edges of a vanishing wilderness, human beings are encountering a thing that does not fit within the parameters of man's knowledge. And after 1 year of traveling the country in search of answers, I'm left with one more question. Why not? Why not consider that they're there, just beyond the tree line, just behind the shadows, just waiting to be found? Why not?
I talked to someone the other day and I said, what are some of the things in your family history that was passed down to you? Whistling. We never go in the woods and whistle. I wasn't allowed to. And then she said, we always closed our window blinds because we didn't want the boogeyman to come in.
So there are some local native traditions that connect with the modern idea of a relict hominoid or Sasquatch.
But we do have a lot of our elders that believe Bigfoot, he's our protector.
I think if you're talking about what the Smokies would be most known for, it would be the disappearances.
When I went through the report database, there was an inordinate amount of sightings in this area compared to almost any other area in Appalachia.
We drove up. I stopped because there were 2 of them. I always felt like it was a mom and a kid.
We were driving by. She goes, "Hey, did you see that?" I go, "What?" You know, again, I'm going to say it's Bigfoot. Jumped from the embankment up to the road and stood there and started watching us.
He was absolutely massive. I felt very intimidated by that one.
If you were going to take somebody out, but the easiest explanation would be that you're hungry.
I'm Seth Breedlove. I make movies about strange and unusual subjects. In 2015, I made a documentary about an unknown creature sighting which occurred near the village of Whitehall, New York, called the Beast of Whitehall. That story had introduced me to a region of the country I'd never been to before, and one that's frequently overlooked even by East Coasters like myself, the Adirondacks. In the years since the film was released, I'd constantly found myself longing to go back. In March of 2020, the United States was racked by a virus that had closed down large swaths of the country. Political leaders and talking heads urged people to stay indoors and avoid the outside world. As COVID-19 made its way around the world, I spent time at home with my family and put my energy into work I could do from home. Despite loving the newfound abundance of time I had to spend with my wife and son, I missed the adventure and excitement of being on the road, filming documentaries in new places, and the hours I got to spend in the forests. So while the rest of the world pondered a future full of quarantines and 4 walls, I began to make plans for a journey that I would take with my friends Mark Matsky, Mark's son Andy, and Adam Dugan. It would be a trip that would reunite me with the natural world, and one that would take me back to a subject I'd been locked away from for nearly 3 months. The search for Bigfoot. The Adirondack region of upstate New York is sprawling. When I first came here in 2015, I was completely unprepared for what I found. A wilderness that stretches beyond the horizon with pine forests, endless rivers and streams, and distant mountains. Once we'd reached the park, we met up with Alexander Petikoff, a friend and frequent collaborator who moonlights as an adventurer and explorer when he isn't spending time working on various documentary projects. When I described this expedition to Alex and the rest of the crew, I explained that we were going to upstate New York to explore one of the largest wild areas on the East Coast and one of the largest protected forests in the United States. We weren't simply going to find Bigfoot or evidence of the creature. In fact, I was already firmly in the camp that they could and very probably did exist here if they existed anywhere. The mission was twofold, and while Bigfoot made up one part, the other was something I couldn't quite explain. It was an idea that even to this day I'm struggling to put into words. It involves nature and man's desire to be among the trees and streams and mountains. It's about Bigfoot as a driving force to reconnect with the world outside when we most need it. And what better place to reconnect with the natural world than a place whose serene beauty and rugged landscapes seem painted onto a blank canvas.
The Northeast has a rich history of historical accounts if you want to attribute a lot of the early wild man sort of stories to Bigfoot.
New York Bigfoot reports go back a long way, certainly to the days of the Native Americans, in which they were called Wendigo or stone giants. That's what the Iroquois called them. In more recent times, after the settlers arrived, newspaper reports began to emerge of wild man sightings in New York State, especially in the Adirondacks, where there was a lot of wilderness and still is.
So if you were to use a search engine and look for Bigfoot type reports, you wouldn't put Bigfoot, you would put creature or weird bear or wild man. And if you put wild man in, you would get tons of hits.
As far as history goes, I try and remain skeptical because when it comes to newspapers, those are reporters. They're trying to sell a paper. But at the same time, there are other historical accounts, like take Theodore Roosevelt's account, for example. He talks about a friend he had who saw a creature that looked a lot like Bigfoot. So I try and remain skeptical when I hear stories like this.
So we have various cases and some are kind of celebrated. We have the Vermont governor named Jonas Galusha, and he was able to actually lead searching parties after a creature called Old Slippery Skin, and that was in the 1770s. And what he was banking on was that if he brought this creature in, it would win him the election. And he didn't, and it didn't.
One of the earliest encounters, really, that's recorded at least, in a non-oral sort of native tradition would have been in Massachusetts there, where there was a sighting, I believe, in the 1760s, well before America was even really a country. It's interesting that you have that backstory all throughout this area.
And you have these flaps of wild man sightings going from the 1770s right up to, the 1920s or so.
Throughout all of human history, there have been these incidences of monstrous creatures, these sort of liminal beings, whether it's trolls or ogres, and they tend to inhabit the forests and the swamps and the mountains, and they notably sort of outside civilization. And so you've got sort of two tropes. Either the monster, like Grendel in Beowulf, comes from the sort of outside into the civilized space and causes problems. The other trope is human beings that go too far beyond the civilized space into the wild, where they either encounter a monster or they undergo some kind of trauma that makes them into a monster. Throughout all of human history, there's been this kind of dynamic between the civilized space and the wild and the monsters that it contains, and sort of a necessary separation between the two.
It's important to understand the layout of the northeast portion of the United States because the geography and terrain of the area plays a key role in where these creatures are seen. While southern New York is known for being fertile, flat pasture land, the northern part of the state is rugged and wild, with only the occasional major metropolitan area such as Albany breaking up the acres and acres of forest. The northernmost part of the Adirondacks is defined by a section called the High Peaks Wilderness. While I'd visited the Adirondack Park 3 previous times, I'd never managed to make it to this area, so I'd set aside the final 2 days of our trek to work our way to the High Peaks. To the east of the Adirondacks lies Vermont, where the Adirondacks spill into the Green Mountains, and to the northeast, New Hampshire, where you have the White Mountains. Another untamed, rugged wilderness, the one not quite as sprawling as the Adirondacks. To the southeast is western Massachusetts, another destination we would soon visit. All of these areas are connected by forests and streams, which, if there's anything I've learned in my brief time involved in the search for Bigfoot, it's that they always follow the creeks.
Did you hit your head already? Dude, this thing is nuts.
This is as far as it goes, but I mean, it doesn't look like it's been carved. It's smooth over here, like it's really smooth.
Yeah.
There's like little drip marks, rust.
The first time I came in here, like the thing that's crazy to me about the Adirondacks is I don't think you hear as much about this area, but having been in like the Pacific Northwest and like the Olympic Peninsula and all that stuff, there's a lot of similarities between the two in that you've got this like huge, vast, essentially like an ecosystem where things can exist and live off the land and no one has to know anything's here. It's like you can stick 5 of the biggest national parks within the boundaries of this park.
I've heard Yosemite, this is bigger than Yosemite, this whole area. Mm-hmm. So. Here you have New York, but it's like still a 4-hour drive from the city. So that's why I think you do hear some of these reports from this area. Just always been really interesting to me. I've never really had a chance to explore it aside from Whitehall and the kind of periphery. So really exciting to just be here and see all the different wildlife and kind of what the similarities it has to other areas, but how different it is too.
And the thing I was surprised by, and probably shouldn't have been, is the fact that there's a lot of lakes just interspersed between the peaks. And that, when you said about the Pacific Northwest, that's what reminded me of that as well. When I thought Adirondacks, I just thought like Great Smokies, you know, like mountains rising up. But I didn't realize the lake system that was here as well.
So many water sources, lots of fish, that sort of stuff. And
it's interesting because it's more dense than I thought it would be. The forest floor there's a lot of cover. There's a ton of cover, and we were talking as we were driving into, like it is really, really dense. Coming from Tennessee, like we have lots of forest, but it's not like this.
I mean, there could be some animal right 20 feet in that tree line right there, just watching us. We would have absolutely no idea because you can't see that far in.
Yeah.
It was day 1. And despite a hike deep into the forest near Wells, New York, we'd barely experienced the true scope of the park. Our next stop was somewhere near Lake George, where we would meet up with Steve Calls and some of his Bigfoot research team. Steve is a private detective and security expert who runs an organization comprised mostly of current and former law enforcement officials, many of whom have encountered Bigfoot for themselves. Steve took us to a camp on Buck Mountain where his team had experienced numerous unusual things. We were only a handful of miles away from Whitehall, and in terms of travel paths, Buck Mountain seems as good a place as any to encounter a creature just passing through. Despite the nearby tourist haven of Lake George, Buck Mountain is densely forested, runs down to a mostly uninhabited section of Lake George shoreline, and is overrun with deer and other wildlife. Like most rural spots in this part of the Northeast, it's the ideal place for a person to encounter a Sasquatch, and many claim to have done just that.
What brings you out here?
Well, what brought me out here originally was a sighting report of a man and his wife that had a fairly aggressive encounter where they walked off trail and something started screaming at them. And the guy had been coming up here for years and never heard anything like that. It was a bit of an outdoorsman. As they retreated from where they were, going back to the trail and then back out to the road area, he could see something moving, off to the corner of his eye, basically escorting them out. And to me, that very indicative that they may have interfered with a territorial type of area.
I've been up in the Adirondacks where I've come across trackways. I found an adult-sized trackway with a juvenile-sized trackway. At the end, there's hair. So we know we have two different sized individuals moving through that area. Generally the Adirondack, I got a sighting yesterday up in the St. Lawrence County area from another law enforcement officer. Family has been smelling odors. They did some knocks, they got some screams, but I got quite a few photos and got some other evidence that make it look like it's a viable area.
In 2011, I was up here with my team, and we were all sitting by the fire. I needed to get some batteries for my headlamp, so I went out to my car. And, sometimes I like to just walk away and listen. I know their strategies. They like watching us. That's why we have those types of sightings where they're off on the edge of the forest watching people do things. And I shined my flashlight down to the north side of the road, and then I spun around to the south side of the road, which is at an uphill grade, and there, standing there, right next to the utility pole, was this 8-foot dark creature. I could see its eye shine was reflecting back at me, and the first thing it did was turn around, kind of turned its body and looked, and I think it was looking for an escape route just in case. Now, mind you, I'm shining a light in its face, or, at a distance of maybe 100, 150 feet. And, time slows down, so it could have been, I thought it was 40 seconds, it could have been longer, it could have been shorter, I don't know. But I shook the light, and with that, it turned and it started to walk back into the woods around the south side of our camp.
What are some of the things you've experienced or been a part of experiencing during some of those investigations or night ops or whatever you want?
I've been paced out of the woods with a couple other investigators. The rock throwing incident. Sometimes I sit on the skeptic side and then, bam, I get hit in the face with something. Literally, the rock throwing incident, I was leaning over the top of a car while another investigator was pulling a camera out of his car to get it set up. Another investigator in the front of the car working with night vision, and boom, one rock in the face, another one skidded across the roof of the car. I'm moving around the car, going to get the thermal camera out to get that set up. We can hear thumps, can't get the thermal camera on fast enough to get to that particular area.
It had been a long day, but our real purpose in coming to this area with Steve and his crew was to actively try to have an encounter with Bigfoot for ourselves. Our night investigation consisted of 2 parts. Part 1 was a simple walk down the forested gravel road that leads up to the parking lot near our campsite.
Yeah, can you give us a rundown real quick of what we're about to go do?
Okay, yeah. So what we're doing is sending a team out to walk the road. There's been times we've been out here before where we've been parallel, actually on both sides of the roads at times, and actually repeated that on the same night with another team. So the whole idea is send that one team up. We're going to stay here in base camp with a FLIR and monitor. We have to always make sure that they think they're in control.
So if you see, I'm going to lead with Austin and Fred. Yep. Mike's going to probably stay back with you guys. Mike, I'm just telling them what we're going to do is we're going to walk for a while and then we're going to pause and observe. Okay. And when we pause, it's important for everybody to be quiet. Okay?
We wander down the gravel road about a half mile, stopping every 50 yards or so to listen to the sounds in the forest surrounding us.
was like movement.
It just sounded like footsteps.
Yeah, it did.
It sounded like footsteps going through the woods.
Right. Yes.
And then it just stopped. And
It was deathly quiet. Outside of Area X, I'd never experienced the kind of stillness that was pervasive in our Buck Mountain camping area. There was the constant sense that we were not alone in this place, and yet the lack of any ambient noise should have led us to feel the solitude.
Is that what it is?
Tree rat.
I don't want to look. What do you got?
I had a tree rat and probably a small chipmunk or something like that, but behind it.
Having no luck during our road walk, we headed back to base camp where we made the decision to try call blasting. While one team stayed at the camp, 4 of us, including Adam Dugan and myself, moved into the woods about 200 yards to hunker down and see if we could spot anything moving in toward camp. Call blasting is a technique frequently utilized by Bigfoot researchers to elicit a response from their quarry. Typically, they'll blast animal noises or other purported Bigfoot recordings, but tonight they're trying something else. Something different. If there was anything present on the mountain that night, besides Steve Calls and his crew of investigators, it didn't want to make itself known. Despite a lack of anything definitive presenting itself the previous night, we woke up on day 2 ready to get out and experience the Adirondacks. Our destination was a mountainous area to the southwest of our camp on Buck Mountain in Lake George, a mild incline of 1,500 plus feet up the 3.4-mile Hadley Mountain Trail. Leaving the Lake George area, we began to discover the acres of forest that covers the Adirondacks. When the lockdowns began in early March, like everyone, it relegated me to my home. I would while away days editing on my laptop or researching future projects, but I would often find myself dreaming of the days when I would again be able to get out and explore rugged mountains on foot. There's nothing like a global pandemic to leave you in the worst shape of your life, and as I trudged up Mount Hadley, I couldn't help but think that this was the best kind of misery.
The Adirondack Park was established in 1892, and 2 years later, there was a Forever Wild clause that was added to the New York State Constitution that ensured that the state lands would not be sold or leased, and also that the timber would not be harvested from those locations ever again. And then in 1912, it was further clarified that where the boundaries for that all existed, because there was state forest, there was private properties that were also a part of that.
Well, you have swampy areas, you have heavily wooded areas, you have rugged mountainous areas. I think we have 46 main peaks in the Adirondacks. You've got a wide diversity of rugged terrain in the Adirondacks, and it would certainly be able to sustain a mystery for a long time.
I would imagine that the habitat needed for something like Bigfoot to exist would have to be quite vast in the sense of natural resources, where you'd have plenty of water sources, plenty of food resources, both in terms of carnivorous, omnivorous, and basically anything in between.
Even though the Adirondacks are vast, they're not isolated. They're connected to other areas, other ranges. There's ample wild areas on the western side of the Hudson River. On the eastern side, you have probably no more than 50 miles away, you get into western Massachusetts, where you have Mount Greylock, where you have Savoy State Forest, and there is a green trail, if you will, looking at this from a forested standpoint, that runs north and south throughout New York State, Vermont, New Hampshire, even going up into Canada as well.
So New York would be the perfect habitat for Bigfoot because it is a lot like the Pacific Northwest. It's just really shrunken down. Bigfoot resides in areas with heavy rainfall, abundant wildlife and resources. Bigfoot is sighted all over this region.
I think these creatures would probably be opportunistic because you have times of the year where nothing is growing. You have really harsh winters here in the Northeast and New York and western Massachusetts, the whole area. You have 5 months out of the year where there's nothing that's basically, except for flesh and blood, that's kind of running around. So that would be perhaps a time where meat would be more accessible.
There are occasional cases of these creatures being attached to maybe a downed deer, and you wonder if it killed it or came across a dead animal already. There was a report in Kinderhook, New York, of the creatures which seemed to be storing food in a snowbank.
During the summer months, you have berries, you have lots of fruits, you have apple orchards that we put out there. There's been a lot of sightings that have taken place near apple orchards. You have other animals that do that as well. Deer and moose, they'll feed off of our agriculture, so why would a creature like this not do that?
Another reason why New York is the perfect place for Bigfoot is because it backs right up to Canada and it's right next to Vermont. These creatures are migrating down. They're migrating through Vermont, through New York, and then west.
Why do you say they're migrating? What evidence do you have of this?
Well, if you look at the map of sightings, you can tend to see some migration patterns. Canada has a lot of sightings around the Ontario area, and then those trickle down into upstate New York and Vermont. Whereas on the West Coast, British Columbia has a ton of sightings, which trickle down into Oregon and Washington and California. If you look at the patterns seasonally of sightings, you will begin to see correlations, especially with the annual rainfall as well.
One of the patterns that we noticed right away in this area was that August, September, and October appear to be peak months for sightings.
Why did native tribes move back and forth from different areas? Why do animals migrate? Your food sources, your heat. And I think up here, you have such a dense forest.
It would appear that if a creature wants to be elusive, the higher up it goes, the less of a chance of an encounter with people. That makes perfect sense.
Do you think there's some sort of migratory route? Or
I think what's going on in this area in particular, primates, like Aboriginal Americans, they would have summer homes and winter homes. And they can migrate depending on food source, weather and stuff like that. The reason why we have so much activity from about the end of May till like the middle of December here is because we're in the Adirondack State Park, and in this part of the park, it's oak, it's birch, it's maple, it's leaves, and come October, those leaves start to drop. So in wintertime, there's no cover for that snow. So you will get, feet of snow up here. So I think what happens is that they move from here to the Green Mountain State Forest, and I think that's the reason why Whitehall is like this epicenter of everything. They have some cover from the snow there. And then and as well as camouflage. And you have the forest here in the summertime, which has an abundance of water, an abundance of wildlife, an abundance of food source.
Talk about what it is about the geography or the terrain here that might set it apart from other parts of the country.
I generally do a lot of my research in the western part of New York. down into Pennsylvania, because that's where I'm located. I do tend to get up here a couple of times a year to work with Steve Culls. You know, I've kind of been brought up in their thought theories, but I've also looked at my own. Today, you know, we looked at a mountain, and you could look as you're going up an elevation to change, going from a hardwood to that pine. And again, like I said, we're looking at those diversities in environment. You could go forever without being seen up here. I mean, it's a giant, giant area.
To say that the hike up Mount Hadley was rough would be a dramatic understatement. I could feel my legs under me just dying to give up. My lungs burned, my back was coated with sweat, and I was breathing like a marathon sprinter nearing the finish line. And then there it was, the summit. Suddenly, viruses, politics, elections, social unrest were replaced by something I hadn't experienced in a long time. Peace. Here in the Adirondacks, while searching for what most consider a myth, I'd found a break from the chaos of the world outside. I woke up on day 3 tired and sore, but eager to finally revisit the scene of one of the most important recorded Bigfoot sightings on the East Coast. Each trip brings me back to a town that has become a home away from home to me in the waning years since we made our documentary based here. Since we released The Beast of Whitehall in 2015, the town has embraced its strange legacy as a hotspot for unusual creature sightings, even going so far as to host an annual Bigfoot festival to accompany the myriad statues, sculptures, and wood carvings that dot the area. Though it's situated at the base of the Adirondack Mountains and just outside the boundaries of the park, Whitehall still encompasses everything about the region that makes it so unique and so perfectly suited for a large animal to remain hidden. Outside the village, the mountains spill out into fields and forests that stretch all the way into nearby Vermont.
There are certain cases that become landmark cases, and one of those was the Ape Road incident back in 1976. And if we were to put it in a nutshell, you had teenagers out on Ape Road, a very rural road in Whitehall, New York. They parked their truck and they encountered a creature that was walking next to a telephone pole there. They sped away, leaving tracks in the road, and went in to report it to the police. Washington County Deputy Sheriff, the Whitehall Police, New York State Trooper all responded to the scene. And that night, which was August 24th, 1976, they cited several sightings of a creature out on Ape Road that was described as being about 7 to 8 feet tall, dark colored, walking upright like a man but looking more like a gorilla, and having red glowing eyes.
Paul Bartholomew is a born and raised Whitehall local with connections to the Ape Road incident as well as most major cases from the area. In the 1980s, Paul, along with his brother Robert, author Bruce Hallenbeck, and Bigfoot investigator Bill Brand, co-authored a book titled Monsters of the North Woods, a study of the phenomenon in upstate New York. The book helped to cement the Ape Road incident's place in history, and also to act as a connecting point for the research of 4 of the most important figures in Bigfoot research on the East Coast: Today, a rift has grown between Bran and the Bartholomews, but despite this fact, the historical significance of the book can't be overstated, in that it fully defined Whitehall as a gateway to unusual happenings on the East Coast.
Are there sightings over by Carvers Falls? Am I wrong in remembering that? I thought there was something about, okay.
Big one.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying I was wrong.
You know what? I should have mentioned that, and I didn't. The Ape Road incident culminated with the Carvers Falls incident, in which a fella came into the police station. Back then, it was a great job to be a dispatcher. You're on duty all night. You're right there taking a couple calls, watching TV or whatever. The guy comes rushing in the police station. I just shot Bigfoot. So New York State Police were notified because that's their jurisdiction. They shoot out to Carvers Falls Road and go to the site. They find shotgun shell, but they don't find any creatures.
The Whitehall area has produced some extremely important researchers, and the first of those is Dr. Warren Cook. He was a heavyweight researcher and well respected in circles of higher education. Dr. Cook also was heavily interested in mystery primates, and certainly included in that number of researchers was one William or Bill Brann. And Bill Brann really became an instrumental researcher in Whitehall cases, in particular the Ape Road incident.
Can you talk about any insights you might have to share about people who investigate Bigfoot specifically in this area?
There were two people involved in investigating these reports. One was a college professor from Columbia Green College named Dr. Gary Levine. The more serious researcher, I felt, was another college professor from Castleton College in Vermont, Dr. Warren Cook, who took a very biological approach to the creature. He felt that in Whitehall and Kinderhook, there may have been breeding colonies of these things.
What Paul Bartholomew and Dr. Cook established in that region was a sort of loose grouping of Bigfoot researchers who were sharing information with one another, and early on establishing a database of sightings and correlating both local legends and lore with up-to-date sightings of the Bigfoot creature.
Well, this is one of my first times really diving into the Adirondacks. I've just been sort of on the peripheries. I've been to Whitehall a number of times, and I think that Whitehall almost functions as a gateway to this area. And kind of what we talked about, a lot of the researchers, was the possibility of migrational routes and the way these things are moving into other states, into Vermont, where there's other sightings, and then you have this vast wilderness.
Whitehall is kind of the Bigfoot capital of New York, you could say. What's interesting to me is that you can go from New York City with a population over 1 million to Whitehall with a population just under a few thousand. And the landscape and culture changes so much.
You know, I've heard sightings go back as far as the 50s, but trying to get the actual definitive line on that is kind of hard. But I do know, beginning in the 60s, that there were sightings on the Vermont side just over the river, you know, from Whitehall. And then, you know, obviously in the 70s, Whitehall. We're not very far from Whitehall. We are, you know, within 15 miles of Whitehall. This forest here goes straight to that area.
Do you think there's a larger preponderance of reports based around Whitehall? What do you think that's attributable to?
You know, I'm not really sure if it's because the attention has been placed on the area or if the area itself is synonymous with paranormal phenomena. In this region, we can go to Kinderhook, New York, we can go to Whitehall, New York, we can go to Chittenden, Vermont, parts of Rutland, Vermont. These all seem to be hot spots for creature activity in this region. But I suspect that part of Whitehall's charm may be because we've focused on it.
There was another gentleman in 2003, I believe, that was parked right outside this campsite's parking area, which is maybe a few hundred yards from here. He opened his door up and hit something, looked down, there's a hairy foot, looks up and something's looking down at him. He was sleeping in his car. So there it was, looking at him, and it just kind of turned and walked away. And that's not uncommon over here. Sometimes people, instead of camping, they'll just, you know, they've done a hike, I'm gonna hang out, and I'm gonna go sleep in the car. It's a beautiful area, it's quiet, it's desolate. You need to get away, it's perfect.
There was a young man with his uncle who loved to go fishing That was their hobby, and they would always go to the same place every summer. It's in Rutland, Vermont, which is right near Whitehall. And so as they were fishing, they started hearing splashes in the water. They started to get concerned. As a fisherman, you don't really hear too much noise unless a fish is jumping out of the water. But the type of fish that were in this creek wouldn't do that. So they started heading down the creek, and all of a sudden, this young man's uncle put his hand back and said, wait, stay there. They started making their way around to the other side of the creek very quietly to see if they could find the creature and see a clearer image of it. So they got around the bend, and all of a sudden the creature came into view. It was a huge, dark figure, covered in hair. They were about 40 feet from this creature, so they could see almost every detail. It looked like a linebacker. Its body was humongous, and it was in the creek trying to catch a fish with its bare hands and getting frustrated while doing so, hence slapping the water.
One of the recent sightings from 2018 was simply the most common sighting that we get, which is the road cross sighting. And it's usually you aren't expecting it, you aren't looking for it, and it just crosses the road in front of you.
The bulk of witness sightings in the Whitehall area take place near roads and typically occur from behind the wheel of a car. Even the infamous 1976 sightings are an example of this fact. Whitehall, being just outside the Adirondack Park and situated at the base of the mountains, might simply be a stop on the way to someplace else for Bigfoot, if it exists. With multiple rivers and streams that flow down from the high peaks region of the Adirondacks, it's theorized that they could simply be following the waterways which lead to or nearby the village, which could account for the high number of sightings in this specific area. On this day, Paul Bartholomew had set up a meeting with a witness who wished to remain anonymous. However, his sighting is within the last year, and like the 1976 sightings, it takes place near a road.
Well, what they were talking about, I was relaxing at home. I get a call from my friend that his truck overturned and he needed my help down by the Apple Diner. So I live down in Whitehall. So what I did was I got dressed, went outside, got in the car, started down on 4, and I ended up by the electric panels. They just put up that new field of electric panels. And as I was coming down the hill, just as I passed the electric panels, I was coming down the hill and I was looking up, and all of a sudden I see this big shadow stepping over a fence, the fence that was there, a little short fence. And it was stepping over, his back was to me, his arm was down here, his other arm was like half up like this, and he stepped over the fence. And I look at it, I go, oh my God, I said, it looks like a man, but it wasn't a man, it was a big, hairy thing. Then what I did was, as I kept on going, by the time I got down there, I was about 400 feet away. By the time I got down there, it was already down and went down. Because if you look down there where I saw the footprints, so then I go home, and then my wife says, tomorrow morning, go see if there's footprints. I go, honey, I don't go. She says, go see if there's footprints. I went there, saw the prints, took the pictures, called Paul. Paul went there, and he made a couple of casts of the right and the left foot, of both of them, just where the thing went over. And I'm standing there looking at the footprints, I'm going, my God, there's footprints there. And I couldn't believe it. I made the pictures, I got the pictures on my phone, you saw them. And that's the whole evening. I went home, and that was it. And then Paul took care of the rest. They put.
How big do you think it was?
I would say at least 6.5 to 7 feet.
Could you see a color?
Black. All I could see was black, pure black.
Eye shine? Any?
No, his back was to me.
Okay.
In other words, he was like sideways, stepping over there, just like this. I'm coming down the road here, and he's like this, stepping over, like this, and his back, his head, everything was in one big. His head, there was no neck. It was like hair coming down like this, shoulders like this, coming down. One hand was out, the other hand was like this on the side, and he was stepping over, and all black hair, and that was it. I never thought in a million years that I would ever see it. You know, I'm born Brooklyn boy. I don't know anything about that. I don't come upstate that much. You know, I moved up here, all of a sudden I saw Bigfoot. It was amazing.
Do you want to see it again?
I would love to see it again, but I doubt that's ever going to happen. Remember, I'm not a young guy, and it took a long time to see this one. You know, it was amazing. I was really shocked. I can't believe it. That thing was just standing. I could just see it.
Well, I genuinely appreciate you telling me your story. That's great.
Thank you very much.
That's really. I hope someday I can have that experience myself.
I tell you, it's weird. You'll be very. I was shocked. I mean, I was on the phone screaming to my wife. I'm going, I can't believe it. I just saw Bigfoot. Yeah, I just saw Bigfoot. I can't believe it. I just saw him just climbing over the fence. The big black thing just standing there, you know? It was weird. It was really a weird thing to be out at that hour going to that area. I usually never go down that way. It was strange.
As evening fell, we made the decision to head to Carvers Falls, a location tied to Whitehall's Bigfoot history. While there have been multiple sightings in the forests and fields surrounding the Pulteney River, Carvers Falls is an especially active location. Geographically, the falls lie less than a quarter mile from the location where the Gosselin sighting took place. It's also a location where Bigfoot investigator Bill Brand once theorized the creature may have called home for a short time. Brand had even gone so far as to search a local cave for evidence of the Beast of Whitehall's presence, but had come away empty-handed. Carvers Falls is a large decline that runs down a steep hill before spilling out into the valley that runs just behind Abear Road. At the top of the falls lies a dam built to supply power to Plant 1491, which sits along the banks of the river.
What are your thoughts of this area?
Oh, it's a nice little quiet area. There's been some disturbance. The farm broken off. Quite sure what would have done that though. Trying to see, there seems to be any kind of motion, but whatever it is, it doesn't look like it's very large, if there is anything.
Our plan was to hike down the hill and into the valley, where we would follow the river. Paul Bartholomew had speculated that the Bigfoot seen in 1976 may have been following the Pulteney River and simply wandered away from the banks in search of food or shelter. Perhaps that's why it was seen in an empty field off Abear. A concept which is bolstered by a strange deer kill that was found at the back of the same field the creature was sighted just days after the incident occurred.
Because we're so close to water.
Yeah, you can't hear it.
You can't hear it farther distance. It's going to have to be on top of us to hear it.
Whatever the case, on this night, I couldn't help but think that we might be walking the same path that the Beast of Whitehall had walked over 40 years ago.
It's hollow ground.
It is?
And it's kind of funny, after knowing Brian and hearing the story so many times, you can see it. You know, you can see him parked here and the trooper that was parked down the road, and then the trooper peeling out, and then Brian hearing as he described the rubbing of the legs, and then he gets out, puts the light up, shines it on it, and it turns around. It's kind of had its back, turns around, goes like that, and it just turns around and keeps on walking.
Like historically, I think this location is really important to the East Coast, especially to New York State because of the Avery Road incident. But like, I mean, you and I have talked about it so much, you're well aware of this. But just on like a personal level, this is probably the place where I finally considered the possibility that Bigfoot was real on a natural level, on a real level. Like beyond just like fun myth-making kind of stuff.
What was it about the location then?
I've never been able to figure it out because of all the places we've gone. This is the location that I genuinely love. Like just love to be here, love to come out here. And we've spent, I mean, I've been, this is my 4th trip here. And on every trip we've spent multiple nights sort of out here just doing this, like just hanging out. So I don't know what it is about the location other than maybe just you're so aware of the history of the place that it being here almost brings it to life, the incident to life. And just you do sort of gain a love or create a sort of, there's sort of a love for those stories.
Yeah.
And this really does put it in a different perspective, a real life perspective. So I think that's a big part of it. What's it like for you to be here?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's the first time I've seen any of it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And having just been down in the river valley, you can kind of put some pieces together in an interesting way.
Where it might have traveled and why.
Right.
We headed back to base camp for our final night on Buck Mountain. There, Steve Calls unveiled a piece of history in the way of sighting maps that he's been working on for over 20 years. Maps that help to show the ebb and flow of activity around the region.
Yeah, just tell us what these are first.
Okay, so what I try to do is these are the geographical survey maps of the areas that, are from basically Lake George to the Vermont state line. What I've done is I've marked with dots different events that have happened relating to Sasquatch sightings in and around the area. This is the area we're in over here. This is, 20 years of me coming up here, mainly as the reason why. It includes the Fort Ann casts and the 2003 there was vocalizations heard at Pilot Knob, and the different base camps over the years we've used.
How many individual events is that?
A dozen or so.
Okay.
Some by our own team, some by others. The one right here is actually the one that brought us here, brought me here 20 years ago. And as you can see, as you go west, it's almost like this is a push through here into the area, which is Whitehall, which is kind of, to me, the crossroads. And, you see heavy concentrations of events. And a couple of those events are with our team, but the rest of the events actually were from witnesses since the 1960s.
Where's the Pulteney where we were tonight?
Pulteney is going to be right here. As you can see, it's going to come right along here, and it's going to go into Whitehall that way.
Okay.
You see?
Oh, all those are canal or waterway.
Right. So, is it possible that some kind of straggled along, went that way? Absolutely. So to me, what it's showing is movement.
Right.
Even if they don't go into the Green Mountains, it shows a lot of movement in here. Of course, now that I've seen Carvers Falls, there's a lot of pine in here. So that's important because again, it might provide some more cover. So what it may be is just a kind of a movement into here and into Carvers Falls, and. You kind of see the distinct pattern of where things are going.
Yeah.
98 miles south of Whitehall lies another small New York town that has a significant role in Bigfoot's story on the East Coast. I first became aware of the village of Kinderhook while making The Beast of Whitehall. Paul Bartholomew was eager for me to learn about the infamous rash of strange creature reports that took place in the early 1980s, and I was so fascinated by the stories that I ended up including a brief news segment that a TV news crew from Albany had done on the Kinderhook Creature in our film. We journeyed out of the Adirondack area to visit Western Massachusetts and to learn more about Bigfoot in the Northeast. When we discovered that Kinderhook was right along our travel route, we made a beeline for this tiny hamlet in the Hudson Valley. Upon arrival, we met up with Bruce Hallenbeck, a key player in the Creature case, as well as one of the co-authors of Monsters of the North Woods.
Can you talk about the Kinderhook Creature sightings and Bruce and all that kind of stuff?
Sure. If you know, in some of these regions, it's not what you would expect. Albany, New York, the capital of New York, if you go just 10 miles south, you will run into Kinderhook, New York. They have a creature down there. The leading expert on the Kinderhook creature is Bruce G. Hallenbeck. And Bruce Hallenbeck, several members of his family have had close encounters with a creature and multiple creatures down in that region.
And a lot of the Kinderhook creature sightings took place in or around 1980, which is not all that far removed from the Ape Incident of 1976. This was a time in history where Bigfoot sightings were happening all over the country, and there was a general sense that it's all right to talk about these things.
The creature or creatures in the Kinderhook area. It's very elusive, whatever it is. In fact, Hallenbeck says this thing is so elusive that he'll sometimes see tracks and then they suddenly stop, as if the creature had vanished into thin air.
Can you walk us through the Kinderhook Creature events?
The Kinderhook Creature story really is, in a way, the story of my grandmother. But it started with another family member of mine, my cousin Barry, who was trapping down in the swampland behind my parents' house. One day he came running up to the house, and I was here, and his face was as white as a sheet, and he said he had seen 3 creatures cross the creek down there that were tall, bipedal, and had reddish-brown hair, and they were making clacking and grunting sounds. Much later that year, my grandmother noticed that something was taking her trash bags from the garbage can on the porch, taking the bags down to the middle of the yard, untying them like a person would do, and rifling through to apparently look for food. So it must have had fingers, right? My grandmother also found out that her neighbor, a woman named Mrs. Walters, was having the same experiences, and she found her trash bag up in a tree one day. And then one morning my grandmother got up early, around 5 o'clock, and it was just getting light, and she looked out the kitchen window and saw something lying on the ground, all curled up, she said, like in a fetal position.
A creature curled up in the fetal position on her lawn, and she watched for a minute thinking it was a bear that was going to get up and walk, lumber away. Whatever it was got up, stood on 2 legs, and walked away. And they wrote to the Times-Union back then, a columnist named Barney Fowler, and he dubbed it the Kinderhook Creature.
This encounter with the creature.
Oh, he was big, tall, and he was standing on his 2 feet just like a person, and covered with black hair.
So he published a letter, and as a result of that, scores of other people wrote in saying that they had had similar experiences. They'd either seen something or they'd heard something they couldn't explain, and they were all in the same general area here in Columbia County. It got to the point where he was getting deluged with so many letters, he finally had to say, okay, that's enough. We have to stop now. We have to go on to other topics. Finally, in September 24th, 1980, my Aunt Barbara was bringing my grandmother home from her house. As soon as my grandmother got out of the car, she heard this noise from around the side of the house that she described as sounding like a person in mortal agony. My Aunt Barbara heard it, and she was so terrified that she panicked, and she locked all the doors before my grandmother could get back in the car. What eventually happened was my grandmother came into the house, and my Aunt Barbara went to get my cousin Barry, who had a shotgun. My grandmother stayed in the house holding a hammer in her hand, sitting by the window, ready for anything, I guess, because she was a tough lady. My Aunt Barbara came back with her son Barry, and Barry got up on the porch with a shotgun, and he heard the rustling of leaves, and he heard the thing moving near the trees. And so he fired the shotgun up into the air, and everything went silent. Then he fired it again, and he said this time flame came out of the barrel of the gun, and the creature screamed and ran away. And that was the end of it. They didn't hear anything more that night. So there were a lot of sightings and a lot of vocalizations going on through the 80s, up into late 1988, actually, when my mother tape recorded a strange creature making all kinds of bizarre noises across the road from their house.
Can you start by telling me your name and your connection to the story, the Kinderhook Creauture story?
I'm Susan Hollenbeck, and I live here. My mother and I taped the noises and heard noises for quite a while over that one summer. I think it was about 82 and again in 88. 82 was a variety of strange noises, like sometimes it would sound like a pig squealing, and other times it would sound like a giant bird, like a pterodactyl or something, and sometimes it would sound almost like a monkey. There was also, I think it was when we made the tape, if I'm not mistaken, that my father went over across the road with a shotgun trying to see if he could see anything, and he said he saw something with red eyes. Something that he saw with red eyes, and he said there aren't really any animals native to this area that have red eyes. So that was part of it.
Still plays.
It's still, oh, you have the original one? Is that in there? Oh, okay, even better then.
That's exciting.
All right. I did. Well, I was trying to turn it up. Anything else? But
We were almost wondering if it was some kind of a bird thing. Because
yeah, it would make weird bird noises. I was telling him about that.
when we shined the light on it, and then a couple of seconds later, it was down at the other end of the field where that driveway was.
Yeah, it moved fast, whatever it was, or there were two of them.
Fast, whatever.
But he said he saw something with red eyes.
Red eyes, that's all he saw.
The sightings continued. There were some very interesting experiences that people had who were neighbors of ours. There was a fellow up the road named Philip Weingard who said that he saw it in a swamp, you know, the typical description, and he said it was making a horrible sound. There was an excellent sighting by a fellow named Mike Mabb who was fishing at a nearby dam one day, and he saw across the creek this creature come out of the woods. And this was in broad daylight, mind you. This was in the afternoon. He said it had reddish brown hair, very big dark eyes. He even said that he could see its fingernails were black. And finally it turned and went back into the woods, and that was the end of it.
So what you have in the Kinderhook location is that green pathway going from the Adirondacks down around the Albany area and along the Hudson River then. You can also extend that eastward. And if you go about 50 miles east, then again, you're running into Greylock Mountain, you're running into the Savoy State Forest in western Massachusetts. While it wouldn't seem immediately evident that this would be a place for strange creature locations, there seems to be a sensible way that this is linked to other areas of New York.
It's somewhat surreal to visit a place like Kinderhook, almost like you've stepped foot in a fictional location. This town, like Whitehall, is so tied into Bigfoot lore that any book, documentary, or podcast on the topic will almost inevitably get around to bringing it up. A landmark case, as Paul Bartholomew would call it, can imprint itself onto an entire community, even if it's only in the eyes of those who experience something unusual for themselves. It reminds me in a way of the Pacific Northwest and how towns like Willow Creek are forever linked to their local Bigfoot. And just like Sasquatch left a mark on the men and women who experienced it in the towns where the legend was born, here on the East Coast, the story remains the same.
One thing that's impressed me in the 40 years is how this topic can be a life changer for certain people. A lot of people, this is not a positive experience, but can be a negative experience for them. Some researchers I've met treat this almost like a religion, and I would warn against that. Take the information down, enjoy life, and just report on it as accurately as possible.
Just on a sort of practical level, just the idea of human beings exploring their world, whether it's just other people or other places in these exotic, remote countries and that type of thing, that it's just sort of a natural inclination to human beings to go out and explore. At the same time, you have things like ghosts or the paranormal or some kind of anomalous phenomenon that seems to sort of toy with us and wants to be explored whether we want it to be around or not.
By the time we left Kinderhook, it was already late afternoon. That evening, we were to meet up with Squatchachusetts, a Bigfoot research group operated out of Western Massachusetts and headed by Jonathan Wilk. We were still roughly 2 hours from the location where we would be conducting our night investigations, so with the sun setting behind the hills around Kinderhook, we made our way further east. As we began to journey from the populated regions of upstate New York, the changing terrain gave way to the densely forested areas of the northeast coast. Here, not far from the suburban sprawl of cities like Boston and Hartford, we found ourselves amongst strangely familiar mountains and foothills. Familiar because here, 9 hours from home in Ohio, we'd once again found ourselves in Appalachia. The frontiers of the Adirondacks had given way to the backwoods of the Appalachian Mountains, and maybe here, 3 hours from Whitehall, we would find some clue as to where the creatures that wander down from the high peaks might end up.
All right, start out by telling me your name and your connection to the Bigfoot subject.
My name's Jonathan Wilk, and we're here in Savoy Mountain State Forest this evening. And my connection to Bigfoot was, I was a park ranger up here back in the 80s and the 90s, and I had one run right out in front of my pickup truck one night, about a mile from where we are tonight.
What is it about this particular area that you think draws them here, or might contribute to their existence?
Well, all of New England is full of patchy sections of forest. New England was clear-cut 3 times over the past 200 years. And so there's not a lot of protected forest land up here. And if you want to find a Sasquatch in New England, go to the few patches of forest that are left. The Pacific Northwest is so vast, there's so many places to hide. Here in New England, there's not a lot of places to hide. So it makes it a lot easier to pinpoint where these creatures may be or may have been. Western Massachusetts is at least 50% forested. From the middle of Massachusetts west towards New York, there's well over 500,000 forested acres.
Start out by telling me your name and your connection to the Bigfoot subject.
I'm Dave McCullough from Massachusetts. I work with Squatchachusetts. I started out in New York 2005, probably about 4 years straight, just going up there. That's when before I met John in Squatchachusetts and getting reports around Mass, I was always, I gotta go at least 3 or 4 hours, either up to New Hampshire, Maine, but after going to Whitehall, I was just hooked and got to know Paul Bartholomew, a few guys up there that, you know them all, Paul Gosselin, and just talking to them, they're there, I know they're there. Got me hooked, and I've been steadily into it since.
What is it about this sort of region of the country that you think might appeal to something like a Bigfoot?
Until I actually read up on the East Coast reports, Paul Bartholomew, Lauren Coleman, and other researchers from the East, I just realized this in my backyard. I didn't have to travel far. Like in Massachusetts in general, there's a lot of farms, rolling hills, not as steep and hilly as, say, maybe New Hampshire, Maine, but abundant food supply from west to east. It's really a vast state. Doesn't look it on the map, but there is a lot of farms and land and swamps.
So where are we going tonight?
Tonight we're going about 50 feet over here into Savoy State Forest, one of the squatchiest places I feel in New England. There are more reports up here than I know of anywhere else in the area. I know this area like the back of my hand. I've been working up in here for years. I know all the trails, I know all the hills, I know all the hiding spots. And we have pretty good luck up here. I say you come with us, you got about a 20% chance of something happening. You got about a 0 chance of ever seeing one.
It was a really hot summer night and we just had a thunderstorm, and I always remember that fresh smell of the ozone in the air. Had the window rolled down, it was probably about 80 degrees out, listening to the Red Sox on my AM radio, checking some of the outlying boundaries, which one of them is not too far from here. So I pulled into this place called Tannery Falls parking lot. It's a day use area where people can have a picnic and also go visit this 300-foot cascading waterfall. And I get out of the truck to pick up some garbage that was on the ground. And as I came around the truck, this noise came from the woods. This 6.5-foot tall hairy creature came running out, grabbed the trash in front of me and took off around the other side of the truck. As it came around the side of the truck, looked me right in the eye. I was pretty much paralyzed with fear and shock and awe. I went to jump in the truck, and when I turned, there was about an 8.5-foot one standing behind the truck that let out a scream that can only be compared to probably a gorilla and a lion screaming at the same time. The other one took off. It was out of sight because it was pitch dark up there. All you could see was just what the headlights and taillights were illuminating.
Is it moving? It could be the windmills. It's pretty high up. It could be the windmills. There's windmills way out in the distance. Is it blinking?
No. What? You didn't?
I didn't.
Everyone was talking at once.
Yeah.
And there was in the middle of it, there was a real... Yeah. Yeah.
They're huge. They're far, far, far. They're like 40
said he
miles.
heard something. I thought in the middle of all you guys talking at once, I think I heard him.
But just with my own eyes.
Did you not? Did you hear something that sounds like a dream?
No.
You didn't?
I didn't.
Everyone was talking at once.
Yeah.
That first one, I think, was legit.
Where do you think it came from?
The first one, I have no idea, because it was literally right when you guys saw that, everyone started talking, and all of a sudden I just heard it.
Remember what I talked about discipline, and here I am breaking my own rules, you know?
It was kind of like...
We sure those red lights were...
That one was distant, but not
Yeah.
that distant, not as distant. This one was like way off in that direction.
I think that was a car turning around myself.
Okay.
Because there's a clearing up there. There's like where a bunch of trails come together. My guess is they took the wrong road.
Anything we didn't touch on yet that you wanted to talk about?
Just the camaraderie, all the great people I've met in this. It's been a great ride. This has been a lot of fun. We've been all around the country, met some really interesting people, hundreds of witnesses, and going to some of those things and seeing people that it really affected their lives. I've seen people crying, talking about their report. Changes people's lives. For most of the witnesses I've heard, they look at the world differently and need some answers.
When planning this adventure, we'd consciously decided to save our trip up into the high peaks for the final day. During our stay in New York, and even while in Massachusetts, we've heard about the high peaks. How the waters flow down from those mountains, how Bigfoot seems to follow the pass down from the high peaks during certain times of the year. Patterns upon patterns, many of them mapped by investigators like Bill Brand and Steve Calls, or noted by authors like Paul Bartholomew and Bruce Hallenbeck. It's hard to look at the maps that Steve has compiled and not see pieces of a puzzle slowly compiled over the course of decades. If Bigfoot isn't real, then why are there consistent sightings at certain points of the year in certain areas with creatures that behave in very specific ways? Why do sightings seem to correlate to seasonal changes, types of habitat, water sources, food sources? But at the same time, I've just spent a week here, heard a lot of fascinating stories, and aside from a very suspicious wood knock, haven't experienced much of anything for myself. Then again, guys like Dave McCullough and Paul Bartholomew have spent their entire lives in this area, and neither have had a sighting, despite spending hours and even days of their time on the hunt.
I think on a psychological level, it's sort of incumbent on humanity to delimit between sort of chaos and order. And our brains are sort of necessarily notice patterns. And anything that doesn't function outside that pattern is at best a mystery, or at worst like a threat of some kind. And Bigfoot seems to kind of represent that mystery, maybe threat, that as conscious beings we want to grapple with. And so it's sort of a mystery, it's sort of an embodiment of that mystery that human beings just like to grapple with, that we like to ask questions of things that are beyond us, and we want to figure things out that don't readily present themselves to us clearly.
Do you have any regrets
about your time researching the paranormal? And
I have not seen Champ. I have not seen the Kinderhook Creauture. I have not seen the Whitehall beast. I've heard some things that I can't explain. My only regrets for being a cryptozoologist, if that's what I am, is that I have never seen my quarry.
Do you have any regrets?
That I didn't get started in earlier. It's a passion. There's fights there, there's causes, I've never been the one to shy away from it. If people don't like me or because I believe or I do this kind of stuff, then they're not really my friend. It hasn't cost me relationships, at least not that I think of. I'm not super obsessed.
Normally I would ask people, like, do you have any regrets about all the time you've put into this and that sort of thing? Do you sort of see this as a lifelong thing, or do you think you'll reach a point where you sort of move away from it?
Bigfoot is going to be in my life forever. I love this creature. I've fallen in love with the mystery and the science behind it. I've fallen in love with the chase of trying to find evidence of it. What intrigues me most about the Bigfoot phenomenon is that there is a creature roaming the forests of the United States. This creature is 8 to 10 feet tall, dark in color, screams louder than anything you've ever heard, yet science has not officially discovered it yet. I want to find this creature. I want to learn about its behaviors. I want to learn about its brain and its capabilities. And that is what drives me to keep going on this search.
I think the reason I want to go up isn't just to see the scenery or that sort of thing, but to actually get a lay of just how expansive the place is. I think a lot of people don't understand the size and scope of the park either. How much habitat there is for something like a Bigfoot to exist out here.
Well, just other wildlife too. I mean, if you think about it, we've been skirting sort of the edges here. I mean, we've mostly been in the southern and a little bit south central portions of it, eastern portion. And now we're going directly in the center where the High Peaks Wilderness is. So there's just so much there. There's parts that are 4 hours from us as we stand here now. So we're not going to those parts right now. So it'll just be a good way to cover terrain we probably wouldn't do with a car in a week, let alone a month.
Like you said, I think getting out into it a little bit, even though we're not going to be on the ground, it's going to be really cool to see and to get an idea of the expanse. Because I think you only see so much standing here, but up from the air, you can really tell, is there enough room?
The first thing I notice is the flatlands that lie just at the foot of the mountains. The same flatlands where Whitehall sits. When you hear that Whitehall is at the base of the Adirondack Mountains, it's literal. It sits just below them, with the forested hills spilling into the same pasture land that you find around places like Abe Road. And then the lakes. The lakes fed by mountain streams. Lake George, and above it, Buck Mountain, where we'd spent the first night of our trek. Buck Mountain connects to the same forests that run down from those high peaks. It's easy for me to speculate that maybe there are so many Bigfoot sightings around that particular area because, as with Whitehall, the creatures follow the streams down in the winter to seek shelter in the coniferous forests around the lake. We spend what seems like an eternity flying over mountains that rise ever higher into the sky with endless green only broken up by the occasional river or lake. And then our pilot comes over the radio and points toward the distance and introduces us to the high peaks, the last frontier of the East Coast. Just the place for an undiscovered animal to hide. Suddenly, it makes a little more sense as to why so many feel pulled to these mountains. Here, just on the outskirts of civilization, lies over 6 million acres of cover. For Bigfoot, if it exists, it's cover from the prying eyes of human beings. For us, it's cover from the chaos of a world slowly decaying from within. It's a place to get lost, and I'm happy to lose myself here.
Personally, I just view nature as something I could not live without. Just getting out in the mountains, I don't know how I would kind of function without it. And I think it really goes perfectly hand in hand with cryptozoology, with Bigfoot, of course, because these are the areas that this being is purported to exist in. So how could I not want to just spend some time and have a little bit of that wonder?
I think sometimes a trip like this could be framed in terms of an escape. But for me, it wasn't so much an escape as it was an embrace of life the way that I like living it. Embracing the fact that there are risks inherent in everything that we do. But what On the Trail of enabled us all to do is to make our own assessment of the risks again and say, you know what, to go and do this right now at this time in history, in this time in our own lives, it's worth it. I want to not just exist. I want to do more than survive. I want to live life. And being out here in the woods and on the mountains and searching after a mysterious creature is living through a time of challenge instead of just existing.
But I don't think I've been here this is my 4th time here. I had no clue how vast the Adirondacks were when we took that flight, and to come out of the area that I have been to, that I have experience going to, and see that I hadn't even been at the tip of the iceberg of the Adirondacks and how expansive it is, especially when you get up into these high peaks.
I mean, just that fact that it is one of the largest managed parks in America. A lot of people think you have to go out west for that kind of stuff. No, it's right here in New York of all places. Obviously you think New York City. I think for me, just comparing it to what I'm familiar with in New England, where there is a lot of wildlife as well and there's a lot of terrain, and the same kind of thing people don't associate with that. So if you combine parts of Vermont, western Massachusetts as we saw, with this area, you have millions of acres essentially where you can get from one state to the other, to the Canadian border and back. You've got suitable habitat for large animals such as moose and black bear already, so why wouldn't something else simply adapt? And it seems like every little town we've been to, there's been sightings here or a Bigfoot story, even down to Kinderhook, which isn't even in the Adirondacks.
This really, I mean, you get into this particular, the northern third, I suppose, of the Adirondacks, and it's much more mountainous. And the other thing, too, that just struck me, again, is the sheer amount of waterways, mountain streams, lakes. And what we were looking at a map of the Adirondacks this afternoon, and just the number of inland lakes, connecting streams. It's just, when we talk about the habitat that'd be necessary, not only do you have the sheer acreage, but the water sources that you would need for a population of larger creatures.
The biggest thing for me was probably going down, as weird as it is, going down to the Pulteney River and being able to geographically figure out how those sightings follow that river. And so Whitehall, to me, previously was a really fascinating, isolated case. And seeing Steve's maps and talking to Paul about all the sightings and hearing about the Kinderhook Creauture, and then spilling over into western Massachusetts and finding that that the same thing is going on there as well. There's a much bigger picture that we're looking at.
There's that saying that there are 2 elements to a Bigfoot encounter. There's got to be a Bigfoot, and then there has to be a person. You add in a space like the Adirondacks to that, there is plenty of room for a Bigfoot. And it is more than vast enough for that person to never come into the picture.
What was so moving, I guess, in a certain way, was to see the camaraderie that builds up with these groups that go out together, 'cause just by dint of spending time with one another and being dedicated to this cause, as it were, you get to know each other just because you're out in the woods multiple times a month, regardless of what you discover.
To really like start to see the drive those guys have and the desire to keep coming out. They all have their disparate reasons for why they're coming out and doing what they're doing.
Most investigators spend years of their lives in the forest looking for Bigfoot. We spent 5 days in this part of the country, and in that time saw nothing for ourselves that could equate to Sasquatch activity. But the vast landscapes and acres of forest helped explain that for us. And on the 6th day, as we drove back to the real world, a world overrun with a pandemic, rumors of wars and civil unrest, none of us felt that the journey had been a failure. The target had eluded us, and yet its presence was always felt. In the months to follow, the world around us grew only more tumultuous, and my desire to head back to the forests of the Adirondacks became more and more prevalent. Like Bigfoot itself, those mountains called to me to come and experience something different, something extraordinary. A call to escape, to wander, to get lost. The journey is calling, and I must go.
Well, I didn't have a driver's license, and he asked me to give him a ride up to Port Angeles, and I did, and we got just past the lake, and he had to use the little boys' room, so I pulled off the edge of 101 and sitting there in the car, and a kid that was in the back seat, and saw something moving way up on the hill, and I said, "You guys see anything up there?" And he's like, "No." He says, "Take a picture with your camera and zoom in on it." Took a picture and about fell out of the car. It was, baby looked like a baby Sasquatch with its mother. And the big one never did come all the way out of the woods. And the baby was out there playing in a snowfield.
How long did you watch it?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or something. And it was really kind of a high feeling at that time, and then it kind of changed as time went on to the next ones.
Did you grow up aware of like Bigfoot?
In about, I believe, probably 76. First off, I lived up the end of Newman Creek Road there in Elma, Washington, and there was 3 houses, and we were all about a quarter mile apart. 4 miles up in the middle of nowhere. And my 2 sisters, and the 4 neighbor girls all went to the end of the road. We were camping up there, and I was just a little kid, like 10 years old or something. and they saw a white one. And of course, the next day, my older brother, and the older Holt kid went out and found tracks. Like the next day or the day after that, and they got hair out of the fence. And I believe there was
white hair.
White, yeah. I was, I believe, one of the most documented or whatever. Yeah. In Grace Harbor for a long time. In white one.
Okay, Grace Harbor sighting. You were a logger, or you did logging?
I did logging when I was younger, and then I.
So you spent a lot of time outdoors.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did you ever talk to any other loggers when you were doing that about their site? Did anyone ever tell you about seeing anything?
Bigfoot's been part of Washington folklore forever. I mean, it's always been there. So yeah.
Do you think these things are more prominent in this area? There might be more here than other places?
There seems to be. It's kind of like once you notice them, I think they notice you.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Why on earth do people around the United States continue to search for something that mainstream science doesn't believe exists? The questions are numerous when it comes to the search for Sasquatch, but the most fielded queries from quote-unquote non-believers typically are some variation of either, why don't you have a clear photo or video, or why don't we have a body? The fact is, most Bigfoot enthusiasts and those that spend a good deal of their free time in the woods searching ask themselves the same questions. Sure, they might exclaim that they believe there already is existent video or photographic evidence. After all, the Patterson-Gimlin film is a pop culture icon. They also might respond with a series of facts about the acidity in the soil in much of the United States that causes animal remains to decompose in a matter of days, or they might reply with some stats about the number of black or grizzly bear bodies that are found in the forests, nearly none, and they're an animal that we know exists. But truthfully, no Bigfooter has all, or even many, answers. So they come to the forests in search of them. Evidence to bolster their personal opinion that this creature does exist. Often their approach is to simply wander into the woods and strike a tree, or to do some calls and hope that something responds. After all, most Bigfooters are just normal, everyday folk with little knowledge of the scientific method or how to put it to use. There are, however, groups around the US that do understand the methodology that goes into seeking truly verifiable evidence. Seeking patterns and forming hypotheses based on their findings. There are groups that look for Bigfoot that even count members of academia amongst their roster. Here in the Olympic Peninsula resides one such group, the Olympic Project. In 2018, Mark Matsky and myself came to the peninsula for a brief visit in an effort to learn more about the approach the Olympic Project brings to the search. After less than 24 hours in the region, we had to call it quits due to a vicious bout with altitude sickness. In recent months, the OP had been on my mind, not just due to its supreme beauty and the isolation of its mountains, but because of a finding made by the group. something that could potentially change the way we look at the subject of Bigfoot.
Well, we're back 2.5 years after the fact.
We have spent, in this first day, we've probably spent as much time as we spent the last time we were here.
We're out kind of to the southwest of
Where we
Olympia,
were.
Washington. So we're, as amazing as this scenery is, it's just whetting the appetite to get back into the Olympic Peninsula proper.
That was surprising to me when we got in here today, actually, was the reminders I kept receiving as we were driving through the area, and especially here tonight, is just how dense this forest is. And we have dense forest in Ohio, and we've been in dense forest in New York. But there's something primordial about the forests here.
Right.
Does anything stand out about this particular area to you, though?
Well,
like where we are.
Yeah, there's a couple things. One is the contrast between like Seattle, Tacoma, and here, and we're only about 20 miles from Seattle proper, but this feels extremely remote, and it is. I mean, it's you know, forest for harvesting, and you can see that's one of the other things I was both striking to us last time, I think, was to see how this land has been managed, and a lot of it has been harvested many times over. We're standing in a portion that seems to have been, you know, harvested and regrown. And there's a lot of tree line area, which is classically a place where Bigfoot tends to be sighted, you know, either right at a tree line or going from one forested area to another. So, you know, every dark shadow, every kind of burnt stump is an invitation to let the imagination go wild. Yeah, I have to believe we're in the right place.
I think so.
If there's going to be a place, this is it.
Yeah.
Here in the Olympic Peninsula, we are on a peninsula that's sort of like a mini Rockies. It's not volcanic here on the peninsula. It's all from what I understand, granite or marble uplift. So it's incredibly rugged terrain.
The Olympic Peninsula is defined by its mountain range, which is right in the middle of a landmass that's bordered on three sides by water. On the west you have the Pacific Ocean, to the north it's the Strait of Juan de Fuca, and then to the east it's the Hood Canal and Puget Sound, heading towards Seattle. The water vapor coming off of the Pacific Ocean hits the western slope of the mountain range, and it traps all of that moisture there, creating what is essentially a temperate rainforest on the western slope of the mountains. And what that means is then there's also a rain shadow to the east, and the contrast between those two areas, it's extreme.
Humans have inhabited this area for centuries and centuries and centuries. Of course, we live in the Pacific Northwest. That was mainly the civilization that we see here today would mainly occurred during Oregon Trail days. There were a few people who came out here in the 1840s, actually a little bit earlier by ship down in Astoria, Oregon. It was settled by boat pioneers from New York, but mainly there was the overland trail. You know, Europeans came out and settled the area, and it's been going on ever since.
The Pacific Northwest, specifically the Olympic Peninsula, I think is a bar above most other areas where there's supposed Bigfoot activity. Something that's always interested me is looking at average precipitation per year, and there's almost no areas except for other parts of the Pacific Northwest that have that much rainfall like the Olympic Peninsula does, which is really conducive for great apes. If you look at what a lot of other apes live in, it's subtropical areas, it's jungles, you know, whether it's in Sumatra or in Africa and the Congo. It's just conducive for lots of different types of life.
Talk about some of the older cases from this region, you know, like some of the standouts. Are there any that really stand out to you?
There are, of course, a number of historical accounts of someone just seeing something and the human gets scared. They see a large creature on the other side of the creek and the human gets scared and splits. Or they look at each other for a little while and go their separate ways. Many of the stories from Washington, from this area, are not pleasant encounters at all. There's one I'm working on where there was a mining camp, late 1880s, 1890s or so, and over a period of about 16 to 18 months, miners who were working on their individual claims started showing up dead. And each time, basically their cause of death was very similar, either with their heads bashed in or their bodies just pummeled to death. Another time, one of the fellows encountered this large creature up on this hill, has his 2 hunting dogs with him, and one dog takes off, the creature grabs it, throttles it to death and throws the dog down the slope. Mike Madigan ended up shooting at the creature, seemingly to no effect, maybe 75 or 100 feet away. The other dog takes off, the creature grabs the dog, and Mike just takes off and it is out of there. So there are a number of unpleasant encounters.
There is a multitude of sightings in every kind of arena on the Olympic Peninsula. There's a ton of road sightings. There's just a multitude of sightings from the Indian reservations that are on the Olympics, that are in the Olympics, to people that live around there. I mean, there's just too many to name here, you know, including my own stuff. If I was going to guess, I would say it's probably one of the highest concentrations of Sasquatch that there may be, due to the environment and the viability of the environment and everything that's available, all the available resources.
I've been aware of monkeys in the woods, if you will, since I've been about 5 years old, maybe 6. So now fast forward, I'm 11 years old. We lived on a direct line south of my grandparents' property, about 5 miles. So this is about 1963. I'm in 5th grade, and we went to a place that we called the Stump Field. Now, the Stump Field was a 40-acre cattle pasture. And as a matter of fact, the day that we were there on this incident that I'm going to relate, they were kind of down at the south end of the field, kind of huddled into a corner. So there's all of these large stumps, and that was the draw. That's what got us to go to the field. There's all kinds of things that you could do there. And we find lizards and snakes, you know, things that would appeal to an 11-year-old. And so we were marching across the field, and we got to the opposite fence line, and there's brush. It's really thick on the other side of the fence. And one of the trees, it was, I think, maybe a large maple, and one of the kids picked up a stick and whacked the limb for whatever reason. He was just being silly. I don't know what it was on the other side of the fence, but it took umbrage at this and started making all kinds of racket on the other side of the fence. Could not see it because of the thick brush, but I noticed there was some alder trees that were coming out of the brush that were starting to wave like this, and I'm looking at that going, that's not right. I mean, there's no wind. I don't know what's going on. And then I thought I saw something falling out of the trees, but then I realized, no, limbs are being ripped off, broken off, snapped off. We're talking, you know, large limbs. So now I'm really getting scared. And then whatever it was, cut loose with about a 10 to 12 second scream that I later told my parents sounded like a cross between an elephant trumpeting and a lion roaring. It was 2 components. It had a low bass and a high scream pitch to it. That scream was so loud you could feel it. And I remember kind of coming to, so I think I fainted or I fell down or I'm not sure what, but when I got my senses, I screamed, run, and everybody did. We ran out of the field.
Right now we are following Shane Corson to meet up with Derek Randalls because we got to get keys to the nest site. In 70 years of Bigfoot research, there hasn't exactly been a lot of innovation. The earliest days of the subject revolved around a couple of wealthy individuals bolstering other less wealthy individuals by funding their expeditions into various parts of the world to search for hairy monsters. These expeditions amounted to little more than sighting chasing. Someone would report a creature encounter, and the investigating individual or team would rush to the location, where they would then hunt for evidence in the way of footprint, scat, or hair samples. In later years, sound became a more integral part of the search, with mysterious recordings made in forests of unidentifiable animals. Said calls were often attributed to Bigfoot. In northern Washington, there were quite a few well-regarded Bigfoot cases, particularly on or near the Olympic Peninsula. In the 60s, sightings occurred in Grays Harbor of the Cowman of Copalis Beach. The Grays Harbor area became a hotbed of activity through the late 20th century and into the 21st, with sightings taking place frequently and a number of track castings being made. All of it did little to further the search for Sasquatch. Washington was a bastion for reports, and yet there wasn't a single dedicated group in the state that followed up on reports or searched for evidence. The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization was able to send the odd investigator out to monitor one, but in a region of the country as densely forested as the Olympic Peninsula, there needed to be a base created within the heart of the peninsula, and a group of people willing to do whatever it took to gather and analyze evidence. The Olympic Project was formed out of this need. On the eastern edge of the peninsula, my small documentary crew met up with what has grown out of the initial need for a legitimate study of the Sasquatch enigma in the exact location of one of the biggest findings the group has ever made. A potential next step in the search for Bigfoot. A place simply known as the nest site. Shane, what kind of gear do you got with you?
I have FLIRs, like this unit here, binocular FLIR. I've got a little pulsar unit. It's also a monocular. And then, man, where do I start? Yeah, that's a lot of stuff back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I just live out the back of my truck, so.
Is it primarily, I mean, do you think of this primarily as equipment you're taking out to look for Bigfoot with, or do you have other uses?
A lot of uses. I'm a hunter, so a lot of stuff works for hunting as well, but mainly for documenting. You know, if I come across something, you know, I'm prepared to document it, get it on, you know, get it on video, record it on audio. So yeah, it's expensive equipment, but this is what you need. You know, if you want to keep collecting the data, it's very important. So yeah, lots of different pieces of equipment.
Against the darkening late evening sky, Shane Corson and other members of the Olympic Project led us to a base camp they'd set up near the nest site.
So this is the basic entrance to get down to these fingers and nest. Now obviously we're just going to our camp tonight.
Someplace.
But I want you guys to know that it is treacherous down here. It's steep, it's slick, a lot of roots, a lot of deadfall. So it's in a race, just take your time. We'll get down there at a decent hour, spend some time, and then we'll head back up before dark.
Our crew members, Alexander Petikov and Eli Watson, would be staying there that night, while the rest of us would need to make our way further into the woods after nightfall to meet with various members of the group, get to know the lay of the land, and explore this incredible location. The next day, in the clear light, we would make our way back to the nests themselves.
My thing is audio. Even if I don't record a suspect sound, I enjoy recording all animals. I mean, when I first started doing it, I thought I knew all the sounds in the woods, and you don't.
Yeah.
You know, I grew up here in Washington hunting and fishing, and some of the sounds that you record at night are not what you expect. And so I've learned a lot about known animals.
Well, I have a question. What is the ultimate goal of recording audio?
For me?
Yeah.
You get a sound picture, consistently recording in the same area throughout the year, and I'd say it takes 2 or 3 years to finally get to know that area. The area that I go to, I've recorded some stuff that David Else has recorded in other areas. That there's some vocals that we're all recording, and we're recording them in different parts of the country, and it can't be this, you know, one animal bouncing around. It's something. There's certain calls that I think are species specific, and it's cool when I record it in my main area in Southwest Washington, and David Else records it up here in the Olympics. I've come up with these long-term audio units, and we started placing them out here just to see what we get. Long-term audio units right here, and this is my first version that I came up with. I have a mic right here. This is it's not the best mic, but it's what I can afford on my budget when I got multiple. It's an Omni mic, and it does pretty good, but
Sounds recorded by members of the Olympic Project are plentiful. Unusual calls, rock throws, tree knocks. There's even the bizarre chatter that occasionally takes place, which verges on sounding like humans speaking back and forth. Chris Spencer's specialty is sound, and like him, each member of the organization brings something unique to the table. Whether it's an individual experience, a character trait, or a knowledge base that assists in painting a larger picture of the target species the group is searching for.
I think most what people think of when they think of Bigfoot researchers are guys out in the woods slapping trees with sticks and stuff like that. That's obviously not the case with the Olympic Project. Can you talk about that? What is the approach? How do you...
So we get people telling us things, and then we're also out into the field researching. For instance, the nest scenario. You know, we were here doing an expedition when we got the phone call that there was something odd that we might want to come take a look at. We utilize what's called the null hypothesis, which means that everything, all the evidence that we find comes from a known source. So we then try to disprove that it's not from the known source. And if you can totally eliminate a character, like it's assumed that that was a coyote that made that call. Well, if you can eliminate coyote, then you know you have something else. So what is that something else? And you just keep working along. Maybe there's other clues that fit that something else, and so you identify a unknown target.
The Olympic Project started as a camera effort. So that's how the Olympic Project started. And then just over the years, the Olympic Project has evolved into a way more of just a study organization. We just got to the point where we figured, let's just learn everything we can about their habits, their habitat, how they use it, where they're going to show up at what time of the year, what the audio stuff means. Because the main thing I didn't want was an organization with any drama at all. Just like-minded people, knowing we're all amateurs. You know, none of us are professional researchers. We're just amateurs. This is a hobby. And just getting everybody together and collectively using our brains to try to advance this subject. And that's kind of where we're at today.
I guess what I want to know is, how did you become involved in the Olympic project?
I've been actively researching since about '97 through California, Oregon, and in 2008 I moved up to Oregon. 2011 I had an encounter up in Mount Hood National Forest, solidified the existence of Sasquatch for me. So I started reaching out to people. And I fell in love with the Olympic project, and I went on a couple of public expeditions. Derek invited me into the Olympic project, and we've been going full steam ahead ever since. And it's been, that's been since 2012. And it's been quite a ride. We've, I think, come a long way in this research, as much as one can at this point.
I was a full-time professional photographer, and so they brought me in because of that. And so I analyzed pictures, which I've caught some fakes. People were trying to trick the Olympic project. But I also have a Bachelor's of Science in Anthropology and Sociology and work as an archaeologist. So some of that comes into play with the Olympic project as well.
Can you tell that story? What, like you said, someone tried to hoax them or fake them?
So Derek received a photograph and it looked pretty good. It looked like a Bigfoot. And so he sent it to me. He's like, can you please look at this? And so looking at it, it looked very similar to a mask that I knew somebody had. And so I got that mask, took pictures of it in the same exact, from the side, exactly how the photo was, and it was a dead ringer. So somebody was trying to trick the Olympic project, and they deal with that sometimes. And I was able to say, hey, nope, it's a fake.
You're a part of the Olympic project.
I am now. Yeah, I was invited in about 6-8 months ago.
What do you offer the group?
I can tell you, I had to think long and hard about saying yes to David Ellis when David called me. I told David I'm not a joiner. Like Groucho Marx says, I'd never be a member of a club that would have me. After a lot of thought, talked to Shane, talked to Derek Randalls, and one thing that I can offer that a lot of people don't is I have a strong background in historical research, being a land surveyor. The basis of land surveying at the very beginning all has to do with document research. Well, with my interest in the unknown and my interest in the Sasquatch phenomenon, that's my forte.
Were you into Bigfoot from like a young age?
It really wasn't part of my life. I had heard of it, but it didn't really, it was nothing then at that point.
What happened that changed that?
Well, actually in 2005, I was hiking, stayed too long, hadn't packed flashlights, started walking back in the dark, just enough moonlight. We're like, okay, we can see the trail, we're good. Started hearing movement in the woods below us because we're hiking on a ridge. And I grew up on a farm, so I'm running through all the scenario of, okay, is someone's horse out, someone's cow? And then it starts clearly being footfalls, like a very large person. And every time we would stop so that we could hear it better, we'd hear one more and then it would just be silence. And then, so we kept doing this, and then after a while, we started hearing, for lack of a better term, speech. And it wasn't anything intelligible. It didn't sound normal. And the only thing I could think of at that moment, unfortunately, at the time, was that it was demonic because of how guttural and how menacing it sounded. And sorry, at the time, thinking it was demonic, it was like you're just trying to get through that moment. And just kept moving. We ended up running into some people that I guess were going to stargaze or something that had headlamps on. I actually thought we might die because I did not know what to expect just because of how evil it sounded.
I've always
been interested in the subject. I'm a learner. I love history, I love nature, and so I've always been fascinated with the subject. But in 2013, I had an experience with my son while camping. And basically, we had what I believe were Sasquatch come in and pull on our tent several times, had a power knock at the end of the night. And it was enough to kind of rattle me and think, you know what, I'm gonna dive deeper into this. Taking it from a scientific perspective, because that's where my mind works. And it's like, what the heck? I mean, I'm out hiking anyways. I like camping, I like being in the woods, learning about nature. I started recording and kind of went down the rabbit hole of Sasquatch research.
I came up here for an expedition in 2016. Honestly, sat talking with Derek for hours, just talking about nature, talking about guerrilla behavior, because I'd read a bunch of books on things recently and I was all excited about it. Next thing I knew, I was in. Yeah.
What do I bring to the table? I'm not quite sure. I don't know. They saw something.
Can you talk about the discovery of the nest?
This coming May, 6 years ago, I was actually guiding an expedition up in the Olympics. And we were back at the cabin and my phone rang and answered it, and it was a individual that I had known years prior. He's part of a family that owns a very large timber company. And he said while he was out doing ribbon lines for proposed timber cuts, he said he was working one of these ribbon lines and he came across these ground nests, something that he had never seen in over 20 years of doing that for a living. And so instantly I was intrigued, and he knew of my affiliation with the Sasquatch research subject. So I was the first one he thought to call. 3 days later, myself and my friend James Millian met him out here. And then an official in this area from the Department of Natural Resources showed up as well. And we hiked in and we looked at these ground nests and we were all just speechless.
When you saw those pristine nests, the size of them, the amount of work that went into them, the thickness, the depth, the breaks, no teeth marks, no claw marks. The strength that it took to break some of those and then formulate the nest, throw Sasquatch out the window. They were amazing to behold. Something took a lot of time, and probably multiple somethings, and there were different sizes. So you're thinking in your head, what's going on here? Family unit, multiple individuals.
I've been a guide here in the state for many years, and I've been an avid hunter since I was a kid and an avid hiker in the Northwest here since I was 13, 14 years old. I've never seen anything like this. And there wasn't just one, there was 6, all in this one area, this 90 by 120 foot area. And the nests were just amazing. They were just big mattresses made of huckleberry foliage, very intelligently placed. He, being one of the owners of a timber company, has employees and friends that have had Bigfoot encounters before. And so he was very enthralled by it. We were all blown away by what we were looking at. So they were getting ready to log this area, and he actually decided to hold off logging and give us 5 years to figure this out, and which I couldn't believe. It was just fantastic. And gave me a key to the gates and just turned us loose.
The Olympic project existed before the nests were discovered, and they'll exist after the nest site has been mined for all the information it can offer up. This particular location isn't notable amongst the group solely because of the potential evidence they've discovered here. In fact, multiple members of the organization have had encounters with strange sounds and smells, and even had sightings near the area. Derek Randalls himself is counted amongst those who have seen the creature on the property. Just 2 years ago, he encountered a massive, light-colored creature shaking a tree on the drive into the nest site. And on our second day driving in, he took me to the exact spot where it happened.
Well, what happened is my wife and I were coming in, this was 2 years ago, and the thing is I had been coming in the gate, the main primary gate to get into this area, every day for like 5 days in a row at around 5 p.m. And on the 6th day that I was coming in here, we were coming in to hunt, and my wife was with me. We got through the gate and came to the first major turn, and my cell phone rang, and it was my son. And so I just stopped the truck and just started talking to him. And Tori sitting in the passenger seat, she goes, "Holy God, look at that tree." We looked down the skid road about 100 yards, and there was a tree being whipped so violently that the top was almost touching the ground on the whips. And I'm like, what in the hell? And at first I thought, okay, it's got to be a bear. It's hunting season, I have a bear tag. And we're at 100 yards. And so I actually jumped out of my pickup while Tori's still watching it. And I pulled my rifle up on it and scoped it. As soon as I pulled my rifle up, the tree just stopped. And I saw something blonde leaving the base of the tree, upright, at just an incredible rate of speed. Just like fast. And I looked right over at Tori and I said, did you see what I just saw? And she goes, yeah, something blonde just left the tree. So at this point, I'm still thinking the tree is not that big of a tree. So we get in the truck and run down there. I get down there and the stalk of the tree is about that big. It's probably about 6 to 7 inches in diameter. That's when I got spooked when I saw the size of the tree. There's not a piece of heavy equipment sitting there. We both saw something exiting the base of the tree. And as I'm looking up the stalk of the tree, the whole right side of it's bruised. And that's when Tori goes, Derek, and she's still up on the road. And all she could see was me from about here up, just my head and the top of my shoulders. Whatever we saw was a solid 3 feet taller than the brush that I was standing in when it left. The weird thing is it was blonde. It was a blonde in color, very light in color, but it was upright and it was a solid 2 feet, 2.5 feet taller than me, whatever was shaking that tree.
Of course, sightings by members of the Olympic Project aren't relegated to just this area. While not everyone has had a sighting, most have experienced unusual occurrences in the forests of northern Washington.
What's the craziest thing that's happened to you since you've been involved with the Olympic Project out in the field?
Well, we had a crazy night in August down in central Washington. There was a lot going on. There was a lot of whoops and knocks and other vocalizations, and we hiked down in this camp at 9:30 at night that I actually was creeped out in the camp in the daytime. And I told them I didn't want to go down there, but we ended up going down there.
Let's see, it was in August, had a camp out where we decided we were going to cowboy camp. We start getting ready for bed, we're all in our sleeping bags. All of a sudden, the chatter of us starting to die down to go to bed is broken by this tree fall.
When that tree fell, I thought, oh God, here we go, it's on. Because we knew they were in the area, but I took that as a sign of aggression, like it wants us to get out of there, and it's getting pretty pissed.
We started hearing movement, the few of us that were still awake. Shane Corson and I were still awake the longest because we were hearing stuff move around, and he had his FLIR and he wanted to see if something was out there. He wanted to be able to FLIR it. So he had told me, hey, wake me up if anything happens. Well, unfortunately, stuff kept moving around and happening. So anytime he fell asleep, I had to wake him up. And we had a few percussives or knocks. Eventually, he fell asleep, and I thought, you know what, okay, it's late, I'll just go to sleep. And so I was laying on my back, but I was had my head tilted, kind of like this. So my sleeping bag was open just enough that I could see this one view of the trees. All the guys are snoring, so they're asleep, and I'm quiet, that I start hearing swooshing footsteps coming through this overgrown grass on this area, coming into camp. And it gets closer, and I'm straining my eye trying to see where it is because I could hear where it is. And then all of a sudden, the view of the trees goes away, and there's no trees. The sound and the movement kept going around and walked in between where Shane and I were before there was a tent. There was a little bit of space between the one person had a tent, and this rush of air goes past on this side of my head. And it took a couple seconds before I tried to wake up Shane. I'm yelling for him. I think that's about the point that my heart rate got so bad in my ears that it was pounding so hard. I'm sorry, I don't know how to explain it. It was pounding so hard. I thought, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm gonna have a heart attack in the woods. And
No, go ahead.
Explain the terrain we're going to head down and where it's at.
Where we're at right now is kind of a plateau above the nest. How this works right here is it's a river that runs north-south. So what we're on right now is a western-facing ridge. And on this western-facing ridge, there's fingers that come out. And on the tips of all these fingers is where all the nests have been found. And I think, 6 consecutive finger ridges up here we found nests on. So right now, we're just on the platform above the fingers. And so, in actually very short order here, we're going to be over to where the primary nest was. Okay, so do you see how this area looks different than what we just walked through?
Yeah.
The reason is because everything here from a 50 or a 90 to 120, all the huckleberry was broken.
Okay.
And this right here, this depression, was the first nest that we studied. And we actually deconstructed this nest all the way down to dirt to see exactly how it was made. But this one was about 5.5 feet across.
So what was really interesting about this particular, well, not just this particular nest, this whole area, like Derek said, all the huckleberry boughs were broken off. All of these huckleberry leaves, there was no leaves in this area. They were completely stripped, like it's something stripped. I mean, completely bare. You can still see evidence of some of them haven't grown back. And there would be some piles of huckleberry leaves. So it's something I had literally stripped these. And then you had instances like this. This is an old one. Wasn't broken, but it was twisted. This was actually twisted up behind here, you know, back when it was greener. And everything was cleared out. So you can see, like from this vantage point, this old nest, you could see nest, 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 nest. It was almost on purpose. It was done on purpose, no doubt in my mind, that it was stripped clear so you could view whatever was laying in this nest, could view the other nest. And also right here, so these nests were, I mean, the amount of huckleberry was about this tall, I mean, foot off the ground, all the way around, all the way back up into here. And we've deconstructed them and taken samples, but massive and just completely mattressed out with the huckleberry boughs, the bigger ones on the bottom, the smaller ones on top, but they were kind of weaved in and out, and you had huckleberry boughs sometimes pushed into the ground, and the nest was actually kind of formulated around that. So it obviously took some intelligence.
My interpretation of the nests was initially skewed by the fact that we were merely looking at the remains of what were once full-size nests. To truly appreciate the significance of the find, I would have needed to be present when the location was first discovered.
One of the other nests up on the ridge, Shane laying down in it. This nest is right on the ridge line, right here, and right here are the two rocks that we found that have a history of being banged together with the score marks on them. And again, the thickness of these nests is all consistent. I don't know if you can tell.
However, even in their current state, the nest site was truly extraordinary. The area was beginning to become overgrown as it was prior to the nest being made. Even in this condition, though, it was night and day to see the change between the dense undergrowth of the surrounding forests to the relative open spaces surrounding the nests.
So this was a very large nest, and then you can't really see it anymore, but under this foliage back here, there was actually a 4 foot wide by 8 foot long nest, a foot thick back in here.
Yeah.
There was another one right here. There was actually, I think, 6 or 7 in this particular area.
Who was the person that kind of realized there was a similarity between the nests and like gorilla?
So what had happened is we were looking at these things on the ground. I've been a guide here in Washington for years. I've been an avid hunter my whole life. So none of us had seen anything like that. So I just started researching on the computer and looking at North American, any type of nesting North American animal. And nothing the first night. And then finally I started looking at gorillas and ended up figuring out these beds are identical to gorilla beds. In shape and size. The foliage on these is just a little bit thicker, but the temperature's colder up here. And that's when the light bulbs started going off. The black bears that are in this country, they will take the duff in their immediate spot, or they'll rake a rotten tree down and they'll make a bear bed. But they don't break, transport, and build, which is the defining point with these beds.
Do you remember your first impressions of the nest when you first saw them?
These ones down here? My first impressions of the nest, I was absolutely blown away. I mean, I've spent so many years out hiking California, Yosemite, all up and down the West Coast, up and down mountains, you name it. I've seen wood rat nests, I've seen bear beds, I've seen elk beds, I've seen everything that I was familiar with. And when I saw them for the first time, I mean, I was just dumbstruck. What am I looking at? And it lived up to my expectations because Derek was out there before and he was so excited about it, giddy, but it lived up to my expectations and even more so.
My first impression is this place doesn't look squatchy at all. This is not where I would go to look for Bigfoot. I mean, it's just a different kind of place, right? And then actually going down in there, I could not believe how hard it was. And we do a lot of hiking, we do a lot of off-trail hiking, but it's crazy how thick everything is. And you can't see 10 feet. And then getting down there where the nests were, and this is 3 years ago, they've degraded a lot. But actually seeing how some of the stalks were pulled over and woven into the nests. I'm grabbing this stalk and you just try and bend these things or in a lot of the breaks, it's physically impossible. I was kind of mind blown, like this is even better than I had expected or heard about.
It took something with an opposable thumb because sticks were jammed into the ground. There was a military type setting, and the reason I say military is we had somebody that was a Top Gun pilot, and he took one look at the arrangement of the beds and said, that's a military setup. We have a perimeter guarding an interior. At the very point, at the very head of that perimeter was the largest nest. And there were rocks that were noticed that had been scored or obviously knocked together.
What I think is interesting is that there's all these nests there. They were snapped off twigs. Is it human? Is it a bear? If it's a bear, that would be amazing. That's something new for them. But it's not, it doesn't seem to be a bear. I'm pretty sure it's not a bear. There was no signs of humans being there. Usually if there's somebody down there, they're gonna leave trash or something. So it was pretty unique that it hasn't been really documented before. So what I'm trying to do is just collect some data that we can compare to future sites. So things like the soil composition, elevation, the environment, a lot of the plant life. So I'm applying what I know for collecting information on cultural sites to this site, because it's the best we can do.
How many times have you been out in this location?
I've been to this location one other time. Yeah. So
has it changed? How much has it changed since you've...
It's a lot. Yeah. So the first time I was out here, I think it was probably within the first year. And so I actually think I'm sitting on a nest.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think, if I remember right. But it's changed a lot. It's degraded quite a bit. So, yeah.
Like on a personal level, what does the location mean to you?
To me, it means that this could be one step closer to possibly identifying an undocumented primate.
Why is that important?
You know, I ask myself that sometimes. I've just always been interested in it, and because I have an anthropology degree, so wouldn't it be awesome to have another undiscovered primate out there that we haven't documented yet? And we do find things all the time that are undiscovered, so maybe this is one of them.
You see how you've got daylight over here and daylight over here? This is a finger ridge. This pokes out to the ravine.
Okay.
And so in succession, almost for a third of a mile to a half a mile that way, there are more finger ridges just like this, and that's where we've been finding. You know, we found up the 22 nests, 6 of them being here, and then the rest of them being that direction on these finger ridges, and all of them are the same.
It's really interesting because we talked about this possibly being like a birthing scenario or a nursery. These huckleberries actually, doctors just give women a mixture of huckleberry leaf and sugar to help them regain strength after childbirth. And so I noticed like a lot of the huckleberries up here, you know, up in the nest area were completely stripped, and you would find piles of them. Something had piled them up. Even in the new nest area, there was quite a few of these piles, but it was all stripped and plucked off. No teeth marks, no claw marks. So if it is that sort of scenario, a birthing scenario, does Sasquatch know, like other animals, that there are medicinal purposes in plants? And, you know, and it's not just this, even there's medicinal purposes in the salal in this area, you know, and the high oxidants in, you know, the blueberry, huckleberry, you know, we got all sorts of berries out here.
Yeah, the antioxidants in these blue huck is off the charts.
So medicinal purposes, and, you know, bears know what to eat, they got a sore stomach.
Dogs eat grass.
Yeah.
They have a tough stomach.
So what a perfect scenario, you could bed down and, you know, if you're giving birth or something, or if it's just a food source, you know, like gorillas, for example, they get a lot of their water from leaves. They don't necessarily go down to a creek and drink water. They'll get a lot of their water substance from leaves. So it's up here, it's just it's like the perfect storm, absolutely perfect storm.
One story from the Olympic project in particular, and, you know, having spent a couple nights down right near the nest site, where Shane, as well as Todd, another member, talked about an encounter they had. Something was actually building a nest.
Tail end of February last year, 2020, Todd Hale and I were out in an area adjacent to this area, and we were looking for a good camp spot, and we in a ravine. I invited Todd Hale out, we set up our camp, and we start hiking to this ravine. And as we get down in there, I start seeing huckleberry breaks. All the boughs in this area off, broken. The sun was shining down. You could see these white, brand new huckleberry breaks. And I knew instantly, right then, there was going to be a nest in that area. I knew it.
Kind of a freaky encounter where they were, and they took us generally to the area where that happened. And experienced something basically, you know, breaking apart huckleberries and trying to build one of these nests. At least that's what they think. You have these massive, you're in this ravine with these massive cliffs on either side, and that's where the nests have been, on these ridges, kind of at the fingers right by the ridges. And you know, they're both competent woodsmen. They're out there. They're always armed when they're out in the woods, but whatever was going on kind of freaked them out to the point where they, you know, pulled out their weapons. You know, they weren't sure what they were dealing with.
And as we get a little bit closer, I start hearing something move. And I'm saying, shh. And when I say that, Todd Hill falls down on the ground and he's cussing. And I said, shut up, there's something big over here. And he stands up and he hears it. So I knew this was massive. And you hear it crash, 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 crash. And I'm like, I think it's coming towards us. So I drew my weapon out, as did Todd Hill. And I was trying to get my eyes on this thing, but it retreated down into the ravine. And as we're listening, this thing, you could hear it move up the hill and circle up behind us. And we were down a lower point. So I said, let's get to a higher vantage point. We get up to a higher vantage point, still guns drawn, and we hear this thing creeping.
We're going through this off trail. We came upon something right over here. Big, breaking branches. We both drew our weapons. It went from straight in front of us down to the left. I heard something right here. Yeah.
I don't want to come up behind us.
That's why I keep looking right here.
Let's get back up by that tree. And we waited 10 minutes. We decided to go back to where this thing was originally. We retreated back and we kind of looked around the area, decided to see if we could find more tracks up or higher, see if we could see this thing that was coming at us. Never did, never heard it leave. And we get up and we start seeing the huckleberry breaks. And we're like, wow, there's a lot of them. And there's this huge pile of huckleberry. I mean, just a tremendous pile. Big high fives, because we knew at that point in time we had found a new nest, and not just a new nest, but one that was in the process of being made.
There.
Look at the bed. Look at all these snaps right here. This is what I saw yesterday. I was like, oh, look at
Shane, they're here.
Snip, snip. There could be more nests right here.
Oh my God.
Oh,
We need to leave.
Look at, holy. Look, we don't need to leave. This is what we're doing with this. I mean, dude, we had a Sasquatch here yesterday, man.
Look, that's a bed. That is a bed. It's the first one we've seen mixed with a little salami.
That thing went down there.
You talk to the OP members, they've all had something happen, whether it be members that got into the project because they've had Bigfoot encounters in other areas, or while on the project. And even the night we were there, the first night, one of the members, Chris, was setting up an audio recorder near the nest site and had something crashing and breaking brush, large. And it either was a bear or a Sasquatch. That's basically the way they put it. And they hadn't found any evidence of a bear in that area in a while, which means that there's an apex predator in the area. So just the more you talk to them, the more you hear about the stories, and just multiple instances of things happening to multiple members or previous encounters.
Bigfoot has become a modern-day celebrity in the decades since the first tracks discovered by Jerry Crew. Typically depicted as little more than a slasher movie antagonist or a friendly forest giant, Sasquatch has shilled for cars, beef jerky, and hamburgers. To those new to the subject, it's a head-scratcher to think of this simplistic but legendary being in a real-world context. Yet over the centuries, a puzzle is slowly being constructed. The earliest reports of creepy creatures in our forests spoke of hair-covered beings that behaved in ways which would eventually correlate to what we came to know of chimps, monkeys, and mountain gorillas. Rock-throwing, wood-knocking, and even Sasquatch's predilection for privacy all mirror known primate behavior. Nests are constructed by gorillas for sleeping and birthing, and now, here in North America, where gorillas are non-existent, we're finding them in places that defy logic. What else do the nests, and the site itself, tell us about the prominent figure we all know as Bigfoot? Maybe the biggest question is, will the nest site itself help point the way to the discovery of the last great mystery?
I think it's just an undocumented primate. I think it's an ape. There's a lot of plant life that could hide them. Also, these hills out here are very steep. I mean, it's an effort to go up them. There's been sightings around here where they said they just ran up the hill like it was nothing. There's no way a human could follow them. Yeah, there's a lot of fish. There's obviously a lot of water. It's a rainforest. There's a lot of berries, and they say they eat elk and deer, so there's a lot of that also.
What about audio? Has there been audio recorded in the nest area?
Yes, and there has been some interesting sounds that have been analyzed by myself. both vocals and percussion.
The area that I mainly record in, I've put together kind of a seasonal pattern when I'm going to get vocalizations and when I'm not going to get vocalizations. And I start telling people, okay, I'm only going to get stuff May through June, I'm only going to get stuff September through October, and then I get an awesome vocalization in August. They do stuff unexpectedly. That's why there's so much more to me than just an ape. I think they're more closely related to us, because they have a consciousness, and just like we do stuff not based on instinct, I think they do stuff not based on instinct. They do whatever they want, honestly. Yes, you can pattern them, but sometimes they'll just do stuff you don't expect. And every experience I've had in the woods where I've been scared, it's when I've least expected it. You know, if I'm out there expecting something to happen, nothing ever happens.
I wasn't a member of the OP when these were discovered, and I kind of was brought in, kind of started going up north to the property, and then Derek invited me out here. I was blown away. You hear Derek talking about it at conferences or get-togethers, you hear Shane talk about it, but when you actually set foot down here, it's just an incredible place.
One of the things I really enjoyed about this area is bringing certain academic individuals out here and just blowing their mind, you know, when these nests were in their original state, blowing their mind, just seeing the, you know, like, oh my gosh, it actually lived up to my expectations. You know, so many times you bring people out and they're like, man, it actually lived up to expectations. And we get to do this research with good people. Brought a lot of our OP members out here, and they get to experience it and bring their expertise to the table. So it really is just a special area. It's, you know, God's country for sure.
Well, there's a variety of data that they ultimately pulled from the nests and their analysis of them, as Derek refers to it as the deconstruction of the nests. What they discovered is the idea that not only were these sticks laid one on top of another, but there was a certain way in which they were woven together, which indicates, again, intention and the ability to manipulate these sticks in a way that you would assume would involve hands with opposable thumbs. Another data set would be how much of those layers were there, and by all accounts, there was enough of a cushion made by these woven layers in order to create a fairly comfortable bedding. It seems likely that there were both adults and infants or juveniles, both that were using the various type of nests that were discovered. So there's a variety of data points and interpretations of those data points that all lead back to this idea that it's something with consciousness that created this entire setup.
Something that struck me is that there's already been, you know, very believable photographs. The nest site alone seems to, like, it should invite, you know, at least discussion amongst
academics.
Yeah, and it's not.
It has to a degree, right. But just to the degree that we've shared it, really, which we haven't shared it a lot. You know, because I want to learn before we put it out there in a paper, because I do think a paper should at least, if nothing else happens with this, a scientific paper, I hope, can be written and accepted just on the study of this area. That would be really cool. But, you know, as you well know, you know, this subject's been taboo for 95% of all academics. You know, they don't want to put their career on the line by talking about hairy wild men in the woods. If species verification ever does happen, it would be really cool for us to have all the data that we've accumulated and just be able to turn it over what we know. And again, there's a lot of stuff that I'm pretty sure I know. I don't really share a lot of it, you know, because I'm not up to argue. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. But there's a lot of stuff that I think I know about these creatures. It's all getting written down, it's all getting recorded. And if species verification ever does happen, we should be able to turn over a pretty good package to the powers that be.
You've been doing this for years. What keeps you coming out?
The excitement, the unknown. I mean, as much as I think I know I don't know much. And the more I know, the less I know. But knowing that at any point in time, something could happen, you know. Many times I'm just out hiking and you have something happen, experience. And so over the years, it's been very easy, because the amount of time you spend in the woods, it greatens your chances of something happening. And we're always conducting experiments. Experiments are huge. You're always trying to think outside the box when it comes to this research. So it never gets stagnant.
Has all of this impacted your like outdoors, you know, sort of peaceful experience? I mean, do you still?
It's changed how I look at it a little bit. I've always, I think, had a healthy fear of what's out there. Even just with, you know, you have big cats, you have bears, bad people everywhere, but, you know, I don't think it hasn't taken that away from me. It hasn't taken that away from me yet, thankfully. I think really looking at it as we have something that's eluded us for so long, just out of our grasp, and that's the closest we can get to it right now. And it just feels so amazing. Really can't give it up.
Yeah, so I mean, you hear about the nest sites, obviously those of us in the Bigfoot circles, we've heard about it, people know about what the Olympic Project does, but actually going there, it's just completely changed my view of what is actually going on there. Just to get in there, you need such motivation to find those nests, and the fact that this surveyor found them on accident is absolutely amazing, because as we were even talking about today, being in the nest sites, some of the older ones, I mean, you wouldn't maybe even notice that necessarily was a nest. So at the time, going through all that thick brush where you're getting slapped in the face left and right, and you have 9-foot huckleberry bushes on every direction, I don't know why a human being would be going in there making that.
Yeah, I think that's the big point is, and even in our group we talked about it a little bit, but the idea that this could be a hoax, it seems absurd to think that would be the case.
I have no doubt in my mind that that's legitimately Sasquatch activity. Having spent that time in there talking to Shane, Todd, Derek, all the other members, sharing their stories right in that area.
Yeah, some of the members of the Olympic Project showed me what to look for with the tree breaks. And once you know kind of the structure and what you're looking for in terms of the break and the new growth, you start looking about 7, 8, 9 feet up, and you start to see all those places where it's been broken off and new is growing in. And it's really striking because it just, you know, and all the factors that come together there, one of them is something has to be big enough to break those in a very specific way in order to then take them somewhere else and use them for bedding or nesting. And now all those specific factors coming together, the remote location, access to that land in the first place, is really a strong argument for either a feral human or something else with hands that's tall enough to access those bushes in the way that we saw today.
Yeah, I think the final takeaway from this for me too is just the nests again paint Sasquatch as a real world flesh and blood creature. This seems to be a very real creature with young, with juveniles, whatever, that this is the whole like birthing process aspect of this is really interesting and weird.
Yeah.
And something I think a lot of people probably haven't considered or thought about before. Yeah. The militaristic angle that Derek talked about, the way they place the nest, where they place the nest.
Strategic.
Yeah, very strategic on that particular cliff. It really stood out to me as well. But end of the day, it left me with questions, not just about the existence of Bigfoot, but how they exist, where they exist, how the family group might function, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's just something we don't see in pop culture.
Yeah.
Over 70 years ago, the search for Sasquatch began. The pioneer investigators who first started combing the forests of North America spent the earliest days chasing sighting reports and casting tracks of unknown origin. While some who search for Sasquatch are content to continue looking for evidence the same way, there exist groups like the Olympic Project who are taking a different path. They do it for a myriad of reasons: to learn more about the target species, to prove the existence of an unknown creature, and some just want to have an experience for themselves. To finally have proof that there truly does exist something that seems to defy logic. The Olympic Peninsula seems to be the perfect habitat for something like Bigfoot to exist. It's vast, largely uninhabited, and holds all the food sources needed for an apex predator to survive. The nest site seems to point toward the next step in understanding just what it is we're searching for. There are different types of people embroiled in this enigmatic subject, and everyone is involved for their own varied reasons. For some, the mystery is what brings them out to these forests to begin with. They love the search, and the goal is to simply take part in it. Some like to sit on the sidelines and watch from a distance, either out of an optimism that something like Bigfoot could exist, or maybe they're simply there to chide those who think the creature is real. For others, the ultimate goal is discovery. Discovery of the answer to a question we've been asking for centuries. Maybe the question might not simply be about unknown primates in North America. Maybe the question we're really asking is, what type of person are you?
I talked to someone the other day and I said, what are some of the things in your family history that was passed down to you? Whistling. We never go in the woods and whistle. I wasn't allowed to. And then she said, we always closed our window blinds because we didn't want the boogeyman to come in.
So there are some local native traditions that connect with the modern idea of a relict hominoid or Sasquatch.
But we do have a lot of our elders that believe Bigfoot, he's our protector.
I think if you're talking about what the Smokies would be most known for, it would be the disappearances.
When I went through the report database, there was an inordinate amount of sightings in this area compared to almost any other area in Appalachia.
We drove up. I stopped because there were two of them. I always felt like it was a mom and a kid.
We were driving by. She goes, hey, did you see that? I go, what? You know, again, I'm going to say it's Bigfoot. Jumped from the embankment up to the road and stood there and started watching us.
He was absolutely massive. I felt very intimidated by that one.
If you were going to take somebody out, but the easiest explanation would be that you're hungry.
Hey dude, it's Alex. Hopefully you can hear me okay. This is via the sat phone. Just thought I'd check in, see what you guys are up to. I know you're probably busy going around, but I think tomorrow's our last full day, so we're out on the 15th, so we'll see you guys up in Bigfoot Art Gallery. But yeah, it's been pretty awesome out here. Some weird activity for sure. Like last night we had running around our camp and throwing stuff and shit into the water. It was definitely weird. Definitely some crazy stuff out here, but yeah, man, we'll tell you all about it when we're back. Just thought I'd check in. See you soon.
I brought you guys out here, and the location's a mile and a half in,
But if we wouldn't have made that left in the road up here and we would have continued going straight through that gate, that goes out to gas lease property now. Before you get in there, there's some trails. I've been stalked by bears out here, and you don't know they're there. Never smelled them. If the wind direction is right, you can smell something, and it's usually a musty smell. If you go down here, it veers off, but there's a trail that goes to the right. And you just go along and it leads to, there's some lakes down there, and there's, believe it or not, somebody's got a cabin way down there. This is probably the least traveled path that veers off to the right. If you go to the left, there's a lot of people who go that way, but going to the right, it's kind of crappy. We were moose hunting, and I was probably going 2-3 miles an hour. And we see this big bull moose just kind of charge out in front of us, and it kind of speeds up, but it just kind of was doing its own thing, and it crosses, and he literally ran through there and went into the tree line, kind of like right here, and just stopped. The moose is basically to the left-hand side. I hear something off the right-hand side, and it sounded like a branch breaking or leaves. Didn't pay attention to it. What got me was the moose paid more attention to that noise, or from the direction that noise came from, than us. Turned its whole body so it could look towards it. And I'm like thinking, bear, maybe another moose, you know, something. And he was no longer interested in the two of us that are probably 60, 80 feet away from him. And literally to the right, it was probably another 60 to 80, maybe 90 feet tops into this tree line where this noise came from. And I turn the gun and look over there, thinking it's some type of predator, expecting to see a bear. Generally you smell the bears if the wind direction's right. We didn't smell anything, and literally I took and aimed the rifle, and I'm looking at kind of a dark silhouette. Can't really tell what it is. I asked my brother-in-law he had brought out a spotlight. I take the flashlight, shine it over here, and when I finally lit up what I can only assume is the face, and I got just these big eyes, and then like the top of the nose part, and that was it. But it was a bright orange to a red in color, and it kind of freaked me out, because I'm going, what can it be? All these animals that I know of in the area, and the eye color is what got me. And I have the scope aimed at this thing, right between the eyes. It had to have been squatting down, because it was like one fluid motion where it just literally rose up, like just kind of took and just raised like straight up. When it rose up, it went up, I don't know, it had to go up at least another 3 feet. So the 9-10 foot area had to been. I don't even remember thinking about it. I just followed it up with the rifle, and I'm still got it between the eyes. And I'm thinking about pulling the trigger, but I hesitated because I don't know what it is. And I go, Jesse, did you see that? And he goes, yeah. He whispers, but he was to the left of me. I look left, he's not there. Look to the right, he's halfway back to the pickup truck. I took and backed up till I hit my tailgate of my pickup truck, and then I turned around. But I never saw this thing come out of the woods. I didn't hear any noises after that. I didn't hear any noises when it raised up. But I've seen bears, probably half a dozen bears, raise up on their back quarters, and it's a very awkward motion, and this thing was fluid. So Bigfoot's the only thing that I really can ever relate it to. I never would have known it was there if that moose didn't do anything.
Yeah, and you said you haven't really gone back out since then, right?
No, this is the second time I've even been out here since 2009. I brought my wife in 2016 and drove out there in a pickup truck to where the location was. But I haven't been hunting since. I mean, granted, part of it's my schedule, but I don't know, I'm not going by myself. I'll go with a buddy if, but it was awkward because it's like admitting that it's real, and that's the only thing it could have been. It's I don't know, it was kind of a game changer.
Where do you go when you want to be alone? It's a common thing for human beings to need time away from it all. Away from the grind of their day jobs, or away from their ordinary but chaotic lives. People need an escape. Each year, around 250 million people choose to escape into our national parks. They head to Yellowstone or Yosemite, or they backpack their way around Zion. In short, they go into the woods and mountains, just like John Muir once did. But even in the backcountry of our nation, the odds of ever being really, truly alone are slim. There are a few truly remote places you can trek to. The 100-mile wilderness in Maine, or the Hoh Rainforest in the Olympic National Park. There's even a town in Montana called Glasgow that sits over 4 hours in any direction from a major city. Journey into the mountains of the Adirondacks in upstate New York and you'll still see plains overhead, bump into numerous hikers, and encounter your fair share of roads to cross. Likewise with most places I've been while exploring the subject of Bigfoot. But then there's Alaska. It's 663,300 square miles of isolation. 663,300 square miles of mountains and rivers, hills and valleys, forests and fields. It is the wilderness of America. It's here that the search for Sasquatch becomes incredibly complicated. A land overflowing with wildlife and abundant beauty. A place that calls to millions of travelers each year. They come to explore, to gawk, to eat, drink, and maybe to get a sense of what life was once like before mankind inherited the earth. The real reason they come here, though, is quite simple. It's to escape. A land with over 200 million acres of nationally protected wilderness is the perfect place to stay hidden. For an unknown creature that seems to enjoy its solitude, it seems like Alaska might be the perfect place to finally put an end to the Bigfoot mystery, to bring the myth out of darkness and into the light. But in a place where there are expanses of uninhabited land that runs for hundreds of miles in any direction, aren't we just searching for a slightly larger than average needle in the world's largest haystack?
What is it about that environment and the geography and everything there that might be conducive to something like a Bigfoot?
Alaska is unlike anything we find in the lower 48s. It is huge. People just do not realize the expansive wilderness that is up there. I mean, you can of course juxtapose the state of Alaska over the United States and see how big it is, but you just don't really get the feel for it until you put your boots on the ground up there. It is just ridiculous.
The last frontier is the least explored. It's like the American dream, I guess. It's the last blank space on the map. It's the proximity of the wilderness to civilization there is kind of mind-blowing. You go 10 minutes outside of Anchorage and you're out there. You're seeing moose on the side of the road. You know, there's moose in downtown Anchorage sometimes. It's not conquered, if you will. It hasn't been dominated by human technology and civilization yet. And maybe it'll stay that way, I don't know.
I've always wanted to come to Alaska. And so I just had a sighting last year.
So I'm kind of fully in the camp of their realness. So now I just want to learn more about them, and especially like in a place like this, how they live and exist, and learn about encounters.
Yeah, Alaska is interesting because it has all sorts of climates and bioclimes, environments. This particular area is boreal forest, but it's bordering on tundra. Boreal forest has white spruce, black spruce. They're all pretty stunty. A big tree here is maybe 50 feet. The ground tends to be very mossy, very soft, so it doesn't show distinct tracks very often. The climate is mild in the summer. 72 degrees is a really hot day here. Winters are harsh, and that's why this enigma is so baffling. You can get minus 20 and below for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. Something that's just depending on hair, it's a tough environment. We do have wolves here as a predator that stays out in the winter, but the bears hibernate, of course. As far as food, we've got berries, we've got doll sheep, we've got moose, we've got caribou, hares, different types of grouse and ptarmigan. In the summer, it's not so hard to explain Sasquatch here, but it is hard to explain it in the winter. Also, there's snow everywhere, so where are the tracks? You know, we occasionally get reports of tracks, but it's pretty rare.
The Bigfoot subject is one that I can't get out of my head. It's just something that I've been up here for so long now, and I've seen a lot of big animals, a lot of big creatures. Big grizzlies, big eagles, everything. And they're powerful, and up close, they're just incredibly phenomenal. But when you see something big and incredible that you can't explain and you can't get out of your mind, and it raises all the fear, flight, and flight senses. And when I first seen mine, I almost hit the brakes at 75 miles an hour. And it was all in a matter of seconds, because I was traveling, heading east on the highway on the right-hand side, and this creature was all the way over, the lane over, into the ditch. Now, when I first seen it, it was broad, like I said, it's about 7 o'clock in the evening, so we had plenty of light during the summer. And I seen it off the distance, and I thought it was a large Shetland type pony with long hair, and then I figured it must have been an Icelandic, like an Icelandic pony. And it was like real dreadlocked. It was long, streamy hair. It was ochre, real dark red ochre. Now this thing was built. You could just see the pumped belly on it, the arms, and the length of the arms. I could see through underneath the belly of this creature, where the hair still had plenty of distance between that and the ground. Now, this is all I seen as I was driving by at 75 miles an hour. I immediately looked into the rear view mirror and to see if I could get a clearer picture of what I'd just seen. And it was right in the middle of the highway. It had jumped in less than about a second and a half. It had jumped all the way from about, I'd say 40 feet down into a ditch, up onto the center line, and was completely profile looking down the highway. When I first seen this thing, it was looking down towards the ground and away from the road, and I could not see the head. Where the horse's head was supposed to be was not. It was just bulky and thick and looking down. I said, well, I never thought for a second it was a bear. It was too big. And then I looked back into the mirror and I was watching it. For that very second, it was perfectly profiled. There must have been at least 24 inches between the dread of the hairs and the space of the road, because I could see clearly down the road. And it was looking down the highway from whence we came. There was no traffic on the road either way, forward or backwards. As soon as I seen it in the highway, that's when I reached up and grabbed my foot and I was ready to, and I busted brake pedals before stopping fast. And I took my foot off and looked back again, and this thing was descending down the bank on the other side Its rump raised up in the air, its back legs up high, and its lower legs down this way. Never at any time did I see it on 4 legs. And I didn't see the face. But this was real. So, how do you get something like that out of your mind? I was ready to chase it down. I was young enough to do it. I'd been guiding and commercial fishing and just running amok with horses and animals all my life. I was ready to chase this thing down, and I know the trail.
If you could relive that moment, what would you do different?
I would have hit the brakes and turned around and chased it down. So, but this was a creature. And it wasn't, like I said, I've been up here for 49 years, and I spent most of my time around what life there is up here. And I don't expect to ever see something like that again. But who knows?
In terms of pluses and minuses of something like Sasquatch being discovered in Alaska, I think it just makes sense. I think most people probably wouldn't be surprised because Alaska has that reputation, that mystique as that final frontier. It's a place where so many people, especially from the lower 48, go up there, and it has like a special place in their minds. People go there to escape. It's that kind of, it's the last stop on the road sort of thing. So I think people wouldn't be surprised by something like Sasquatch being in a place like Alaska. Many people I've talked to that are, not into the topic of Sasquatch, oh yeah, Alaska, that's where they'd be, sort of thing.
Sasquatches, being omnivores, have their pick of what they want to eat, essentially. The salmon runs are still largely unspoilt up there, so like literally upstream, there's going to be dead salmon laying on the side of streams. The grizzly bears, of course, are catching them, and Sasquatches may very well do that as well. Look at the diet of the big brown bears. The diets of those bears are sure largely fish dependent and things, but they have a huge variety of plants that they eat as well.
From the Kenai Peninsula, even Kodiak Islands, that whole area, down up into Canada, Southeast Alaska, some of the richest environments in the world in terms of temperate rainforest. Absolutely perfect places for something like a Sasquatch to live. And in parts of the interior, there are great habitats as well.
Areas like Fairbanks, interior Alaska, it gets incredibly cold, 40, 50 below. It's really hard to imagine anything surviving out there, let alone a Sasquatch. Southeast Juneau, Ketchikan, even where my buddy's cabin is outside of Seward, the environment is a lot more rainforesty. You'll recognize right away when you go into these areas, wow, and they're secluded. The temperatures are more mild, and we're not talking like interior Fairbanks weather. Juneau is definitely more mild, so I think that plays a lot to do with it. It seems, and like I said, these places seem to, the fish are available. It's kind of like a grizzly bear versus a brown bear.
Kind of an analogy between grizzly bears and brown bears. So brown bears live very close to the coast, so their diet is very rich because they have terrestrial food sources and aquatic food sources, right? So they have access to salmon, fish. We know fish oil and that sort of stuff is extremely healthy for animals, especially carnivores. So brown bears grow bigger than grizzly bears. Grizzly bears live inland. They have to fight a little bit more for their food sources, so that's why they're called grizzly.
I think it's kind of like that. I think it is similar to, I could see how they would hang out in a more mild area versus up north or Barrow or something that's just frozen all the time. Although I've heard stories from there.
So I thought, well, maybe is it a similar case with a Sasquatch? If you lived in a peninsula like the Kenai Peninsula, essentially in one of these coves, you don't have to go anywhere. You can stay there the whole time and you've got all your food sources in the water and on land. Whereas inland, you may have to move a little, you may have to follow the caribou herds, or you may have to follow the other food sources. A little bit more, it just seemed like a more difficult existence.
If you look at other predator behavior, I have no reason to believe Sasquatch would not follow those same types of behavior. I do believe that Bigfoot are omnivorous, so they probably are opportunistic eaters. Most of the accounts that I am aware of, both historically and in more recent times, are around September and August, which is when berries are out and caribou are migrating, especially in the far north above the Arctic Circle. So I definitely believe that Sasquatch tend to follow caribou herds for food, and I think they're also in those same areas because that's also where there's a lot of berries, blueberries, high bush cranberries, things that are going to be highly nutritious and fattening up, just like bears would that time of year for winter when things are lean.
I mean, obviously, Alaska is not a friendly environment for anything, for anyone, for anything. It's very cruel and can be very cruel. And so there have been sightings that I've discovered in my research as far north as Barrow, and then there's others in the interior, farther up around Fairbanks. But it seems to me they move more in the interior in better weather. One thing I've kind of been examining that I've talked to other researchers about is we've discussed, like, you know, the possibility of hibernation or modified hibernation. That's one thing I really looked into. And matter of fact, the University of Alaska Fairbanks had a program they were working on with trying to figure out induced hibernation for like deep space travel. They were actively working on that up there. I think they still are to some extent. Would it be so far-fetched to believe that maybe a being like this could have developed the ability through necessity, especially in the interior regions, to do that, you know, that modified hibernation, not full-blown hibernation, but maybe a modified where they get up and move around limited areas, do what they need to do, gather food sources and stuff like that.
Just this past March, my wife and me and another older gentleman, but we were looking for new places to ice fish because, you know, that's what you do here, is you go ice fishing. And my wife is ungodly slow on a snow machine, like crazy slow. So it's common to have to sit and wait, and that's what I do. I was just chilling, having a smoke, and I'm looking down the trail, hoping I get to see her, you know, because then I get to go. And I couldn't believe it. It was a Bigfoot, and then a junior right next to him, and it was like he was helping him across the road. And I'm by myself in just a birch forest. And about that time, two more come out, and they're a little bigger than the kid that the first two was. They must have heard me. I don't understand. But one of them stood up and, like, kind of like a bear, started kind of bird dogging, you know, kind of trying to look down the trail. I had this, like, instant fear, like I was about to die. And yeah, it was crazy.
Did they walk off, or what happened with them?
The one that stood up on me followed me. But he was like following me, like, it was weird.
Did there come a point where it just quit following you, or?
Yeah, when I started talking to my old lady about it. Sorry, sweetie.
What did they look like? What did the little ones look like?
He didn't look like Harry and the Hendersons. He didn't have hair on his face. It was more of a leathery, big palm, almost look to it.
How big do you think he was?
It was the big one. I don't think he was no 10 foot tall or anything. He just looked like a big man. The little fella, he probably was the little guy, no bigger than that right there. So the big guy might have been just normal human. Now the other two they looked like they were teenagers, like they were romping around, getting in trouble. I don't know. Like he seemed young, but not young. so I'm not crazy. I'm a normal. Okay, so I had a flat nose. It wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like a big old pronounced nose, you know. I didn't believe in Bigfoot. Never really thought twice about believing him. And here I am now describing what Bigfoot looks like, so I'm feeling humiliated.
Don't feel humiliated.
Despite spending countless hours reading books and watching documentaries on the state of Alaska as a kid, I'd somehow never realized that Alaska is broken up into 5 distinct regions. The uniting factor between all these regions are the native peoples who have lived here for centuries. The Inside Passage is the southeastern portion of the coastal area of the state and is home to the city of Juneau. The far north of Alaska is also better known as the Arctic. Sparsely populated and wild, the Arctic is more acquainted with caribou than it is human beings. Nome is the only major city in this region of the state. To its south lies interior Alaska. The centerpiece of the state is Denali, formerly known as Mount McKinley. Denali is North America's tallest mountain. Interior Alaska is a nature lover's dream. Millions of acres of nationally protected wild land to find what is arguably the most beautiful part of the state. To the north of Inside Passage lies the South Central region, which is where the state capital of Anchorage is housed. To the west of Anchorage lies the Southwest region. This is one of the most rugged portions of Alaska, a region with sprawling coastlines, rugged mountains, and almost innumerable moose, brown bear, and salmon. The southwestern region is also known for the Aleutian Islands, a chain of 14 volcanic and 55 smaller islands, which form the northernmost part of the Pacific Ring of Fire. Undergrowth can be thick in some places, but the Aleutians are largely known for their rocky, jagged peaks and their tundras. Here, in the unfriendly environments of western Alaska, the Altuit tribes settled and hunted sea mammals from skin-covered boats. Today, many tribes still call the region home. It's far from prime Bigfoot habitat, yet despite its appearance, it is here that one of the most believable and incredible eyewitness stories I came across during our Alaska trip originated. Elizabeth was a young wife and mother in 1969 when she came face to face with a creature late one night while staying at a friend's house.
I want to tell it before I get too old and forget, you know? I don't think I'll ever forget that though. Yeah. Because it froze me. Oh, okay, when we moved down there, it was in Alaska. Okay, you know where that's down on the chain. Okay, there's no trees around there or anything. And this lady, she always left food out for it because it would come at night and look for food, I guess. And but I guess she's seen it before. Nobody would go out berry picking because they're afraid of seeing that thing because it was around town. Several people seen it looking down at them when they took the garbage out to the dump. The dogs always got scared of it, but I'll never forget that.
You said berries? The people were scared to go out berry picking?
Berry picking, there's a lot of berries, wild berries down there, and no one would go out berry picking because they knew that that outside man, they call him, was around. And they always said he was over 8 foot tall. And he was probably 8 and a few inches maybe. And all the kids went up to her place to spend the night because our husbands went out crab fishing. And but that night, when we heard that noise out there, we looked out and I didn't even sit down in my chair yet, and I was about 6 feet away from it, and I looked up, something made me look up, and it was above the window, because the windows were high. It was windy down there, and they had, high windows, so the window break. And I looked up, and that thing was above the window, and looking down like this at me, and its eyes was big, and its skin was dark brown and shiny, weather beaten, and so was his eyes. His eyes were all red, from being out in the weather.
Hear any sound? Was there any sound, even though it was on the other side of the wall? Did it make any noise?
Yeah, that's what drew us to look outside. It made some kind of noise, and it was all quiet outside because everybody was sleeping, and the bar was closed. We could see the bar lights from where she lived, and everybody was gone from there, and it was very quiet. And then we heard this sound like there was a baby out there, and it did make a loud enough for us to hear through the walls.
When he was standing and leaning down,
No hands, just his big wide chest, gee, that big on top. And a big head, a little bigger than ours, and hairy, dark hair. But the skin was so dark, weather beaten, and it shined, and its eyes. Those are the reddest bloodshot eyes I ever seen in my life. And it stood there and looked at us for a while, looked at her and then looked at me, and I just couldn't get my eyes away from it. And she was wondering what I was looking at, because my face, I'm in horror. And she looked up and she was right under it. And she made out a blood-curdling scream. That's what brought me to. Oh my goodness, that thing. And there was all kinds of windows in that front window, and we were afraid it would break in. And so we had moved all the kids. She had 4 and I had 4 into the bedroom where there was no window, so it wouldn't break through. And we knocked on the wall to have our friend come over to help us see what that was, and he was too scared. He knew what it was, and he wouldn't go out the door for nothing. He went and hid himself. And it didn't do anything. Very good. It was very calm. We thought it would be breaking in and everything, the door, and it just looked at us and then backed off and walked off into the mountains again. And that's the last we've seen of it.
Was the face that you saw, would you say it was like a primate, like a gorilla or an ape? Or
yeah, like that, but more or less more humanized than an ape, You knew it wasn't an ape, and the apes aren't that tall anyway. Because he had bent over looking down on us. But I never, ever want to see it again in my whole life. It's so real. It's just horrifying.
You said that, natives see this stuff all the time. You don't really pay any attention to it.
Yeah. All the time.
Really?
You talked to my cousin Elizabeth, right? Her occurrence happened in 1967 on Alaska. And geez. Imagine one of these things mimicking a baby to draw out a woman preying against her natural instincts is just cunning on a level I just can't.
What you think it was doing that? It was
It didn't offer her any berries or anything. What was that's the unknown. What was the purpose of that? What would be the point of luring them out, especially mimicking a baby they know? That's.
Is there historical precedence for that? Like these things trying to.
Well, yeah, our oral history, like in Kinderhook, there's part of their oral history is they caught. Kinderhooks had 3 villages. The first one is where this happened. They had to move it because of an ice dam on the river. So before that happened, what are we talking, like 100 and some years ago? Supposedly they caught a hairy man, dug a big pit. It was a smaller hairy man, a younger one, put it in the pit and were feeding it for 4 days. And on the morning of like the 5th day, they heard a "help, I'm cold" in Yupik. And they look into the pit and it's a woman that had been missing for a couple of years. So what do you do with that? You know what I mean? Like, and it's their oral history. You know, you can't just go and sit there and disrespect them and say, nah, that didn't happen like that. You know what I mean? So you gotta kind of take it with a grain of salt, and maybe there's a life lesson in it, but I don't know.
My personal opinion is, I think, as far as native legends and lore across the spectrum, not just here in Alaska, but I really think that the key to recognition of this being, species, whatever you might want to call it, is through the native tribes and affiliations. I think that's the key, because they recognize these beings as part of their culture. And in many of the cultures, they recognize it as being a part of their even religious aspects of their culture. But the problem is trying to get them to talk to people about it. Because historically the Bigfoot thing question historically has been met with a lot of ridicule, sarcasm, whatever you want to call it. Mainstream science will never, in my opinion, admit to it, not in our lifetimes. But the Native Americans, even here in Alaska, you can look across all of their cultures, and they have stories, and they have history, something that we have seemed to neglect on the topic.
I've had some natives, Alaska natives, come in. One lady in particular, she's come in here a couple times with her son, and she's from up north. And she told me that when she was a little girl in the bush, she said their grandma used to tell them when they'd go berry picking not to go to the whistles. I don't know if that's it seems like alluring behavior, or why the elders say don't go to it. There's a reason why you don't go to it. But I've heard that from several natives from up north. So I think it's interesting. I think that tells a little bit. I wouldn't trust them myself. I wouldn't.
Were there warnings or anything about going out in the woods? Or
Oh yeah, don't whistle in the woods. Don't turn your back on the woods. Don't go out alone. Behave, or otherwise they'll snatch you and eat you. But it always involved snatching you and eating you. There was never any, they'll make you one of them, or this kind of thing. It was all bad. And when I was a little kid, I used to chalk it up to, they're trying to keep us out of the woods. I was a smart boy,
I have not had much opportunity to interact with the indigenous people up further north in Alaska, but I have had interactions with people in Prince of Wales Island and that general area. There's a couple different stories. One is of the otter man. They say Kushtaka is the otter man, but I personally kind of think that's a Bigfoot. Sasquatches are well known to be swimming between the islands in southeast Alaska. In Dr. Robert Alley's book, Rain Coast Sasquatch, he details several reports from the local fishermen seeing what they initially thought was a log floating in the water, but then it went under and frogs stroked away. So we know they swim between the islands. Not only have they been seen doing it, but they're on the islands, and the islands aren't large enough to hold a breeding population. I think the otter man in the local indigenous culture, I think that is actually a Sasquatch, because otters swim really well, Sasquatches swim really well. Sasquatches are man-shaped, covered in hair. Why wouldn't the otter man just be a Sasquatch?
In the 1940s, there was a gal named Emily Supinich who wrote to Roger Patterson about an encounter her mother had outside the village of Kaluka. Her mother and some friends were out berry picking, and they came across this tall, long, black-haired creature. And apparently some of the village men caught it and caged it, and they tried to feed it fish for a while, but it started to get sick and its hair started to fall out, and they realized it was a female because it had breasts. Eventually it died, in captivity. I found that very intriguing.
So what do you call Bigfoot? What do they, you know?
Hairy man, Chikyle.
Yeah.
There's other words that are just too throaty. You know, one of the reasons I started coming forward to share is the lower 48 is totally different than up here, obviously. You know, and I was hearing a lot of these fanciful things about people basically having them as friends and family groups for a dozen years, and, you know, 8, and they know all their names and stuff, and I'm like, I don't see that. I've never seen anything friendly. 1995, we were walking up this meadow, we were looking for ptarmigan. It's basically swampy tundra, and then you got black spruce, little islands of it. Well, we're walking up, and it wasn't a marshy part, but as we're coming up, we hear this grunt off to the side of us, and as we look over, man, it gives me a chill. This thing stood up and then ran away from us, right? It was about 7 foot tall, kind of like I would call it like a cinnamon kind of brownish color, not very long hair, probably about 4 to 6 inches. Had longer hair right here, but as far as the face, all you could make out was just kind of like a little glint from the eyes. It was kind of in the shade of the trees, so when it stood up, it was more silhouetted than anything, and then when it cleared running away on the back side of that, then you saw its coloration a little better. And so initially we're like, well, that was weird. And then it started throwing stuff, so we started leaving the area, and as we're leaving the area, all it was doing was breaking trees. It was taking birch about that big around, just snapping it. Like, that didn't seem too friendly. Now, it's easy to, you know, 20/20 hindsight and say it was aggressive, but it could have just been running us out of its berry picking patch.
Nearly 30 peoples make up the native culture that has helped to define Bigfoot in the state. Legends exist across tribes, many of them recounting descriptions and behaviors that sound similar to the lower 48's own Sasquatch legends. Many of them, however, seem to hint at something darker. A more sinister undertone overtakes many of the tales and folklore that permeate this part of the country, and it's something that I'll have to explore later. Here in Alaska, the creatures have moved across the state, crossing lines between cultural icon and a natural part of the ecosystem. It all depends on your view of the world around you. One thing that strikes me about Elizabeth's story of the Bigfoot is the way it made her feel, even at the time when it happened. Elizabeth, like most witnesses, has spent most of her life in this place. She was familiar with the local wildlife, and yet, when she encountered the Sasquatch staring in her window, she was left shaken and disturbed. This is a creature that seems right at home in its native environment, and yet, despite being here for centuries, when a person encounters one, they can hardly process it. Almost as if the creature has altered the way in which we see the places we once considered our domain, or simply our home. The Bigfoot doesn't just appear and disappear without a trace. It leaves behind a shattered perception of what the witness once thought they knew about their environment itself. In many cases, it leaves the witness feeling like an intruder in a world they no longer understand, even if that world is one settled by your ancestors over hundreds, if not thousands of years.
I'm assuming Bigfoot, Sasquatch, that might have been part of your culture.
We have something called Inyakun. It's like a spirit, but it's physical. It's kind of like a Bigfoot. Maybe it is a Bigfoot, who knows? But it can disappear. It can take you. I don't know where they take you. I mean, it'll leave tracks and do things, and they're big like that. So the first time I saw one coming back from Denali, well, you come around this big corner, and there's so much space in between the roads on each side where there's nothing but grass. There's no hills, there's no nothing. And so there's this little patch of trees, and you can see through the trees. So I saw this big thing come walking towards the trees. And I'm thinking, that's a Inyakun. And it didn't have time to get around past that tree line, cross that big field, and it didn't have that much time to get all the way around there when I was coming around. But when I went all the way around, I was still looking for it and I didn't see it. It was huge. I mean, it was way out there, but I could tell there was somebody walking out there, like, and you can.
Can you describe it, like what it physically?
They're big, they're dark, like black. They are hairy, but I think they're a little bit skinnier. It only took me 10 years to realize the first thing that I saw was a Bigfoot. Later that winter, that same trail, but the snow is high on each side. So we're coming back and it was getting late. Well, there was a white, I look into that valley every time we go through there. And this time when I finally looked right as we were passing, I seen it sitting there watching us pass. It had a big shoulder, a big head, and another shoulder, and it was sitting on this, there's a big stump in one of the valleys. It's sitting on this stump, and it's just sitting there watching us. So I was like, turn around, you know, go back. And then we go back, and by the time there's nothing there, there's just this big void. And the snow is deep, it's getting dark.
How big?
I think if it would have probably stood up, it would have been 12 or 14 feet tall because it was 2 or 3 sizes bigger than the other ones that I saw and taller. The shoulders and the head alone were big.
I have heard the Alaskan Sasquatches are bigger. I've heard stories of giants, the giants. They don't even call them Sasquatches, they call them giants. And they live on the other side of Lake Iliamna. I've heard all kinds of weird rumors. And in drawing and listening to different eyewitnesses, it was very obvious to me off the bat that these things are different. Some are tall and skinny, some are kind of more big, classic, you know, hulking figures, some are scrawny. You know, overall, I think they're individuals. I don't know if there are different types, like there are black bear, you know, brown bear, you know, I'm thinking maybe something similar to that, depending on the environment they're in. I've heard people, you know, describe them with canines and without canines, and I tell you what, I've heard them from eyewitnesses more no canines, just like horse teeth. That's generally what I hear. It makes me curious, are there different kinds that have different features that have evolved with their environment? Maybe they are bigger in Alaska because there's just a plethora of food around.
There's this thing called Bergmann's rule. Bergmann's rule is a rule in biology that basically states that the further away from the equator an animal lives, even within the same species, they get bigger. But what that really translates to is animals that live in cold places are large. And that has to do with heat retention. If you graph mass versus surface area, if you make a math graph, you know, and plot how mass goes up, and then compare that to how surface area goes up. The mass of a mammal is what creates the body heat. That body heat can only be radiated out to the environment through its surface area, right? Makes sense. So if the mass is increasing faster than the surface area is on the graph, well, then more heat is retained within the animal. And that's why black bears, for example, in Alaska are bigger than the black bears in Mexico, because they live in colder environments. And Sasquatches, which are already very large animals and already covered in hair, I think they tend to be a little larger up there. They follow the same biological rules as all the other species do.
So it was, let's see, about the beginning of the winter, this last winter. I was out scouting a place to cut wood. I had heard about this trail behind the airport here about a mile away, and I drove back probably 200 or 300 yards, and I had actually gotten stuck. There's a place where the water runs down off the mountain and crosses the trail and kind of made it a little swampy area. And the snow, it was the first snow, so there was a little bit of snow on the ground. I didn't realize that I drove out onto it, the swamp, and I got stuck. So I had gotten out, so I cut down some wood and was picking my truck up out of the swamp so I could get out. And actually a brown bear walked up on me, walked up right behind me. And it spooked me because I didn't even hear him, the bear did. And so I got into the truck and I was going to wait him out until he just decided to walk off. So I took a little bit of a nap. I guess it was probably about an hour and a half. Well, it was starting to get dark. The sun was starting to go down. The bear was still around. I noticed that he looked up and looked around and took off. Well, about 15 or 20 minutes later, I'm still sitting in my truck to make sure he went away. And I noticed something, I don't know, maybe it was 20 yards away, like kind of in the trees moving around. And at first I thought it was just a person or something, but it was all white. I just decided, well, I'm gonna get out and try to get out again. By then, the sun's already going down really good, and I have a couple of flashlights on, and I got my headlights on. And there's some trees probably about that far ahead of me, and I noticed that now whatever it was, it's kind of over behind the trees, and it looks a lot bigger. I would say it's like 12 feet tall, maybe 14 feet, because I seen the top of its head above the trees, like just barely above the trees. So I'm like, man, this is not right. So I get back in my truck, and by then I'm really spooked. You know, the hair on the back of my neck's standing, and I'm kind of scared. I don't have a gun with me because I don't carry one. And so I'm just sitting there for a little while. It disappears. I see it again, and now it's off to the left, kind of. It's still on the trail, but behind the trees where they're kind of closing in at the end. I get like a better view of it because he's standing there and my headlights are on him. And he's definitely like 12 to 14 feet tall. He was pretty wide, and he was white. He had like a round looking head. It wasn't long like you see pictures of him or whatever. I could see his eyes, they were big, and he was just staring right at me. He hung out all night. Like right around there, he would move around behind me, but mostly in front of the vehicle, where I could kind of see him, but kind of not. I don't know why he hung out there. I would take a nap for a little while and wake back up, and he'd still be around. I'd get out of the truck for a second, and I could hear him moving. But I felt like I shouldn't be there.
We talked to a witness while we were there who said he'd seen a white Bigfoot over that way twice. Have you ever heard any other accounts of white Bigfoot?
My theory is they're marked hominid kind of a thing. So it's not really like piebald, but you'll have all black with like a little patch or something like this, different coloration. So when I hear the stuff like the albino type or white or gray or something, that really perks my interest because that's what my research is leading to that. I call it a Boreal Sasquatch because it's a northern Sasquatch, still a Sasquatch, but your regular Sasquatch is your Pacific Northwest. They marked hominid, and I say marked because they have the different coloration, and then on the chest and in their face they'll have some different, a gray maybe for age and things like that. And that's just my theory. That's what I'm finding because of all the reports. When I comb all those things and I try to sort them out by age, there's the age of course, but then you look at the descriptors and things like this and they're coming back. To me, they're coming back with markings and size differences.
Creature descriptions in Alaska run the gamut. From massive towering figures nearly 12 feet tall to tiny hair-covered beings that clock in around 3 to 4 feet. Some witnesses recount seeing Sasquatch beings that are covered in a thick, rough fur, while others see something that has long, stringy, occasionally patchy hair. Eyeshine ranges from red to yellow to amber to green. The face is often remarked upon as being eerily similar to that of a human, while others have speculated that what they encountered was a relative of the great ape. Alaska's size does little to hold in check the theorizing that accompanies the Bigfoot topic, instead allowing those who wish to do so nearly limitless opportunity to let their imagination run wild. Races of giants are said to roam the mountains near Denali, while the wilderness is said to be inhabited by undiscovered tribes of beings bent on the destruction of anyone it comes in contact with. Here, the mighty yet elusive Sasquatch is just one member of a massive catalog of mythic figures.
You're working off the theory that there would be basically two types in this area.
You've got neo-giants, which are the Sasquatch, and then the marked hominids, which I call the Boreal Sasquatch because they're found subarctic, which is where we are. And this is the kind of track that they're leaving. This has got more rectangular shape to it, straight. Yeah. Where the other one, this could be classified as a Boreal Sasquatch too. It's got the right latitude. It's got the right characteristics with that swooped insole.
What would be the biggest difference between the two? Other than, obviously, physically, the actual foot and the height.
They're probably the same.
Okay.
A black bear here is the same as a black bear in Oregon.
Yeah.
There might be a little bit difference, a few differences here and there, but they're still the same species, I think. Yeah. Or not enough is known to say it's a different species.
Right. So, have you casted or seen any casts from Alaska that kind of fit the boreal shape?
There was one outside of Fairbanks. It was kind of on the large side, but it had that swooped insole, so it's like that's easily a marked hominid, a real Sasquatch. And there's your insole again.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I see what you mean about how boxy they are.
You got that rectangular looking, and then there's another one called a Neanderthaloid. That's got 4 toes, and it's supposed to be more caveman-like. And there's reports of that wearing clothing.
Okay, in Alaska?
Yes, here in Alaska.
Tool usage, that kind of thing.
Neanderthaloid.
Yeah.
Like Neanderthal man.
Yeah, like okay.
But only 4 toes.
Right.
And so the size we are, 5 feet to 6 feet.
Where are those sightings taking place?
They're all over here in this area. When you get up north, it's more this thing, Boreal Sasquatch, just because of the way the environment is in this area, especially down in, next to the town. You could have Sasquatch and Boreal Sasquatch. And then there's one called the Tussetan, and Tussetan is Athabascan. There's no word for the translation, but in English it means monkey people. And so these are kind of a 4 to 5 foot thing, and they have a tail. That's why it's the monkey thing. They like to live along rivers, and they're troublemakers. There's always tales of the Athabascans fighting these things for years and years. But
I'm just curious, at the Boreal, would they be able to handle different climates better? Like colder climates, maybe stick to the higher elevations?
They're at home here.
Yeah.
And at home in the valley.
Yeah.
Not so much here because, what you got for food here, the food source. So they're going to take advantage of it, but they're just as at home here, on a glacier as they are in a muskeg or a bog.
Right.
If native peoples and eyewitnesses alike are actually describing multiple types or even species of upright hominids, then shouldn't there be more for us to go off of than the odd story? Aside from a few random footprint castings, my time in Alaska has been short of actual physical or audio-visual evidence for the presence of Sasquatch or any of the upright creatures said to inhabit the last frontier. Maybe that isn't so surprising given the sheer size of the state and the minimal amount of investigators and researchers willing to spend time in the frozen wastes and forests that make it up. While there are a growing number of those willing to put the hours into looking for Sasquatch, The amount of available material turned up through investigations is almost non-existent. However, I've been hearing for quite some time about a place not that far from Homer that seems to be our best bet for evidence of the creature's presence in the 49th state, and it happens to be geographically located fairly close to Port Chatham, which is one of the most infamous locations in the annals of Bigfoot research. While Port Chatham has been explored in depth already in numerous television and film projects, Area A has not. So while my crew and I are out talking to witnesses and exploring the vast regions of Alaska, Alexander Pedikov and Eli Watson head to Area A. Area A is the name given to a remote area of coastal Alaska with a history of very unusual activity. Area A is located on Alaska's rugged Kenai Peninsula, nestled between massive mountains on either side and the deep blue waters of the Gulf of Alaska with large glaciers nearby. Area A consists of a small cabin steeped in a lush, deep, and dark temperate rainforest. The cabin is owned by a man named Scott, who has experienced everything from rock throws and bizarre slaps on the side of his cabin walls to screams and possible visualizations of the creatures that seem to inhabit the forests. This is the same area of the Kenai Peninsula where survivor man Les Stroud described an experience with what sounded like a gorilla vocalizing and loud thumping. As with most of Alaska, the chances are high that this could be the ideal place to find some answers to the question of unknown creatures in North America.
So about a year ago, April of 2021, I was contacted by a property owner in Alaska who had a remote property in the Kenai Peninsula, about an hour from the nearest town, and he claims to have over the years had experienced some very interesting possible Sasquatch activity. Never stated it was Sasquatch, but it was sort of alluded. So I created a relationship with him and became friends with him and was invited out to the property, and essentially we went out to the Kenai Peninsula for 8 days, spent it entirely at this property, researched it thoroughly, and had some pretty interesting stuff happen.
I met Scott 2.5 years ago. So I happened to be given a Bigfoot presentation out here at the Muskox farm. After the presentation, he came up to me and we introduced, we hit it off. I could tell he was a pretty serious guy. He was not screwing around. He was almost a little, I don't want to say nervous, but he was just bothered. It bothered him. And what intrigued me is he was not a Bigfoot person. He did not research Bigfoot. He couldn't tell you what, tree knock, not any of the activities that they're known for. But yet he's telling me all these things that are happening. And I'm like, that's classic Bigfoot stuff. The rock throwing especially. That's what really blew my mind. See, and he's witnessed the rocks being thrown.
We're talking, witnessing large boulders, as the property owner described to me at one point. They witnessed a boulder get thrown horizontally from a wooded area where there wasn't a huge hill, just right into the bay where they had their boat moored. Just a whole host of other things, lots of things being slapped at the cabin, wood knocks, hearing knocks. One of the first instances they had happen was hearing what they described as a T-Rex roar, and it was getting closer to them. The outhouse at one point the toilet was taken and thrown 30 feet into the woods. Probably the most dramatic one that I heard that was described as before the cabin was finished, their only entrance inside was basically the floorboards on the upper left hand kind of corner of the cabin. So they would come in through that hole, work on the inside, and they would cover it with plywood and put a Yeti cooler, one of those big 60, 70 pound coolers on top just to keep things from getting in. It was before they had a staircase or anything to really get up. And one evening, that cooler something lifted that wood, and that cooler flew 15 feet across the cabin, hit the other wall. They all started shouting bear. There were people sleeping in that room where the cooler was, and weapons were grabbed, and essentially they described hearing something running up the hill bipedally. So there had been essentially every time they went out there would be something going on, whether it be wood knocks, things being thrown, things being moved. One of the only visual encounters there was a gentleman going to use the outhouse at night, and upon coming out, while inside the outhouse, described a very odd feeling of being watched. It felt very uncomfortable. Walked outside and 15, 20 feet in the woods, saw this kind of hulking figure with glowing eyes, just sort of behind this wooden stump. And through measurements, they determined it was 6 or 7 feet kind of in that area. So there's just so many incidents that have happened there that I was told about, but then we of course experienced them ourselves as well.
What I had heard about the cabin before going out there was that I had obviously heard some of the sounds, like the baby crying. I think that's the one that really stuck out to me the most, but the long drawn out howl as well. I hadn't heard a lot of the stories. I hadn't been in contact with Scott himself, so it was all kind of through Alex. And I just knew that it was way off the grid, and there was a lot of stuff happening out there, that the NAWC had been out there, David Ellis had analyzed some of the audio from out there, and that's pretty much as far as I knew.
Yeah, so essentially I was given a bunch of audio files by the property owner, which had been analyzed by David Ellis of the Olympic Project. We're talking extremely long, drawn-out howls, that classic sort of echoing, bellowing Bigfoot kind of howl. Knocks, wood knock, rock knock sort of stuff. And one of the creepiest ones was what sounds like a baby crying. The baby crying, I should add, this baby crying sound was only ever heard or recorded on or around the time women were present on the property. So that then takes you back to Alaskan native stories from centuries ago of don't go into the woods when you hear crying. There was sounds of things clearly hitting the cabin, whether it be rocks or slaps or something, purposefully smacking the side of cabin or the roof.
Well, Scott ended up telling me that there had been people there who had lived in that cove about 100 years ago. There was supposedly a schoolhouse, or what he thought might be a schoolhouse, was like this unknown cabin up there somewhere. Yeah, I guess those people moved out for whatever reason. No one's really there year-round anymore.
So the Kenai Peninsula is essentially the shoreline and the forests that surround it are rainforest. This is a temperate rainforest. So getting to this property in particular, you have to take a boat ride and go basically around a bunch of peninsulas and archipelagos of 2,000-foot mountains basically sticking out from the sea. Here you're on your own. You're at least a few hours from a town or hospital or anything like that. So the dangers of just getting out to a place like this can't be understated. It's absolutely a risk just going out there.
The first summer I go out there was 2 years ago. It was June, beautiful weather out there. There were 4 of us, and the first night I decided I want to stay up late. The other 3 gentlemen went to bed maybe 10:30. So 10:30, 11:30, quiet, nothing. And I admit my expectations are pretty high. Being that I've been telling and told all these stories, I've heard the recordings, I'm jacked. I'm like, come on, man. And nothing, it's just quiet. And I'm like, of course, so I got braver as the evening wore on. So then I moved down to the beach. I've been out there for about 3 hours at this point. Just out of the blue, it sounded like the biggest dude took a tree limb, not like a baseball bat, but I could tell it was big. Crack! I mean, right in front of me, about maybe 30 feet in the tree line. And it was loud. It just broke just shattered the silence. And I knew what I heard, but I think it was still registering. And then it did it again. Crack! So hard, I could hear the stuff falling off the trees, the pine needles and whatnot. And after that second one, the fear, it's like I wasn't expecting that. I looked over at the cabin, which is about 100 feet to my left, and it's kind of dark, nestled in the woods a little, and the big creepy trails next to it. And I just had to get to safety. I ran to the cabin. Well, I didn't run, I walked really fast. And I think I walked fast because I felt if I ran, I would get more scared. but I walked really fast. And what I didn't know is Scott had walked out on the deck of the cabin and he was relieving himself when the tree knocks happened. So he heard them. And I still had the thermal in my hand. I come walking, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe it. He's like, that's Bush League, man. That's Bush League. Because Scott's heard it all out there. So that was my first night and first encounter there.
Hey dude, it's Alex. Hopefully you can hear me okay. This is via the sat phone. Just thought I'd check in and see what you guys are up to. I think tomorrow's our last full day, so we're out on the 15th, so we'll see you guys up in Bigfoot Art Gallery. But yeah, it's been pretty awesome out here. Some weird activity for sure. Like last night we had shit running around our camp and throwing stuff and shit into the water. It was definitely weird. Definitely some crazy stuff out here, but yeah, man, we'll tell you all about it when we're back. Just thought I'd check in and hope you guys are having a good time and see you soon.
What did you guys actually experience?
So one of the things I experienced that actually was kind of a recurring theme was hearing a mystery gunshot. I happened to walk outside after waking up. I hear what sounds like a gunshot come from behind me on the left, very distant. And again, you'd know if someone was there. I mean, this is you're on a bay. You see boats coming in, and very rarely do we see anyone out there. Upon talking to the property owner, he says, yeah, there's nobody out here shooting. We hear this kind of stuff, sort of power knock kind of thing.
One of the nights we camped up out on this ridge that was just behind the cabin. No one had ever camped out there before except for me, Alex, and Ron. And we were hearing all sorts of activity. I mean, walking around us on both sides, left and right, as well as knocks, close and far. But a bear's not gonna do that. You know, a moose is not gonna do that. So, what it felt like was that something was coming in and checking us out. And I don't know how to explain it other than that.
Hey, what's going on, man? Just checking in here. We've had a pretty exciting couple days. Very clear wood knock, rock throwing incidents. It's been pretty wild, but we just came across what looks like a handprint on the back of the cabin. It's a metal siding. It's very... It's 50-50, either a human or something human-like. It's not misidentified bear, mountain goat, or anything like that. It's clearly got dramatic lithics, those dermal ridges. It's a handprint. I don't know what, but it's the only one like it across the cabin. So just figured to let you know. Hopefully you're getting this message loud and clear. But we'll talk more when we see you, because this is pretty exciting. So hopefully we can turn something out of this.
How's that?
Yeah, you can see it's about 8.
But upon returning from the woods, I found a large, very unusual looking handprint on the back of the cabin. So we have since lifted the print or parts of it and collected a sample and have some folks looking at it. None of us could replicate it. That's what was so interesting about it. And people that have looked at it, including David Ellis and others, have been very intrigued by it, especially the lack of the thumb. Something that I've been told in alleged Sasquatch handprints is that the thumb, for some reason, is usually not visible. So that was one of the most intriguing things we found. Is it conclusive? Of course not. I mean, will we know? Maybe we'll know a little bit more about it, but it's a very, very interesting property. I think at one point it was probably the most active property in North America in terms of alleged Sasquatch activity.
The handprint has since been examined by 2 professors of anthropology that specialize in primate dermatoglyphics. One concluded it was likely human with prominent dermals visible due to heavy labor like wood chopping, working machinery, etc. The second professor found them intriguing, first concluding it was some kind of bear, but upon closer inspection said that dermatoglyphics were visible but did not comment further. The sounds recorded at Area A are likewise being analyzed by audio experts. So far, the results are impressive. So there is some sort of evidence that Sasquatch might roam the last frontier, and I've heard more than enough intriguing eyewitness accounts to convince me that people are seeing something here. I'm just not sure if the habitat and expansiveness of the region will allow for the eventual discovery of the culprit.
Scott's area, those beings knew they were there long before Scott and his friends knew that they were there. They were curious. And then they started making themselves known through vocalizations or slaps on the cabin or, rocks being thrown or whatever the case might have been. So could that have been the initiation of some type of process? Maybe. But I really think you'd have to commit to a long-term expedition, living, pretty harshly in harsh environments through all 4 seasons to really get some groundbreaking new evidence.
I've always been firmly in the it's a great ape camp. There seems to be some sort of mode of vocal communication. What I find uncanny is its ability to hide, because they were all around us out in the cabin. It felt like they were all around us, but where were they? I'm so confused. Like, where did they go? Where did they hide?
I don't know what they do. I just don't. Who knows what they do? I don't think they're gonna walk up and shake my hand. I've heard that if they come to you, that's bad, like what's happening out in Scott's cabin out there, which they seem to come to us. I've never studied one, but I'd like to treat them like bears. I just keep a distance. I'm intrigued. I've heard some stuff out there that I've never heard in my life. I don't know what they'll do. I just don't know what they'll do. I think they'd probably leave you alone, but maybe one's having a bad day. I don't know. You hear about all these missing people. I don't know, makes you wonder.
And the question always comes up, where's the body? Where's the body? Where's the proof? Where are the bones? Okay, well, witness statements, hair samples, tracks. If you took the mountains of evidence from the past several decades and compiled it all and could convince an attorney to present a case before a court, could you convince a jury to return a verdict that would say this species exists? I think there's enough. There's just so much evidence out there. I think that, in my opinion, I think people have been convicted of crimes with far less evidence than the evidence that's been compiled over the past several decades on this subject.
The subject of Sasquatch is just so intriguing to me because of the mystery in it, because of the quirkiness about it too. I do kind of like that. Sasquatches are certainly in Alaska, and they're certainly walking around, and they certainly occasionally leave footprints wherever they go. They're going to be discovered eventually. They're absolutely real animals. They're absolutely real. And therefore, some scared hunter will pull a trigger someday, or a logging truck will run one over on the way to work. But the mystery will be gone. Sasquatches will still be there, and the mystery will be gone.
If it was as simple as knowing where to look, we'd have put this whole Bigfoot thing to rest long ago. During the late 1800s, an American prospector traveling along the Klondike River discovered gold lining its banks. Thus, the gold rush began. Over the next 12 years, thousands of ordinary men and women came to the Yukon in search of a better life, or simply the means to it. They traveled into a harsh territory with brutal weather, some of the largest predatory animals on Earth, and a landscape not yet mapped. Some of them struck it rich, while many more did not. They found themselves constantly on the brink of a new discovery here in the last frontier. Whether the discovery was simply gold, or to seek out if they had the wherewithal to survive in the land of the midnight sun. It reminds me of the earliest pioneers in the field of Sasquatch. The question of whether or not an unknown creature like Sasquatch actually exists remains, and like Alaska itself, the field of Bigfoot research is a last frontier of its own. A frontier full of charlatans and hidden agendas. A frontier full of normal, ordinary, everyday people who have encountered something extraordinary. A frontier of study for those willing to chase the great unknown. I don't remember the year or my exact age, but sometime in the early 1990s I became enamored with the idea of Alaska. Maybe it was reading Call of the Wild that did it, or the nature documentaries I'd occasionally catch a glimpse of on television, or perhaps it was simply this concept of a vast land that was largely uninhabited that existed right here within the United States. All I know is that for a large portion of my preteens, I was somewhat obsessed with the very idea of the last frontier. In the early 2000s, that interest was renewed through learning about the story of Chris McCandless, an adventuring young man from Virginia who sought his place in the world amongst the rugged landscape of Alaska, only to eventually succumb to its environments. It's a tragic and strangely inspirational story. Now, armed with a renewed interest in the Bigfoot subject, I've been exploring Alaska through the lens of eyewitnesses and researchers alike. Through these discussions, I've come to find that not only might Sasquatch live here, but even thrive. I rented a cabin on the outskirts of Healy, Alaska, just down the road from where Chris McCandless was last seen. I decided to put myself in a location where I might have at least a decent chance of seeing one of these monstrous Sasquatch for myself. For 3 nights, I stayed in a primitive cabin on private property just down the road from an active sighting location. I did everything the researchers I've spoken with told me to do. I hung trail cameras, baited a tree with peanut butter, and then I waited to see if anything happened. True to form, Bigfoot didn't appear. That didn't mean my little side trip wasn't without incident, however.
Okay, so this is technically night number 3. We have not had any activity out here other than some weird sounds. The closest thing I can think of to describe them to would be your classic like baby crying stuff. It sounds like children, but we've actually looked around and can't find any homes immediately surrounding this location, this house, this property, where there would be children. So that's pretty weird. We're not really clear on what's going on there. We've heard what sounds like a child laughing or calling out or something a couple times.
On the Kenai Peninsula, over 500 miles away, Alexander Pedikov and Eli Watson were wrapping up their expedition to Area A. They had experienced something that sounded suspiciously similar. Experiences which have a historical precedence in Alaska that goes back hundreds, if not thousands of years. I'd had no direct encounter with whatever was creeping around my primitive cabin near the Denali National Park. While I'd have welcomed some sort of sighting or interaction, I was slowly becoming more aware of the darker side of the Sasquatch subject here in the 49th state. Fear about what might be lurking in the mountains and forests here was beginning to creep in. a fear that grips many when they come to this wild, untamed region.
So right now we are on the Stampede Road, which is the Stampede Road and Trail. This is obviously a very famous area because this is the road where Chris McCandless was dropped off, and the trail continues on, and his remains were found in that Fairbanks Bus 142, 28 miles from the end of this road here. I just think the connection between, this being one of the most famous missing people cases in Alaskan history perhaps, and worldwide. People know about Into the Wild, that whole saga, and connecting it to the other weirdness that we've been hearing about that we're kind of looking into. I think it just kind of makes sense. I'm not saying Chris McCandless was abducted by Bigfoots or whatever, but there's just a lot of these other weird kind of stories you end up picking up.
The history of Bigfoot in Alaska starts with reports of hairy men coming down out of the mountains and killing prospectors. So when you get into the earliest settlers that were here after the natives, you're getting into these stories that immediately get real dark real fast.
Or for me at least, what I've noticed is that it seems to be a little eclectic in terms of, we've talked to some people who haven't even heard Sasquatch stories, and some people who have oh yeah, they're all over the place. And then even still, there seems to be a stigma behind it. So I think that's really interesting because you don't get that in places like Oregon or Washington as much. And I didn't think Alaska would be like that.
We've been hearing about various Alaskan Bigfoot activity. One of the things that keeps coming up is this idea of baby crying, which we're familiar with in places like Pennsylvania, but there's the baby crying and then the whistling and some of the lore associated with those things.
You do have the First Nations lore of baby crying sounds in the woods. If you look at some of those First Nations stories, it's almost like they're trying to lure women into the woods. That's part of that lore. It's almost like there's a tricksterish kind of thing going on. And a lot of those earlier, the native stories do talk about, they have different types, right? Some are more tricksterish, some are more the cannibal, some are more stealing people. I can imagine maybe a case or two where something like that might have happened, and that story kind of snowballed, and then people were very scared of maybe going to certain areas. The place got a certain reputation. I don't know, it's just something really kind of interesting to think about.
There's this big boom right now in pop culture of looking at Alaska through the lens of horrific killer Bigfoot, right? And a lot of that's rooted in, again, what we know is actual history of the state with places like Port Chatham that were abandoned supposedly due to killer Bigfoots. What I want to do is dig into those stories and actually figure out if there's any truth to them, if there's an oral tradition here that relates back to this, and see if we can get to the bottom of what is actually behind this myth of the killer Bigfoot in Alaska. Fear is a powerful storytelling tool. As someone who makes documentaries about often terrifying subject matter, it's a tool I've wielded myself. When it comes to the Bigfoot subject, I've never found it to be one that initiates anything even close to fear. Fascination, curiosity, some sense of naive hope, but not fear. But fear is what sells. Television is rife with shows that hinge on murderous Sasquatch. Some of them, especially in recent years, have even been set here in Alaska. Obviously, narrative horror films going all the way back to the 60s and 70s have long played up the killer Bigfoot angle. Lately, an entire cottage industry has built up around the concept of missing people taken by unknown forces. Often that unknown force is alluded to, or downright directly said to be, Sasquatch. Fear sells, but right now business is booming. It's said that 5 of every 1,000 people go missing in Alaska each year. In a state where the population is around 700,000, the number of people disappearing is troubling. Keep in mind, however, the numerous challenges the average Alaskan faces on a daily basis. Simply surviving the elements and landscape here is difficult enough, but the numerous causes for winding up on a missing persons list in the last frontier are almost limitless.
A lot of people go missing in the woods, and Alaska is no exception for that either, because Alaska is vast, and all the dangers in the lower 48's woods exist up there, but they're bigger and scarier, frankly. Alaska is a much larger and scarier place in general. There's a lot more land to be lost in, and the predators up there are huge. You have the big brown bears that are clearly carnivores. I mean, look at Grizzly Man, right? You have the black bears, which are also problematic and much larger up there. And you have wolves and all sorts of monsters, basically. So is it possible that some of these missing people go missing because of another monster, the Sasquatch?
So people missing in Alaska. This is a hot topic because it happens pretty frequently. There's a good portion of them who are missing because of man versus nature. You know, we have crazy temperature swings all over the state. You know, it might be 70 degrees in Fairbanks, and then you might have a snowstorm in the middle of summer in Denali at the same day. One of the cryptids in Alaska is actually mountain lions, because we're not supposed to have resident mountain lions here, but they've been seen up into the Kenai Peninsula, and recently they were starting to see them in Delta Junction, which is more in the interior.
Oh my God, you've got bears, you've got moose, and moose kill more people, I believe they kill more people in Alaska than bears. I mean, you get a lot of bear mourns, but moose are extremely dangerous. But bears, even where I live, and a gentleman went missing. They searched for him, I believe, for a day. The bear had attacked him just 10 feet on the trail and dragged his body another 10 feet off the trail, or 15, and was feeding on it. And no, of course, everybody's going up the trail. Nobody thought about to look right here.
In Denali National Park, and I know there's a whole subculture of people going missing in the park, we have had just a couple of people turn up missing. Or mysteriously dead. In one case, I can recall back in '87, I believe it was, when they were looking for a lost hiker, they found an abandoned campsite. They could not figure out who it was. They didn't have any, the permit wasn't there at the campsite. We've also had somebody in the west part of the park come up missing, and once again, I think they found his tent. They never found him.
I think Bigfoot is a little more aggressive in Alaska because there's so much, it's so vast up here, and people don't really get that until they're here. There's so much space around here that I think when people kind of come across them, they're so not used to it. They take people on as in this aggressive manner because it's like a territorial thing.
About 11, 12, I can't remember. I had been adopted about 10 and a half by my dad. I got up here to Alaska from Los Angeles. I lived here for just a little bit. My dad really wanted me to be outside more. I was used to being in the inner city and orphanages. This was like crazy to me, woods and stuff. So my dad was like, we're gonna go black bear hunting. We were camping one night, and my dad, my brother were sitting around the fire just talking about work and stuff. They worked together. And I had gone to get firewood, and I came back. I'd been around my dad enough and stuff, and he had told me, like, if you feel a presence, you need to get back. because that's something hunting you. You don't understand that being from the inner city. This is Alaska. This is the wild. So I had felt like something was watching me. It really freaked me out. So I come running back, and I went to lay down, and my dad and brother were just up going to watch the fire. They were taking turns on fire. And we started hearing a lot of noises, like not normal. Like this, whatever it was big. Frank stood up, and he's a big dude, and he stands up, and whatever it was stopped. So it must have seen him. My dad was like, go find what it is. You know, Frank's a big dude. He can take care of himself. So Frank grabs his little, I think he had like 44 Magnum revolver, and he takes off in the woods. He's fast, so he's gone. Had to have been over an hour. I was sitting there just worried, and my dad was like getting ready to go out and go find him. And here comes Frank. He goes flying into there, and he goes, I don't know what the hell it is, but this thing is big, and it is fast. He had chased it near this like rock wall. He could see the rock wall kind of, it was late at night, so he couldn't see very well, but he knew he was close to the edge of the mountain, because when he was running, he was starting to see shale rock under his feet. And he's like, oh, I'm getting closer to the base of the mountain. He stopped, and he said he heard it stop too. And he said it didn't move. I couldn't see it fully. It was like behind this bush. Like it was kind of like he saw like a shoulder past like a piece of like brush. And like it was just standing there, and you could see like something was swaying. But it wasn't like a tree branch. Like it was like a big blob. And I was like, how big do you think it was? And he told me, he goes, I'm 6'10". That thing was probably about 2 feet taller than me. And he picked up a rock and threw it. He just like picked up a piece of shell rock. So just a little piece, you know, and see what happened. Something flew past him that was bigger, like a piece of wood or something. So he takes off, comes back to camp, and he told my dad all of us the stuff. That night I went to sleep, and we were hearing noises like crazy, but they weren't normal noises. Like you'll hear like a coyote or a wolf, and we started hearing like things being thrown in the woods, like rocks or sticks or whatever. I remember my dad's like, we're gonna stay here for one more night and see what happens. I'm like, God, no. But it never came back, and it never came back to camp, and that was the only time I remember that, and it was really weird. My dad, so this is the other thing that bothered me. So this whole thing about the story that bothered me was that my father and my dad are like outdoors guys. They've hunted every animal in Alaska. There's literally no fear from my dad. Like when he used to get Kodiaks, like people hunt deer. He's like not even afraid. And my dad was worried. He's like, this thing was hunting us. This wasn't like a bear that stumbled upon us and like was like, ooh, this is a bad idea. This is something hunting. And I was like, why do you say that? And he goes, because just the way that it walked up on us, that's how a hunting animal hunts. And he goes, I believe that it saw you, your tiny little butt walking around, and it thought you were an easy meal. And when your brother stood up, it second guessed coming into their camp. He goes, if he hadn't stood up, it probably would have jumped into our camp. And he told me the reason was because whatever it was an apex predator. And that's a very scary situation. I was like, why would you be scared? He goes, an apex predator has no fear. He goes, it might have been skittish. He goes, but if it really wanted to attack, it will attack.
Within state, what are some of the terms that people use describing it?
The Nantinak is probably the most well-known right now because of Port Chatham. There's also the Bushman, the Harriman, the Gilliak is something that people up here in the interior and towards the Arctic Circle have for him. That creature, according to Alaskan natives, is the cannibal. That's what they call him, the cannibal. He actively hunts and eats people. They have a very strong fear of him.
Like being native, we have something called Inyokun. They're big, they're dark, like black. They are hairy, but I think they're a little bit skinnier. It's like a spirit, but it's physical, but it can disappear. It can move things around, it can do things, it can take you. I don't know where they take you. It's kind of like a Bigfoot. Maybe it is a Bigfoot, who knows? I don't know, but it's something different there. It can appear and disappear. I mean, it'll leave tracks and do things. And
I guess one of the big things about Bigfoot taking people is a lot of natives in Alaska, they don't want to talk about Bigfoot, because if you talk about Bigfoot, it might draw the attention of Bigfoot, and then something might happen, whether it's someone gets taken or, you know, your food stash or whatever gets taken, something's going to happen. But they think simply the act of mentioning it and discussing it will bring them around. With Bigfoot, you do find a lot of stories about Bigfoot taking people, and there's also some stories within native lore of like these hybrid Bigfoot native children as well. You just have to dig around for those kind of stories, but they're out there.
The natives seem to have stories that revolve around Sasquatch or hairy man being a little more aggressive in terms of kidnapping women and children. And for me, it kind of was I had the thought of, well, a lot of these stories that are told in our cultures are sort of a warning tale. It's a cautionary tale, right? Maybe this only happened once. Maybe, a person got lost in the woods and they blamed it on the hairy man. And that became the cultural story just to keep the kids at bay, keep the women from wandering too far off and getting mauled by a grizzly bear.
Kind of historically, can you walk us through the history of Sasquatch sightings in the state? Like, what are some of the oldest known sightings?
The one in Valdez at the top of the Valdez Glacier, and that's in 1895. Abercrombie was a captain there to kind of do like geophysical survey type work, and they used to go up the Valdez Glacier to get to the Eagle Trail to go to the Klondike. That was one of the ways for the gold rush. They were freighting gear up the glacier. That was one of the ways to get up there. It was like a father and son. The son had been attacked by Sasquatch. Then the son ended up being killed. It was supposed to be the glacier demon that was up there. And then the father had come back down, and he's all distraught trying to tell this story. And of course, all the other guys that are there are like, "Oh yeah, that's probably it," because they had seen it or something. Or there's parts of it that are hard because there's not like names. The guy's name, the Old Swede. Well, who was that? If you had a name, then you could look at a census record or something and track it down a little bit further. But
where did you find that story?
It was probably a Library of Congress, because he was there doing the geophysical survey kind of stuff, and that was just an incidental story to his surveys.
In the 30s and 40s, there were many miners that wouldn't go past the King Salmon River here in the Ruby type area of Alaska because they believed that the other side of the river, the northern side, was the Gilliuk territory and you could get eaten or taken. There was an encounter where 3 hunters were hunting caribou up there in around September or August, and in the night one of them was killed and taken off somewhere, and they had an entire village out looking for him and never could find him.
So another story involved a Bigfoot trying to take this guy, kidnap him, and they decided to swim across the Tanana River. And if you're in Nenana, you go across the Tanana River and there's this big giant hill. This thing swam across the river with this guy, but in the process, the guy ended up drowning. So Bigfoot let him go and kept swimming to the other side of the Tanana River, which is kind of a wide river, and it ran off into the woods.
So do you think Bigfoot is responsible for a lot of missing people, or?
It's quite possible. In that time period before the Alaska Highway was built, when this was more miners and the native population here, now that's urban. I mean, you got blacktop everywhere, so that, then you got the drugs and all this kind of other stuff. So, but early on in Alaska history, I think there was more disappearances because of that, yeah.
Are you aware of any stories that you personally believe, or like a missing persons case that might be attributed to?
Well, I can't say any names, but years back there's a village that 2 guys went missing. There was 3 in the group. They had went to a cabin for an elder to get it ready for his trapping season. It was late fall. They walked back. They had planned on hanging out at this cabin to party for a weekend and set it up for their elder. So they got there, they basically got it set up in a couple hours, and they were just hanging out in the cabin. Well, they heard a noise up on the roof, and then something was going on just outside the door and it lured him out. Well, his two friends were in front of him. The first one that went out, he said, was snatched. He didn't see what happened. The guy was just out of view, and the other guy behind was yelling, running around the corner, and all of a sudden there's something grabbed on him. As he came out, he turned around and looked back up, and something was on the roof, and there was two other ones that had his friends, and they were doing various portions of ripping them apart. He took off running. Two of them jumped on the one and the other one, and he said he'd stopped behind some trees and turned around and looked, and one of them had tore his friend's chest open and was just like scooping blood from the cavity. When I first heard it through someone else, I thought, that's bullshit, you know, I mean, really. But when I talked to him and he told me it, you talk to that guy with his eye twitching, because it never used to. I've known this guy my whole life, and that eye twitching like that, something very bad happened, you know, but it's labeled as a missing person, so they chalked it up to some drunk delusion and didn't really follow through with what he was telling them happened. And I think there's a lot of that happens in some of the remote villages. It's easier to deal with, oh, he was drunk, he was hallucinating, versus actually the reality of what he said happened. Now this was told to me from one of the guys that got out of there. The other two did not.
Native lore repeatedly warns of hairy men taking women and children, while newspaper articles and historical accounts recall tales of settlers running up against bloodthirsty wild men. Indigenous peoples caution against following whistles or baby cries heard while in the forests. According to legend, these sounds are emitted by the hairy people in an attempt to bait in an unsuspecting victim. Often these stories end in the death or disappearance of a woman or child. I don't know what to make of all this. It flies in the face of the secretive, shy forest ape that I've learned about over the last decade back in the lower 48. But you can't escape this side of Sasquatch here. Maybe there's no better example of this than the tale of the abandoned town of Portlock, also known as Port Chatham. Port Chatham has come to prominence in recent years thanks to its notoriety as a town that was attacked by Sasquatch and subsequently abandoned. The truth behind the abandonment of the town doesn't quite align with the legends.
I guess talk to us about Port Chatham.
It's beautiful. It's majestic, almost like going into a fairy tale. Untouched, and there's only 300 people there in the summer, 150 in the winter. That was where the original town was.
From my understanding of it, there was a chrome mine down there and a fishery, and there was a very large community at one time. It had a post office, a school, a hospital, and for some mysterious circumstances, people just started abandoning the fishery. They abandoned the mine even though there was still chrome in it.
The story goes that Bigfoots or Sasquatch hairy man, Nantinak, I think as they were calling them, were killing people in the woods, and that's why they abandoned the town.
And they had so much activity all the time, and really bad things happened there. They moved from there because of Bigfoot.
And it had a lot to do with people being found mangled in the woods or in the bogs. It had a lot to do with people saying they were being harassed by some creature.
It's a 15 kind of year period where it wasn't just overnight that everyone packed their bags and ran out, but I think it was the 1940s and 50s is really when the town sort of died, because less and less people were needing to work off the land and harvest some of these resources, and just sort of faded off.
To scare off an entire town and abandon the settlement when there was really plenty of fish, plenty of resources. Whatever was happening out there was enough to drive everybody away.
I think that there's a lot of that kind of thing, and I think that there's a lot of, I don't want to say population because you never know exactly how many, but there's a lot of activity around urban areas, settlements and things. Just like coyotes, they're here, they're raiding smokehouses and chicken coops and this sort of thing. Near a village, the village or the human activity associated with that would be, curiosity, plus it's a food source.
I was told by somebody whose grandmother lived in Port Chatham that the stories of the Nantinak hairy man were true, that there were encounters, but it wasn't really alluded to that they were killing people or massacring people. There were probably people that died that maybe got crushed by logging equipment, and that was then blamed on the hairy man, and that was a kind of cautionary tale. That's just, from my perspective, that sort of makes sense. Like with some of those tribal stories, similar kind of human way of sort of explaining a weird occurrence and blaming it on something folkloric in nature.
What I've noticed is, like, certain areas back home in the fall, I don't know if the activity's heavier, but more people are there in those places in the fall, because during the summertime we're out on boats fishing, you know, so when everyone comes back in the fall, you got moose hunting and caribou hunting going on, so everyone's kind of splitting off and going up the rivers, and that's when usually there's occurrences happening. But I think they're all through that watershed. One sighting after another, missing people, just all sorts of different things.
Do you think there's a connection between a lot of these missing people reports around the state and Bigfoot?
I think there's a good chance that there's a portion of them that do go missing because of it. It's hard for people that haven't been in the deep woods of Alaska. There's a feeling in the air, and I've done this most of my life. Even now to this day, when I go out into the deep woods, you get this feeling like, unless you felt it, it's hard to explain it. It's just an awareness. You get hyper aware real quick, and it's like this feeling of, you know, what is that? There's just something, you know, something different about it.
You said you're interested in David Pilaty's work. Are you aware of like any legends or stories about Bigfoot taking people, or?
Around here, in Nunwalik, people have disappeared. They had 2 surveyors went missing when they finally sent somebody to go look for them. They did find them way up higher, sitting on a tree. They didn't have their legs. A lot of the people there that I know have all seen, and they're so scared of Bigfoot there.
So people are going missing in Alaska. It's established fact. Sasquatch researcher Michael Thompson had spoke with me about this idea that there were multiple types of Bigfoots here. Whether offshoots of the same species or different creatures altogether, he isn't able to say with any certainty. I've always had my own personal issues with the idea of multiple types of Bigfoot. It's hard enough to believe one massive, hair-covered unknown being is hiding in our own backyards in the lower 48, let alone multiple types. But in the land of the midnight sun, legends of mysterious creatures are as much a part of the landscape of lore as traditional hairy apes are. The disturbing trend seems to be that many of these legends revolve around people being taken or killed by one of these legendary beings. Here in Alaska, it isn't just the known animals that want to maul you, but apparently everything hiding just out of sight does as well.
What about other cryptids?
There are actually a lot of other cryptids in Alaska. We do have a lot of little people reports. There are some giants in the north, but little people are actually, I think, even more prevalent than Sasquatch as far as Alaskan natives are concerned. They're always portrayed as a little impish, mischievous type creatures. They are considered negative most of the time. They tend to cause trouble. You know, they'll harass you, throw rocks at you, sometimes like Sasquatch do. They'll play tricks on you, try to lure you away into the forest and get you lost.
You know, there's probably more than one thing in the woods. The smaller 4 to 5 foot folk, they're supposed to be hostile. They're supposed to have worse attitudes than Sasquatch. Sometimes I think maybe that might have something to do. I think they're basically at war with people, and if they have a chance, they deal with lone hikers, possibly. Once again, I don't want to think it.
Down in the Homer area, there was a family that said that the wife had started seeing them around her house up in the trees, and they terrified her. Eventually her husband saw one, and they started to notice that the trees in which these creatures were being seen were starting to die, and they eventually left that home. But when they came back years later, all the trees on the lot had basically died, and they attributed that to these little people. There have always been hairy man or bushman stories from Alaskan natives and hunters, things like that.
Bushmen are like a non-contact tribe. So there's like some spiritual, supernatural kind of stuff that has risen up around them, but they are not Bigfoot. And Bushmen are also said to kidnap people. And from what I was told by this native guy who's a friend of mine, he said that Bushmen will kidnap you and no one will see you for 7 years. He said it's always 7 years. I think some missing people are probably taken by Sasquatch, but I also think there's some missing people that get abducted up here. I'm a big UFO researcher on top of Bigfoot stuff. UFOs get seen in just like really remote areas, usually by pilots or something. Who's to say they're not taking people and running experiments or something like that?
There are a lot of reports in which people will see strange lights in the sky and will have a Bigfoot encounter around the same time. There are also a lot of just strange UFO reports in general. But there was a report of two gentlemen that they were seeing and experiencing things like wood knocks, strange noises, kind of Sasquatch-like behavior. And then a couple days later, they found a circle of dead animal carcasses, and they had seen strange lights in the sky the night before. And then these animal carcasses were from several different kinds of animals. Like there was a caribou and a moose, but the strangest one was they said they had found a dead orca in this circle, and they were hundreds of miles from the coast. So there's no way that this animal could possibly have come this far inland. And that to me is one of the strangest UFO type phenomenon in regards to any kind of Bigfoot activity in the area.
We've begun wading into waters here that only help to further muddy the Bigfoot topic. UFOs and folkloric creatures tend to turn off a lot of level-headed people to the entire subject when you start integrating them. However, it's difficult to broach the topic of missing people without delving into some of the alternative theories as to why they might be missing to begin with. While a large portion of the cases that seem mysterious might have mundane explanations, there are still a standout number of them that defy logic. But what is behind them? I struggle to jump to a paranormal explanation for many of these reports, but I'm equally hesitant to consider that Bigfoot is out in our forest taking everyone they see. I've always thought that if Sasquatch is responsible for the large number of genuinely bizarre missing people reports, then we definitely have more evidence, or even definitive proof that these things exist. They'd be leaving behind mountains of evidence as they carved their bloodthirsty trails across the American wilderness. Eventually, someone would kill one in self-defense. There would be far more face-to-face encounters on record as well. But here's where another theory comes into play. Alaska hosts numerous military bases, some still active, and an equal number abandoned. The Aleutian Islands are covered in empty bunkers used to safeguard the Northwest from a military invasion during World War II. It's theorized that there even exists a secret government complex deep in Denali National Park called the Dark Pyramid, a site so secretive, so hidden, and so important that the need to keep it off the radar would trump even the lives it might take to keep it so. Denali, of course, also has a long history of Sasquatch sightings to go along with its mysterious hidden bases. The possible connection between Sasquatch, hidden bunkers, and missing people was illustrated by the strange disappearance of Nathan Campbell in June of 2020.
When people would hear that I worked for the National Park Service, they would get pretty excited. And then when they heard that I worked for the National Park Service in Alaska, they got really excited. They thought I must be on top of some dark secrets.
Government cover-ups.
Yeah. And also the area I'm talking about is getting kind of close to the Dark Pyramid. You've probably heard of that.
Yeah.
I was part of a group to go out looking for this black pyramid, and it's supposedly located somewhere about 50 miles southwest of Denali. Supposedly, it's larger than the Pyramid of Giza. It's completely subterranean, and supposedly the military had set up a temporary base there to study it because it was giving off energy of some kind that they were trying to harness or see if they could make use of.
Do you know that somebody actually died trying to get to it?
No.
They haven't really advertised it, but last year somebody was dropped off with supplies for several weeks, and the plane came back and the supplies were still there in the tent he'd set up to house the supplies, but they found no trace of him. Park Service got involved trying to find the person, and they found nothing.
We were unable to go out and do that excursion that year due to COVID reasons. It was right in the middle of COVID, so we were unable to go. And it was very ironic because another fella decided to go out by himself and look for this pyramid, and he disappeared. And he was nobody's found him. He's still a missing person. And that was the same year we were supposed to go out there. So in a way, there's a part of me that feels like maybe we weren't meant to go.
So, as someone that did work in the park, do you buy into the cover-up stuff at all?
Well, I have a story.
Okay.
I feel a little funny sharing it, but I've had some experiences out near the Denali National Park. I have found logs torn apart. That was along a section of woods where mysteriously there was what some people call a big boy trail in the woods that started and ended in the woods. And it was a place not hiked very often. We have established trails in the park through people, occasionally locally through grizzlies, but a grizzly trail will go under branches that are only about 4 feet off the ground. This trail carefully made it around the branches. This trail was designed for something tall. It was in the woods off of a creek. It looked to me more like an ambush route than the route hikers would go on. So I was off in the woods, and I was quite startled to get into the woods and find this trail, which lasted only about a quarter mile, and then it was gone again. One of the times I had experiences out there, one of the members of our party was a former deputy superintendent of Denali National Park, so second in command. When these things were happening out there, I brought it to their attention and said, I know every one can be explained by something, but altogether is starting to make me wonder. It was just interesting. He didn't try to talk me out of the existence of such a creature. He tried to chalk it up more to coincidences upon coincidence. So I got the impression that he was not hostile to the whole concept of there being a relic hominid out at the Susquehanna River.
In regards to Sasquatch, the government is trying to cover it up. A lot of the military in this area or former military, I've had gentlemen tell me that they have done Arctic training in the Arctic Circle, and they've been briefed that the government's aware that these creatures are here. If you encounter one, not to engage it, but they might, run across one. And there actually is some reports, I think from around 2010, 2013, about a special forces unit that did find tracks in the snow during one of these training trips up in the north. And they followed these tracks to a little outcrop of woodlands, and they heard a howl or a scream, and it was enough to scare them, and they actually decided to just back out and return to base. They were not going to investigate it further, so they say. I definitely think that there is some government cover-up. I also think that perhaps the government protects some of these wilderness areas because they're aware that these creatures exist in these areas, and they don't want them to be disturbed, and they're kind of trying to keep people out of those areas to lower the amount of encounters with them.
A fully formed cover-up of the existence of Sasquatch stretches the boundaries of my imagination. While I understand the implications the proof of unknown creatures residing in our forests would have on industries like logging or even hunting, I struggle to understand how to connect the dots between the government, our military, and Bigfoot. I can, however, understand the far more believable notion of a small-scale need to gloss over sightings in a place like Denali. Norm's discussion with his superior sounds believable and even further bolsters the possible existence of Sasquatch in this part of the state. It makes sense after all. It's a suitable habitat for these things, and their more aggressive nature in this part of the country is probably due to the fierce competition for food they face. But could it be something else? One of the most well-known accounts of hairy creatures was that of Albert Ostman, who claimed to have been taken captive by a family of Sasquatch somewhere deep in the mountains of British Columbia. He claimed to have escaped his captivity, but not until he'd learned that his reason for being taken wasn't as a meal for hungry creatures, but rather to be a mate for the female juvenile member of the family. It's a bizarre story, but one that draws similarities to indigenous tales of women and even children being taken by Sasquatch and then adopted into a similar family unit. Another early well-known account is the Ape Canyon Incident. Most of those already educated on the Sasquatch topic are familiar with it, but a Cliff's Notes version would simply state that in the early 20th century, a group of miners, somewhere in northern Washington, were attacked while sleeping in their cabin by a group of angry apes. The apes hurled rocks at their cabin and eventually tried to gain entry before being warned off by gunshots from the terrified miners. It turns out that this historical account has some modern-day successors, and one of them took place here in Alaska and involved Fred Roll.
One of my elders had planned this gold mining prospecting trip for a couple of years. We were good for a 10-day trip out there to do some looking for pay dirt, basically, some sample buckets for him to file a claim. We get up on the Nuyakuk, and it's a salmon counting tower. So this place hasn't been used in, when we were there, it had probably been close to 10 years that it hadn't been used. And it's basically 8-foot square, 2x4 framing with 5H plywood. And they had the windows blocked off as a blackout. When we got there, we unload and we were contemplating kind of checking things out. But as it was starting to get dark, we figured we would just chill and wait till the next day. So we're inside. My elder had just got done making us a meal a few minutes before, and it was just about a half hour after dark. The whole place just kind of goes, like we figured the wind, but there was no wind blowing. Well, as I look over my cousin's shoulder, there was a small gap, and I saw something dark move out of the way of the window. We're on a salmon river. I was immediately like bare. So he grabs the rifle. I had that shotgun and grabbed that spotlight. We opened the door to run this bear off, and the riverbank is literally 15, 20 feet to my right as we go out the door, and it's kind of on a cut bank. So we beam and there's nothing there, and we're literally like maybe 1.5 feet out the door, shoulder to shoulder. And as I pan to the left, that's when we saw the 3 sets of eye shine, and immediately we knew something was real wrong, because it's hard to explain the feeling of instant dread. The worst kind of icky feeling on the inside, like you just knew it was all bad. Well, we immediately ducked back in. When we got back inside, he's right here on my left, and he's holding a rifle like this, and when I was speaking to him, it was like everything was muffled. It was almost like talking to someone on a plane when your ears haven't popped. It was similar to that. And I was like, did you see the eye shine? And then all of a sudden, my cousin's underneath that card table. He's got a death grip, and he had wet himself, and he's looking across that shack at the other window. So we look at each other, and then we look down at him, and I'm holding the shotgun in my hand offhanded, and we turn and look at the window where he was looking, and that's when we saw the face in the window. And as soon as I made eye contact with it, within 2 seconds, I shot 3 times through the wall. And then the whole place shifted a couple feet real quick. It almost took me off my feet when the place shifted. I thought they were gonna push us in the river because we were right there. This face I saw from the bottom of its nose to the top of its brow, and it filled that 18-inch gap. I had no doubt. There was no mind speak or nothing like that. It was just an immediate understanding that I was food. After the place had shifted, my elder went back and sat on the bunk and was just sitting there. I think he got out his Bible. But my younger cousin, he was under the table, still just looking out the window, death gripping, and I went to get that 30-06 from him because I wanted a more powerful gun, but it was loaded and he wasn't letting go. He was out there. So when I get him up and I coach him into back to reality, because he was still babbling a little bit, it took like a good 3 to 5 minutes just to get him to let go of the gun. You know, I ended up sitting there for hours underneath that lamp, pumping it every once in a while. And I resigned myself that I was gonna die. I just knew that there was no other side to this. It was somehow they were gonna get us. We had a short conversation about how we were gonna get out of there, and our plan was to make it to the skiff, which was about 20, 25 feet away, roughly 20 foot of trail, and then it drops down to landing there at the river. Got our game plan. We were gonna get in the skiff and use that spotlight and see the water and just drift away from there. My cousin was like, well, let's spotlight out the windows and see if we see any activity out there. There was an old outhouse about 40 foot, you know, kitty corner off the back corner of this place. So when we beamed, we were looking at the place we saw the eye shine first, and we're trying to sweep back, and we saw nothing until we reached that outhouse and we saw this black silhouette behind it. It was every bit of like 13, 14 feet tall. The size of it was immense, but what was scary was it was like it was absorbing the light. It was so pitch black. So we saw that and we saw it move, and when it moved to its would be its left, we immediately killed that spotlight and we all tucked back into that little cubby. We're freaked out. We got barrels crossed and we had all the lamps and stuff off, so it was dark. It was pitch dark. I'm not sure how much time had passed after that happened, because it almost sounded like off in the distance rotor wash, like the near distance. It was like a thump, 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 thump kind of sound. And we're like, and then we started feeling it in the ground. Well, it was one of these things that ran by the window. It ran by and it was like they were staged around the place, and all of a sudden they were all running around it. And at one point, it sounded like one of them was sniffing the trailer. They could have broke that place and smashed us against a tree, just like that. You know, and that's another question that drives me forward too, is why didn't they? As it was getting lighter, we were getting more brave to make it to the skiff. So we got all of our important stuff. We went out the door. Now, when we go out the door, it only takes seconds. I mean, we were motivated. We get to the edge of the river. My cousin jumps down to get the boat started, the skiff started. This rock bigger than a basketball whizzed by my head. Like, if I hadn't slid back a little bit, we wouldn't have this conversation right now. So immediately my eyes lock onto it. That noise snapped me out of it, and I whip around, and that big black thing was coming out of the tree line. And I immediately, 30-06, I put 3 rounds center mass. Now, I heard the rounds hit this thing. I heard them thuck. I heard the impact. This thing didn't flinch. It stopped moving forward. It still boggles my mind, because it just stopped moving forward. So immediately we get down in the skiff and we're trying to get out of there, and unbeknownst to me, I found this out years later, they were still chucking rocks at the outboard as we were getting up on step to go back down the Nuyakuk. I don't know, it's hard to explain. I got personal issues, you know what I mean? Not a vendetta, but just personal issues. And what drove that? We got there and we went right into that cabin. We weren't out whooping it up, shooting something. You know, we weren't disrespecting the land in any way. That, in the moment, it's really hard to grasp. But looking back on it, 20/20 hindsight, I still don't have an understanding of it, but it unlocks this primal fear that you don't even know you have. It's really hard to put into words.
Do you think these things are supernatural in any way, or flesh and blood?
Well, I heard it hit flesh and blood. You know, I think they're flesh and blood, and they've just been around forever. I mean, our heritage, it's always been a part of it. You know, our oral history. The hairy man's always been a part of it.
Folktale, mythology, urban legend, or something else? That's the question regarding the darker side of Bigfoot lore here in Alaska. Thus far, I'd spoke to multiple people with their own terrifying encounters with Sasquatch. I'd heard of the history of missing people in the state, and I'd even delved into the alternative theories as to what might be taking people to begin with. And yet, while Fred's encounter is terrifying and its impact on him has changed how he views the creatures, I don't have a smoking gun. There's nothing definitive yet that could be considered proof that Sasquatch is taking people. So on the Denali Highway, we make a pit stop to talk to a local named Jonathan to learn about a missing persons case he was directly connected to. The case involved a young boy named Billy Pope. Billy's father, Gene, had moved from his home state of Ohio to Alaska, where he'd met a native woman named Matrona, who he married and had 6 children with. Billy was one of these. Jonathan Durr grew up with Billy and remembers when he went missing in January of 1975. A child growing up in the harsh landscape of rural Alaska learns quickly how to survive in almost any situation, and to do so independently. Unfortunately, even the sturdiest of outdoorsmen have succumbed to the wilds here, and Alaska doesn't seem to make allowances for the lives it takes based on age.
Yeah, we are in, it's classified, if you look on your Alaskan maps, as south central, but we're really right at the edge of the Denali Borough, foothills of the Talkeetna Mountains, where the Talkeetna Range meets the Alaska Range. I've lived here all of my life, well, most of my life. My early childhood was spent in the Lake Iliamna country, and over there, that's where I got hooked. In the native culture, Bigfoot is as real as moose or caribou or anything. I mean, it's just a given that they exist. Not only exist, are an essential part of the community. Billy would have been 16. He lived at Pope Fenoy Landing, which is an intricate bay. Billy was courting a little girl over in Cockedock. So he had walked to Knock the day before and did his visiting and whatnot. And he was walking home, which, you know, to him that's nothing. That's like walking across the street to most people. The people in Cockedock called Pope Fenoy. He says, yeah, Billy just left. He should be home in about 3 hours. So when Billy doesn't show up, you know, they start going back and forth and say, okay, he should have been here. They retraced his steps. It had begun to snow as well. Major search party from all over the lake went looking for him. And it was so strange because they found where Billy had stopped, and he had built a fire, but like this, where he built the fire was like a lone tree, like away from the rest of the forest. He had like been breaking off branches like this. I mean, it was a place that, you know, it made no sense to stop and start a fire. And then they found the prints, the Bigfoot prints. They had been circling where he had built this fire. And like I say, it had been snowing and kind of raining, so everything was a little distorted. And some people had gone through on the search and made a mess of things before they could really, but they had clear evidence that he was being circled. And they think somewhere in there is where this Bigfoot apprehended Billy and killed him. And, you know, I think he wanted a line of vision because he knew he was being followed, and he had to be scared to death to be snapping off those branches. And that's the last they saw him, and there was, you know, the speculation, did he go through the lake? Well, no, they never found any evidence of that. And besides that, you know, he had grown up there. He was not going to fall through the lake. And despite the fact that, you know, he's light as a fox, he could walk on it. Picture this, if you will. It's a stormy night, and the rain's pouring down, and I'm sitting with his father, and I said, well, I got to know what happened to Billy. And he says, oh, it was Bigfoot. We didn't tell the press that, but we all know it was, and we found tracks.
Billy's story isn't that unusual here. People go missing all the time, after all, especially individuals living on the outskirts of civilization. It's also not unusual for there to be rumors or stories that grow up around the disappearances. Upon returning from our Alaskan trip, I was able to learn more about Billy. His family suffered a string of tragic events following his disappearance, including subsequent disappearances of two brothers, Tommy and Gene Jr., the death of his mother, and his older sister, Dolores. Alaska continued to claim his family after his passing, and today Billy Pope is remembered by his friends and the family still remaining. His death wasn't reported on in the local news or talked about on social media. He was simply gone, vanished. And in his place, there is now an empty hole that those who knew him have tried to fill with questions and answers that could help make sense of where he went. One of Billy's friends, and the last person to have seen him alive, anonymously divulged to us that he didn't believe Sasquatch was responsible for his disappearance at all. The same night that he went missing, a massive snowstorm dropped over 4 feet of snow across the region. So what are the Bigfoot tracks that Billy's father recalled seeing? How could tracks even be visible in 4 feet of snow? It's possible that in searching for answers, a grieving man grasped at the one thing that could offer a solution. A monster from the forest took his son. Or maybe it's true. Maybe there was a bloodthirsty Sasquatch wandering the area who just happened to bump into Billy on his path home. Whatever the case may be, time has killed all hope of learning what happened on that winter night in January of 1975.
Could they possibly be a little more aggressive? Yes, there are some stories where people have said they've been a little more aggressive to get them out of a certain area. But then you also have stories that, consist of curious creatures staying just outside that campfire light looking in. I think any being, whether it's them, us, can be aggressive if provoked. If you're in their territory or, they don't want you there. Rocks being thrown, the wood knocks, the howls, the chatter, stuff like that. What does it all mean behavioral for them?
There are a couple accounts I heard of where it appeared to be curiosity, but when someone is panicked, it's aggressive. You see what I mean? Even if it's just seeing and maybe shakes a tree, they can easily, out of fear, take that as, a form of aggression.
A lot of the Alaska Native, the superstition is that if you're in their territory, they will take you. They'll take you away, or they will kill and eat you like the Gilliak would.
Sasquatches are obviously very intelligent. They're primates of some sort of great ape. How closely related to us, another great ape, they are remains open to question. But clearly, if they're anywhere in our family, they're the smartest things out in the woods. Yeah, they're not using fire, they're not doing math, but they're obviously very intelligent. So is it possible that some of these missing people go missing because of another monster, the Sasquatch? Yeah, sure, it's possible. I don't think it's shouldn't be the first culprit that you point your finger at. I think it's entirely possible, though, because Sasquatches are not your forest friends. They're not out there in benign Disney-esque landscapes picking flowers and giving them to you. They are animals trying to survive. And Sasquatches are smart animals that can survive in a variety of ways. Other ape species have grabbed babies and whatnot and ate them. There's stories from Washington of Sasquatches doing the same thing. Sasquatches are wild animals of the scariest type because they're human-like wild animals. Because we're the real monsters. So Sasquatches actually resemble the real monsters.
I'm thinking about Sasquatch a lot. You know, if I hear noises, I'm kind of paying attention to what's going on around me in the woods. I start listening and I'm hearing stories that are blowing my mind and just aren't what I grew up hearing from the old timers. And I start getting a little more flexible. Maybe there's something else going on. Maybe I do have to rethink this, and I start rethinking it. Well, maybe it isn't a dumb forest ape that's just really good at play hide and go seek. I have a sudden epiphany, and I don't believe this is true or anything to worry about, folks out there. But my epiphany is, if Sasquatch really wanted to, and in considering people like me, or even just people in suburbia, if they wanted to, they could push people out of rural areas back to population centers.
Death by Alaska is real common. I mean, you get a mile away from the village, that's death out there. You know, I've been dealing with it my whole life. I mean, Alaskan can kill you without even trying. I mean, so many, you know, good men and women have woken up one morning and by noon they've run into something. It happens around here a lot, but not 16,000 people. So something's going on out there.
People go missing in Alaska all the time, every year. I mean, you know, Alaska's the end of the road. You guys probably did your research coming up here to see how many people have gone missing in the last 20 years up here. You know, can you attribute that to Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the hairy man, whatever? I don't know.
The connection between missing people, Alaska, and Bigfoot is unmistakable. It's there. The concept of Bigfoot taking people has been a part of the lore as long as there has been a Bigfoot lore.
Well, yeah, I mean, that goes right to the First Nations accounts. A lot of those stories and of these things come in, they take our women and children. That only needs to happen once for that to become a story that then gets told. You know, keep the village kids from going too far out. But like you said, there's this weird kind of connection there, and probably more so than I would even like to assume. I mean, Alaska's the kind of place that it chews you up and spits you out. I mean, the woods out here are no joke.
Historically, the sightings of Bigfoot that then correlate to some sort of missing persons case, even in the modern era, do exist. And you can't just write all of that off. It's also, if you think of Bigfoot as a natural creature, it's going to be some sort of apex predator. It's massive. It's capable of taking people if it wants to.
Yeah.
It's somewhat intelligent. We know that about it. So the odd missing person being somehow attributable to Bigfoot, I'm on board with that idea.
I mean, there's a lot of cherry picking going on, I think, nowadays in terms of sensationalizing that. The killer Bigfoot story sells. The creepy encounter stories sell. I mean, majority of encounters of Bigfoot across the continent are pretty mundane. You know, somebody saw it crossing the road, that sort of thing. These creatures do have personalities and differences. There may be some that are just mean and nasty that want to do something malicious to humans. Maybe they've had a bad experience. They've been shot at. Who knows? Whereas overall, it seems like Sasquatch is curious but not very aggressive. Although, like we said, that is sort of the popular depiction as the killer Bigfoot.
I don't think it's common. I think especially in a place like Alaska, like Alex was saying. I mean, especially even the places that we went to. If I would have fallen off a cliff and died, no one would have found me. You know, not even Alex. You know, it's too thick. And there's too much happening, I feel like.
If 16,000 people missing are all attributable to Sasquatch, or even a third of that are attributable to Sasquatch, we would 100% know they exist.
Right.
There's no way that many people go missing without us finding out that they're
Somebody would do something, most likely the government.
I do think we have far more questions now when it relates to Alaska, missing people, some of the high strangeness aspects of what we've learned. I'll be back to the state simply because it's absolutely breathtaking. Like the wilderness here is what we've been looking for in various other places around the United States. I would come back here just for the sheer scale of it.
I didn't come to the last frontier in search of terrifying Sasquatch tales or looking to push a narrative about killer Bigfoots. I didn't set out looking for the darker side of Sasquatch lore, but it certainly found me anyway. Whether you view the entire topic as little more than mythology, or you're a dyed-in-the-wool believer, Alaska will challenge the way you view Bigfoot. Maybe you think Bigfoot is simply an undiscovered species of ape, basically a mountain gorilla or a chimp, but one that walks on 2 feet and has managed to avoid us for centuries. Well, Alaska will throw stories of human-like forest giants and tiny monkey devils at you to challenge that notion. Maybe you're of the opinion that Sasquatch is a friendly forest creature, a benign being who curiously observes us from the shadows but secretly wants the best for mankind. Well, it turns out that there are hundreds of years of native oral tradition and legends, not to mention newspaper and written accounts of man-eating, baby-stealing horrors that lurk just behind the trees. Like I said, for yourselves. Thanks to television and numerous books that push the killer Sasquatch angle far more than the more mundane encounters that make up the bulk of the topic. There are even people too afraid to journey into the woods behind their own homes. Fear not only sells, but dissuades us too. Dissuades us from searching for answers for ourselves. Dissuades us from living the life we're called to live. My response to this is simply to remember the earliest peoples to travel the last frontier. Indigenous people who fought constant challenges in order to not only survive here, but thrive. To seek fulfillment where none else dared seek it out. Sure, have a healthy fear of the wilderness, but more than that, respect it. You can even replace the word wilderness with Sasquatch if you'd like. Those most hardy of outdoorsmen have died in these mountains and valleys. Jack London had a quote about this, one I'd read as a young boy, and one that I believe now applies to me and my view of this place as well. He said, "Despite everything, every piece of Alaska sang to me. I remembered every curve in the trails, every tree in the forest. It was familiar to me, comfortable. The more I thought about leaving it, the less I liked the idea."